Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
Yes, I will proceed. For some reason, it felt necessary. So Yangwu responded clearly with determination. This seemed like an incredibly important matter, especially the phrase, inherit the genetics upon the creation of the next generation stabbed sharply at his heart. Could the concept of my next generation come to fruition in this lifetime? As Yangwu made a troubled expression, his entire body was enveloped in light. Gasp! Then, a very strange pain, which not even the Berserker talisman could block, wrapped around his whole body. Ugh, could this be growing pains? While pondering such absurd thoughts, Yangwu searched the spacious room for a mirror. It was to witness his body expanding in real time, because moments like this were rare and hard to come by. Found it. Finally, Yangwu found a large full-body mirror between the reception room and the kitchen, and he stood straight in front of it. Thud. Then he saw his body wrapped in a blinding white light, and the sight of that light gradually expanding. Wow, what's this? As Yangwu watched his own head, the only part not covered by light, gradually moving upwards, he felt an overwhelming sense of unease. This was because it was a scene of his height actually increasing in real time. Not only that, it was evident to the naked eye that his arms were getting longer too. Sure. Eventually, steam emanated from his entire body, and all the equipment he was wearing fell to the ground. Clatter! Then, as the light enveloping his body dissipated, his bare skin was exposed. Though he was completely naked without a single piece of equipment, Yangwu felt no embarrassment. Instead, he was busy exploring his body. There were abdominal muscles he had never seen in his life, and even the major muscles of the legs, such as the quadriceps, were smoothly developed like a dolphin's dorsal ridge. With the addition of the upper body skeleton, his shoulders had widened, and even his collarbones looked beautiful. This is unbelievable. Yangwu muttered the phrase, unbelievable, repeatedly as he examined every corner of his body. 2,116,000 karma. The money needed to become a completely different organism from before. At this moment, Yangwu felt that the large sum of money was not wasted at all. There was a shock and satisfaction beyond what he had imagined. So, there's an option to change appearance. As his body underwent a transformation beyond belief, Yangwu cunningly thought that he also wanted to match the level of his appearance. Of course, it was something that would be of no use in combat, so it was a luxury he didn't even dare to consider at the moment. With just money, you can change your body and face as you please. Is this really reality? Yangwu pinched his reconstructed arm, wondering if he wasn't just dreaming a long dream. Ugh. As if to confirm, the reddened skin indicated that all of this was not a dream. This is truly unbelievable, as Yangwu murmured. At that moment, a slight movement came from a mirror-covered wall opposite to him, toward the reception room direction. Rustle. At this, Yangwu's heightened alertness skyrocketed, and in the blink of an eye, the dragon's legacy in his hand sliced through the air. Swish! Who's there? As Yangwu menacingly approached the reception room, the dragon's legacy flared up ominously. There was someone of grade 2 or lower nearby, and shortly after, I'm sorry. I kept knocking on the door, but there was no answer. Along with a woman's voice, a hand suddenly popped out from behind the wall of the reception room, slowly waving its wrist as if waving a white flag. What? At this, Yangwu first showed a bewildered expression, then belatedly realized. Come to think of it, didn't Beck Doan mention sending a staff member over here? If it's all right with you, may I come out and introduce myself now? As the problematic staff member hiding behind the wall attempted to come out slowly, Yangwu nodded his head to signal her to do so. Oh, then he realized that he was currently in a state of nudity. Oh, wait a moment. However, she had already extended her head from her bowed position with an expression of apology. Then, she let out an ambiguous remark. It was a momentary lapse, but there was clearly a pause, and in that moment, Yang-Wu saw a fleeting trace of disdain in her eyes. Nevertheless, her subsequent voice showed no hint of regret. "It's a pleasure to meet you for the first time, Mr. Zhang Yang-Wu. I am Assistant Manager Lim Suna, from the First Secretary's office. It's an honor to serve you. If you need anything in the future, please feel free to ask me." Yes, for now, just a moment. As Yang-Wu awkwardly wavered, barely concealing his lower body with the dragon's legacy, Lim Suna walked somewhere with brisk steps and then returned holding a gray robe. She was already well aware of both the structure of this room and the locations of supplies, because President Zhang Hyunsik also requested my assistance. Since he was so unique, this should be fine. What did she mean by this should be fine, and what exactly was this? Taking the robe with a hesitant gesture, Yang-Wu felt like his appearance was becoming increasingly ridiculous and wanted to make some excuse. Actually, just a moment ago. However, Lim Suna had already reached the mirror and was looking at Yang-Wu's scattered equipment on the floor, so he had no choice but to hold his tongue. To anyone, it was obvious that Yang-Wu had undressed himself in front of the mirror and was admiring his own physique. "Do you like the room? Actually, we have prepared another accommodation, but if you prefer, you can continue using this room as it is." As Lim Suna spoke while trying to tidy up the equipment in front of the mirror, Yang-Wu, who was taken aback, stopped her. "I'll do it myself." A swift forward movement from Yang-Wu, the combined might of Gyeongbuk and Gangnam's strongest sword. Swish! Although it was a light movement with no intent of threat, he was now over 2 meters tall and wearing a robe, so there was a momentous aura. Gasp! Lim Suna, who had maintained her composure well until now, almost let out a scream. She also had some vague fear of the person in front of her. Although she had handled the famously difficult second-generation chaebol, Zhang Hyunsik, and her previous position in the previous world was as an assistant manager in the secretary's office, she was not immune to fear. No, rather, she knew well that the scariest thing in this world was people, having dealt with many. Translator Knight. Proofreader Gun. Moreover, the subject she was now in charge of was the person who had killed the esteemed Gangnam's strongest sword, Zhang Hyunsik, after killing his son. I heard he cut off the president's head in front of his son's body. That garbage of a son, Zhang Yusang, was beyond saving, so I'm grateful for that part at least. But still, what kind of person in the world would think of beheading both the son and the father? As long as you don't go crazy. Lim Suna looked at the new Gangnam's strongest sword, who was clumsily picking up the equipment on the floor with a somewhat fearful, yet she quickly corrected her trembling breath. In any case, the first reason was that she had a sense of professionalism to provide proper service as the new strongest sword's dedicated secretary. And the second reason was that she did not want to be belittled by such a dishonest murderer. Are the other accommodations that are said to be prepared in advance similar in size to this one? When Yang-Wu, who was gathering his equipment in his arms as soon as possible, asked this, Lim Suna looked confused for a moment. It was because she perceived that this human butcher had some dissatisfaction with the treatment from the company. "We assigned you to the largest room available, although it's slightly smaller than this one, and we paid extra attention to the amenities, so you shouldn't have any inconvenience during your stay. As I mentioned earlier, you can continue to use this room as it is. The rental fee will be fully covered by Taewon." Upon hearing this, Yang-Wu tilted his head and said, "It's just that the room seems too big." Yes, rooms like this must have a hefty rental fee, right? Motel rooms start at a minimum of 3,000 won. But isn't using a hotel room too extravagant when all you need to do is shower and sleep? As Yang-Wu muttered quietly, Lim Suna's pupils shook even more noticeably than before. Although she had dealt with many executives before and after the reset, this type of complaint was unprecedented. However, she understood well what the other party was trying to say, so she immediately began to persuade him. As you mentioned, we can look into relatively cheaper accommodations. However, those places are usually used by residents, and more importantly, her explanation was that the standard rooms around here had already been preoccupied by quick-witted residents. Like most cities, Gangnam had a relatively good public safety system, but once the sun went down, there was an increase in robberies. Therefore, residents preferred to live near the strongest sword's lodgings for safety reasons, since no one would dare attempt robbery in front of the strongest sword's residents, even if they were the most heinous criminals. In other words, if Yongsan was the capital of New Seoul, then around Yongwoo's residence became the capital of Gangnam. Taewon Group wanted to keep Yongwoo near the headquarters for this reason, even if it meant paying high rental fees. I see. In contrast to Lim Suna's grand explanation, Yongwoo concluded with a brief response. Then, after glancing at the equipment in his arms, he said, "Let's stay here for today. However, I'd prefer to change to a cheaper place tomorrow." "Yes, understood. And could you send someone to Seoul National University? My colleagues might be staying there. If they've arrived safely, they need be brought here." He was referring to Jong-soo and Tae-young, who went to find Kim Tae-jun's family. "Of course. I'll take care of it right away." "Yes, that's all. Is there anything else I need to check with Taewon? I'd like to take a break for a while, if everything's done." At Yongwoo's words, Lim Suna pursed her lips. "Well, actually, there's a scheduled city tour with Baek Do-won, the CEO, at 6 o'clock this afternoon, but I'll cancel it." "Yes, please do." It seemed that Baek Do-won wanted to use the new strongest sword as a sort of promotional material. But Yongwoo really wanted a rest. Regardless of how others viewed him, Yongwoo's heart was not at ease in killing a father in front of his son's dead body. And after the brawl with the boxing gold medalist, Cha Du-seong, there had been too much happening today. If you need anything, just press this button and call me. You can always make a request while the weather is clear. Tack. Lim Suna placed a small walkie-talkie on the console table. It was an old-fashioned transmitter and receiver that operated with batteries. Yongwoo, with a look of wonder, touched the walkie-talkie. Lim Suna then bowed slightly and bid him farewell. "I'll take my leave now. Have a pleasant evening." "Yes, thank you for your hard work." As Yongwoo, clad in a gown, moved to escort her, Lim Suna gestured that it was unnecessary. While heading towards the door, she left a few instructions behind. "Our staff will come to process this room for overnight stay at 9 p.m. I'll also visit again at that time. Dinner will be served here at 7 p.m. Yongwoo raised his hand slightly and added, "I'll take care of meals myself, so you don't have to prepare anything. I'll see you later at 9 p.m. "Are you sure?" Suna, who had no idea that Yongwoo had an alien in his stomach from another world, wondered why the other party was so stubborn, observing his stiffened face. Well, maybe he doesn't feel like eating after fighting with blood all over his face. Then, she smiled professionally and nodded as if she understood. "All right, have a good rest." As the entrance door of room 3233 began to close, Yongwoo finally felt at ease. "I'm free until 9 o'clock. Yongwoo poured out the equipment he had been carrying on his chest onto the console table, then lay down on the large sofa. Now, what should I do? He had been running around so hectically every day that he even forgot how to relax. For now, the only rest he had was to remove his equipment for a moment, as his eyes were already engaged in another task. Right, I need to check the achievements. Finally, since he managed to get his hands on the jeweler, new achievements would have been added to the recommended achievement list. Poof! As Yongwoo lay on the sofa and called up the achievement list, a new golden achievement, Golden Journey, began to be printed out one by one. Golden Journey. Summon the Golden Rain in the next area. Domestic, 2/3. Foreign, 0/2. Perfect Orphan. Find and eliminate parents. 1/2. Nocturnal. Spend a night outside of your residence. And finally, as Yongwoo, who was comfortably lying on the sofa, called out the achievements, his upper body automatically straightened up, because the name of the new achievement that appeared after a long time was Ending Maker. Find the protagonist after the reset. What is this? Due to the achievement-oriented nature of the stubborn trait, Yongwoo had only received exceptional achievements regardless of whether they were good or bad. For being told to kill all his parents as a complete orphan to being an excellent social worker, who had to send mutants back after they were born. And finally, Ending Maker. Discover the protagonist after the reset. He had finally received an achievement with the name Ending Maker. And in context, this ending was supposed to be the ending that Yangwu had in mind. The conclusion. It was the end of this world that had faced the unprecedented disaster called a reset. Discover the protagonist? You mean the main character? The conclusion of every story is made and confronted by the protagonist, right? In other words, what this achievement implied was nothing other than finding the protagonist who was moving towards the end of this world. However, there was a subtle point. After the reset protagonist, it only says to find the protagonist after the reset, not to find a second-class or first-class protagonist. What does this even mean? Perhaps there is more meaning implied than meets the eye. Even in the past achievement of the excellent social worker, it was only written to send mutants back after they were born, but in reality, it was an achievement that could only be achieved by activating the return function through agreement with the other party. Anyway, someone has taken on a role of the protagonist and is living somewhere. Fourth tier extra, Zhang Yangwu wrinkled his nose. Of course, there was no law that said the one who took on the role of the protagonist must be in Korea. Isn't the reset something that happened all over the world? So, it was rather strange that each country had a protagonist. If the protagonist is a foreigner, then there's a high chance they'll be in China, India, or the United States. After all, they have overwhelmingly large populations. Come to think of it, he doesn't know how this reset was applied to other countries. And at this point, it was clear that very few people had thought about the situation in other countries. If it weren't for the Golden Journey, Yangwu wouldn't have easily come up with such a thought. Golden Journey. Summon Golden Rain in the next area. Domestic, 2/3. Foreign, 0/2. By tomorrow, all the domestic goals of the Golden Journey will be achieved. So, the next one is foreign. It wasn't just a matter of visiting a foreign country, but summoning Golden Rain there. It was hard to imagine. This is a headache. Thump. Yangwu pressed his temples, feeling a tingling sensation, and buried himself on the sofa. Then, for the first time in a while, a feeling of comfort enveloped not only his body but also his mind. Comfortable. Soon, his eyelids grew heavy, and his vision began to darken. Amidst this, a thought crossed his mind that he needed to check the time, but before he could act on it, consciousness shut off. Then, thunk, 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 thunk. As always, the sound of the alarm clock woke him back to consciousness. Is someone here already? I think it was said that Taewon Group employees would come at 9 o'clock at night, when it was time for the waiting room. Ugh. As Yangwu struggled to open his eyes, for a moment, a red eye-shaped icon seemed to linger in his vision before disappearing. One-eyed sentinel, mutant cornea. When you fall asleep, the sentinel stands guard. Evidence that the mutant cornea, one-eyed sentinel, was on guard duty while he slept. Swoosh. As Yangwu sat up, he noticed that the window had turned pitch black unlike before. What time is it now? As he glanced around to find his wristwatch, the system notification that he missed while sleeping unfolded before his eyes. Bam! Nightfall has arrived. Therefore, to ensure your right to sleep, the lodging service will begin in 1 hour. This was a pre-notice given 1 hour before the start of the common room service at 8 p.m. However, the current time Yangwu directly confirmed with his wristwatch was 9:03 p.m., which meant while the mutant cornea stood guard while the wearer slept, it also helped to remember the system notice that had passed. Surprisingly useful. This way, there wouldn't be any risk of missing important notices while sleeping or unconscious. And then, the common room service has started. From now on, all buildings classified as residences will be in an inviolable state due to the common room system. At 9 p.m., a series of notifications that had appeared just before Yangwu woke up unfolded one by one. Explanations about the residence, occupancy method, and dormitory fees. Then, at the end, a really important part of the information was provided. By the way, today's nighttime weather is obsidian rain. Please be careful of physical damage. What? Yangwu exclaimed without realizing it and sat up completely. Then he picked up a black cloak from among the equipment scattered on the floor. Then, bam, black wind cloak, hero cloak. Nullifies obsidian rain. The tool tip of the cloak appeared and widened Yongwu's pupils. The cloak he had bought thinking it might come in handy someday finally proved its worth. Today's abnormal weather, obsidian rain, and a cloak that nullified obsidian rain. Moreover, he had inadvertently managed to get some rest, albeit briefly. Nocturnal, spend a night outside the residence. Today is the day to deal with the nocturnal achievement. Yongwu eagerly donned the equipment. Click. With just touching the wear on each piece of equipment, they automatically attached to his body, so it took less than a minute to put on dozens of items. Obsidian rain will occur 1 hour and 54 minutes later due to the abnormal weather. The climate notification finally appeared. Next, a timer was displayed at the top of his field of vision. Translator night. Proofreader gun. 01. 54:32. This meant that obsidian rain would fall starting at 11 p.m., roughly 2 hours later. After the lodging processing, I'll take a shower first and take a short rest, and then the rain should come down. Clack. Lastly, Yongwu held the smoldering legacy of dragon in his hand and approached the room's entrance. Then he still sensed the presence of employees from Taiwan outside the door, tapping it once again. Should I knock one more time? Yes, please. Thunk. Perhaps it was Lim Suna, who had witnessed an unusual sight when she entered without proper approval, warning not to enter without the leader's consent. Creak. Eventually, as Yongwu opened the room door, the Taiwan employees who had been about to knock again halted their arms. Then, gasp. Reflexively, he lifted his head and looked at the newly appointed strongest sword, a towering figure of 2 meters in height. In addition, the title Gyeongbuk, strongest sword, emitted an imposing aura from above. You're here because of the lodging? As the employees didn't speak up, Yongwu initiated the conversation, and finally, Lim Suna, who had been behind them, walked out. Hello, Mr. Zhang Yongwu. Did you rest well? Yes, thanks to you I did. I'm glad to hear that. As I mentioned earlier, I'm here to process the lodging for the room you're staying in. And, as Suna spoke up to this point, she suddenly lowered her head slightly in apology. There was something that was carried out without your approval, Mr. Yongwu. I apologize for that. What is it? There was an issue regarding refugee resettlement in Gwangjin, Gangdong, Zhongyou, and Yonggu. It was about relocating residents from the areas where the strongest sword positions were vacant to nearby districts. This part of the explanation was Suna's explanation, stating that it was a kind of public service project conducted at strongest sword assembly level, and Taiwan's representative, Baek Do-won, had provided proxy approval. Since the approval was urgently needed, I judged it as unavoidable. Yes, actually, I appreciate you taking care of it on my behalf. So, are people from Gwangjin-gu coming to Gangnam? Yes, Gangdong-gu will be accommodated in Songpa. By now, the population movement between regions must be in full swing. Then, for a while, the mutants in the 4 areas will be left unattended. That's the case. For now, the Federation hopes that strongest swords in adjacent areas will take care of it as much as possible. It was not much different from saying that there was no way to deal with it. This is the worst. Yongwu thought so, but he also understood that there was no alternative. This was an inevitable situation. Regardless of the number of surviving strongest swords, it happened every day because mutants fell into 25 districts. The best I can do is to catch the mutants appearing in Gangnam tomorrow as quickly as possible and then go to Gwangjin-gu. Strongest swords in other districts adjacent to the problem areas must be thinking the same thing. In simple terms, it's a time attack from now on. The longer each strongest sword fights against the mutants assigned to them, the higher the probability and number of local residents being slaughtered by the neglected mutants increases exponentially. Not everyone knows about this yet, do they? When Yongwu asked this, Suna glanced at the employees processing the room and replied, Rumors spread so quickly. It's just a matter of time. And even if not, people will notice that refugees are coming in, and they'll know that something's going on. When the conversation between the two reached this point, the employees who had been operating the lodging interface reported to Yangwu. Strongest sword. The lodging setting is complete. If you set the number of people to 1 and enter, you can use the room right away. Upon hearing this, Yangwu turned around to see a crimson tray filled with azure coins in front of the entrance to room 3233, shining brightly. Since there were no higher currencies obtained from Taiwan Group as achievement rewards, they had brought an excessive amount of azure coins. But even that disappeared quickly. Kite, the golden goblin, which had been hiding its presence from Yangwu's feet, swept the coins into its pocket with a greedy manner. Swish, swish, kick it. As it made a noise, the employees finally regained their senses and started to step back, one by one. Is it safe? Yangwu Lim Suna was also frightened by the golden creature. Yes, since it doesn't attack people, you can rest assured. I'd better leave quickly. With a troubled expression, Yangwu stood in front of the door. Swoosh! Then, the familiar interface that he had seen every night appeared, but with slightly unusual content. Ping, would you like to use the lodging service? Parnas Hotel Room 3233. Space, very spacious. Facilities, bathroom, television. Rental fee, 62,000 karma. Period. Until 10 a.m. the next day. Television. Yangwu, who thought he wouldn't be surprised by anything anymore, involuntarily widened his eyes. The items listed under the facilities category generally operated ignoring the laws of the previous world. For example, even if the water supply facilities were not in good condition, one could still use water freely in the rental residence. Now that I think about it, electricity was also working fine, so I could turn on the lights. In that case, how would the television provided by the rental system work? What could one watch on a television in the reset world? How many people are planning to stay? Please enter the number of people. Then, as the prompt asked for the number of occupants, Yangwu quickly Parnas Hotel, room 3233. A high-priced room where 62,000 karma must be paid in just one night. As Yangwu stepped into the room, Lim Suna bowed behind him and greeted him. Well then, please rest. We'll take our leave now. Yes, thank you as always. Bowing his head slightly to see off the Taiwan Group employees, Yangwu immediately took off his equipment as soon as the entrance door closed. Click-clack thud. From now until 10 a.m., this space would be protected by the rental system. In other words, as long as no one forcibly enters, there would be no danger in this room. Of course, when it's 11 p.m. and the obsidian rain starts, he would have to go outside. But until then, he wanted to enjoy uninterrupted rest. Unbelievable. Yangwu loosened the 3 weapons and belts on the floor, enjoying the safety. Then he hurried to the bedroom. Thud. It was to confirm if there was really a television there. And indeed, the bedroom he arrived at did have one. Wow! As Yangwu had hoped, there was a television. Moreover, it was positioned in a way that he could watch it while lying on the bed. It's huge. PR/N. That's what she said. The screen was so large that he thought it might as well be a window. Upon this, Yangwu immediately grasped the remote control and pressed the power button. Click. Then, buzz. For a moment, the remote control seemed to turn into a hologram, and the television in question blinked. Then, fwish. With an eerie sound effect, the screen turned on. Oh, is it really working? Yangwu's eyes widened at the unexpected development. The television screen, which had just reflected Yangwu's appearance, was now filled with gray noise. Then suddenly, the noise momentarily stopped, then began to flow steadily in a certain direction. To the right. At this, Yangwu pressed the right direction key on the remote control as if possessed. Click. Then this time the screen brightened so much that it was blinding. Ugh. Yangwu's forehead wrinkled deeply at once. However, he couldn't help but relax his expression after hearing the sound coming from the television. How long do I have to keep doing this? Until we're summoned again. When will that be? I don't know either. What? Although it sounded like muffled sound quality as if listening through a wall, it was clear because of the voices. This voice. Chairman. It was the mutant or rather now, friend Kim Tae-jun, the chairman, and Hong Young-tae. So, what Yang-woo was looking at now was, no way, the room where Yang-woo and the others had shook hands, also known as the returnee room. A quarantine space without a sense of time, communication with the outside world, or any external contact. Young-tae, Yang-woo shouted loudly as he approached the television, but the two people on the screen didn't even flinch. They simply sat huddled in the endless expanse of white space, gazing endlessly at a white hourglass. While Yang-woo could see and hear them through the television, those two didn't even know that someone was watching them. It was just as Young-tae had said before. He had said that going back to the room with nothing to do would drive him crazy from boredom. Thanks to the few times he had been summoned, he could buy an hourglass at least, but before that, there was nothing in the room but white walls. I'll really go crazy if I stay like this. Eventually, Chairman Kim Tae-jun, dressed in white pajamas, sprang up from his seat. Then he looked up at the ceiling, which was so white that he couldn't tell if it was the ceiling or the sky. Should I just play chess? If I have that, maybe it'll be a bit better. At this, Young-tae, who had been staring intently at the hourglass, grabbed Chairman Kim Tae-jun's sleeve. I know, Chairman. We promised to endure and buy a television. At this point, Yang-woo's ears perked up. You can buy a television? From there. If he hadn't misheard, he was sure. The fact that there was a television among the items that could be purchased in the returnee room. If so, what would appear on the television screen over there? Perhaps they can see this world from over there just as I can see that world now. Through this peculiar television, Yang-woo finally realized why the rental system charged such a high fee for this room. The rental fee of 62,000 karma for this room was essentially the usage fee for an irreplaceable function. The spacious area and comfortable bedding were just extras. Then what did Jong Hyunsik see here? He didn't have anything like a whistle. Yang-woo's gaze naturally turned back to the direction button on the remote control. The two friends on the screen eventually resolved to endure a little longer and sat down on the road. The two of them began to gaze at the hourglass in silence again. Since it seemed like nothing would happen for a while, Yang-woo cautiously pressed the right direction button on the remote control again. Click. Would there really be another channel? Click. Eventually, as the screen shifted somewhere else, it became much more comfortable than before, because what was being broadcast on the second channel was the natural light of Earth. More precisely, it was the view of a motel called Luso located in Cheongu, Yongin City, where the morning sunlight of Earth was shining. Yang-woo, after confirming what was playing on the screen, involuntarily covered his mouth with his hand. The battle is supported by the intergalactic weapon Brandogo. What? I am Zhuang Yang-woo 07, the strongest man in Gyeongbuk Earth. Translator Knight. Proofreader Gun. What is this? This crazy guy. On the screen, the late Gyeongbuk's strongest sword, Jin, was as bewildered as ever. Then, another scene, different but familiar, appeared. It can't be helped. This battle is supported by the intergalactic weapon Brandogo. This was the moment when Yang-woo informed Chairman Kim Tae-jun of Dogo's support. My goodness. Simply put, this channel was a collection of horrifying moments when Yang-woo fulfilled his obligations as an advertising model. If this continued, scenes like when he had kicked Chak Du-seong, who was honestly boxing according to the rules, would appear. So, Yang-woo quickly pressed the direction button on the remote control. Click. Then, for the first time, a dark screen appeared. Yang-woo thought it was noise starting again and narrowed his eyes, but soon realized it wasn't. Breathing sounds could be heard in the pitch-black screen, and upon closer inspection of the dim screen, a certain figure was clearly visible. A person. A person. What Yang-woo was seeing now was someone sleeping with all the lights off. What? Could it really be a person? The reason for this thought was because the background on the screen looked like a motel somewhere. If that's a real person, are they showing somewhere in this world right now? If that were the case, what he was seeing now was likely a live broadcast. Without knowing who it was, they had rented a room and fallen asleep as soon as the rental service started. It must have been a really tough day. Since the face of the person was too dark to confirm, Yangwu reluctantly changed the channel again. Click. Then, the screen suddenly brightened again. Shoya. It was accompanied by the sound of water out of nowhere. Yangwu's eyes widened in fear as the sight of a foreigner washing his wounded body filled his vision. And the title above his head. WH what? Yangwu let out a scream-like sound. Swordmaster, London. No. Although it was so alien, paradoxically, something that seemed to be known or not known stirred in his mind. What he was looking at right now, no matter how you looked at it, isn't that the strongest sword from abroad? No. More precisely, it should be Swordmaster. It seemed that the concept of strongest sword didn't exist there. What's this? Why are they showing this? Panicked, Yangwu repeatedly pressed the direction button on the remote control, and each time, people of different races appeared one by one. And the forms of the titles each of them had on their heads were also different. Guardian Sword, Sword Judge, and some had the title Five Heroes of Shangxi, which Yangwu thought belonged to the strongest sword system of China. Is this all real? TL/N. Chat, is this real? Or is Yangwu tripping RN? The world's strongest channel Yangwu could see had a total of 6 channels. And after scrolling through all the channels, it returned to the initial noisy screen. He experienced all the contents that this strange television had to offer at least once. Then, taxes will be collected starting shortly at 10 p.m. The basic tax amount is 1,000 karma, and non-payers of taxes will be forfeited immediately at the time of collection. A tax collection notice appeared in Yangwu's field of vision, informing him that it had already reached 10 p.m. Wow, already! Yangwu, who had been engrossed in the television and had lost track of time, was suddenly brought back to reality. Beep beep. Suddenly, the alarm on Yangwu's wristwatch rang, indicating 10 p.m. And at the same time, as of now, taxes will be collected. Basic tax, 1,000. Deduction item, single household. Final tax, 500. For a moment, his body felt cold, and 500 karma in taxes was automatically withdrawn. Asterisk available karma, 996,000. Tax payment completed. Yangwu, who had once again endured another day, stared blankly at the disappearing tax details in his vision, then shifted his gaze back to the peculiar television. With a calmer mind than before, he began to flip through the channels one by one. These were the world's strongest individuals spending their night in their own ways. But why are they showing this? Is it to inform us that we will soon be going overseas? Perhaps they were the main characters or candidates for the new achievement, Ending Maker. Or maybe they were candidates for the lead role. Anyway, one thing seemed certain. Zhang Hyunsik must have seen something completely different from me. It seems that depending on the user, completely different channels are shown. Then what did Zhang Hyunsik, the original owner of the Dragon's Legacy, see? Yangwu pondered vaguely, then immediately straightened up and began to execute what he needed to do right away. He started to memorize the titles and faces of the overseas strongmen shown on television. Except for one person whose face couldn't be confirmed due to the darkness of the screen, the owners of the other 5 channels clearly showed their titles and faces. 00:58:14. Now, there were about 58 minutes left until the obsidian rain fell. But it should only take about 20 minutes to memorize the 5 people. 5 heroes of Shangxi, 5 heroes of Shangxi, 5 heroes of Shangxi, 5 heroes of Shangxi. Swordmaster, London. Milan's Guardian Sword. Tokyo's Sword Inspector. Chicago's Slaughterer. After memorizing the faces and names of the 5 strong men shown on TV, Yangwu took a shower for the first time in a while, washing his body, soaked in blood. Still, he kept turning over the strange experience he had earlier in his mind. Then, could there be someone who saw me through the television? Even if there was such a person, there wouldn't be many. Because using a television required a significant amount of money, one had to be wealthy enough to integrate a large area like this or burn tens of thousands of karma in one night. Normally, you can only watch TV in a rented state. I wonder if they broadcasted me taking a shower. Thinking like this, Yangwu came out of the bathroom and put on his equipment one by one. And finally, click! Wearing a black cloak, He reflected on the day's last tasks. Black Wind Cloak, Hero's Cloak. Nullifies Obsidian Rain. When it's soon 11 p.m., he had to go out to the street where the Obsidian Rain, which destroys the body, falls. It says to spend one night for an achievement. How long exactly does that mean? Nocturnal. Spend a night outside your residence. It was unclear whether it meant until 10 a.m. when the rental ends, or simply until sunrise. Perhaps at any time, the achievement might be completed when the rain stops. The reason spending a night outside the residence could be an achievement was simply because the weather was dangerous. Whatever. I have to go out to find out. The current time, 10:54 p.m. Since the long-awaited Obsidian Rain would fall in about 6 minutes, Yongwoo prepared to go out in earnest. He turned off the problematic television, checked if he had all his equipment. Then he put on the Dragon's Legacy and Underdog on his waist, and held Dullahan's sword in his hand. If he encountered something outside in the rain, it was more likely to be a monster than a person. In that case, the black sword was the most versatile. Now, even his height had grown, so the maximum extension length of the sword would have increased. Thud! Eventually, as Yongwoo opened the door of the guest room with the Golden Goblin and came out into the corridor, Lim Suna, who happened to be waiting for the elevator on the other side of the corridor, turned back with surprised eyes. Where are you going? Yongwoo. Then she looked at her wristwatch, wondering if she was correct. The current time, 10:56 p.m. 4 minutes left until he would be torn apart if he stayed outside the room. With an awkward smile, Yongwoo walked slowly down the corridor. I guess the assistant manager is going home from work. Yes, that's right. Lim Suna looked at Yongwoo suspiciously. So Yongwoo explained to her truthfully. I'm going out for a bit. I'll come back when it's bright. You're going outside? Lim Suna's mouth hung open. Leaving for the outside, after the sun had completely set in this world, was synonymous with an impossible agreement. Other than the fact that abnormal weather killed people, nothing else was known, an undeniable realm. Can I just go outside? Usually that's the case. Ding. Since the elevator Suna was waiting for arrived, just then, Yongwoo bid her farewell without continuing the conversation. You go down first. I'll take the stairs. Wait, but... Just as Lim Suna was about to say something, Yongwoo darted sideways like an arrow. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. 10:58 p.m. Arriving at the hotel lobby, Yongwoo glanced briefly at the elevator Suna had taken, still descending. Then he passed through the spacious lobby and went out through the main entrance where his horse was parked. Click, click. As Yongwoo stepped outside with a clang, his horse, which had been coiled up, unfolded with a loud noise. Kui. Yongwoo lightly mounted its back and grasped the black reins. Following him, the Golden Goblin also climbed onto the horse. Keat, are you okay? It's about to rain soon. Yongwoo asked the goblin, who seemed to understand and looked up at the sky. And right on cue, Kerr, an unusual sound echoed from somewhere high in the sky. That was probably thunder. Then, indeed, Korang, a much larger thunderbolt struck, illuminating the sky with a brilliant flash. And at that moment, Yongwoo saw it. It was fleeting, but countless dots appeared in the sky, illuminated by the lightning. Qua. Soon, a sound like that of cars driving in a long tunnel echoed. It's coming. The abnormal weather that erased the concept of night in this world. Yongwoo was witnessing the beginning of one of them for the first time. 00:00:00. As the time decreased to 0, the abnormal weather timer disappeared before Yongwoo's eyes, and at the same time, his vision began to split vertically into countless pieces. Kadoo-doo-doo-duck. Oh my god, obsidian rain. It was literal. Chunks of obsidian formed into icicle-like shapes fell from the sky, shattered upon hitting the ground, and melted away into the air. Quagic. At this level, my body will not be damaged, but rather turned into minced meat. Yongwoo raised his arm, and the moment the obsidian rain touched his forearm, he saw it melt away. This was the effect of the Black Wind Cloak. On the other hand, the laws of physics applied normally to Negwig and the Golden Goblin. This is because obsidian was continuously embedded in the outer shell of the 4 ears, making a loud noise as it broke. Kakang Kong. Kong. The golden goblin also couldn't get a grip due to the obsidian rain hitting its forehead, but despite that, it seemed like the lethality of this rain was only effective against creatures native to Earth. Hide under the cloak. You'll feel better that way. Yangwu handed the end of the cloak to the golden goblin, then slowly pulled the reins to drive Negwig. Where to? He didn't know yet. The achievement system only gave him the mission to spend the night outside, nothing else. He wondered if there might be a nighttime-specific quest, but there wasn't one available. There was only the obsidian rain and the dark cityscape, which split his vision haphazardly, at least for a few hours. Let's go outside Seoul for now. Just as monster hunters who hadn't set foot in Seoul went to Gyeonggi province or even farther, Yangwu decided to leave Seoul this time. And while at it, to the north, toward the closest foreign country, North Korea. As Yangwu drove Negwig northward, the creature emitted a sharp noise in the heart of Gangnam. Quiet. Then Yangwu began to dash quickly in the direction he had chosen. Quash. As a result, the windows of nearby residences, which were in a state of lodging and the lights were on, were opened one after another. They thought that a monster that only appears at night had appeared. Of course, Yangwu, riding an iron horse and waving a black cloak amidst the obsidian rain that tore people apart, looked like a monster to anyone who saw him. Quash quack. In this way, Yangwu crossed Seoul, alternating between the noisy sound of iron hooves and Negwig's cries, heading north. Starting from Gangnam, he crossed the Han River, passed through Yinggu, Siademen, and Yunpyong, and finally set foot in Goyang, Gyeonggi province. Translator Knight. Proofreader Gun. Pat. The current residence area is Goyang. The strongest sword in this area is Park Jongjin 02. Rank 1, Defense 42. Park Jongjin 02. Goyang is still strong. Indeed, the population of Goyang is about twice that of most districts in Seoul. So if someone became the strongest sword in such a place, how strong would they be? A whopping 42 defenses and first rank, indicating they monopolized all growth factors from the first day of reset. In addition, the identification number 02 allowed them to see the opponent's moves. However, they probably couldn't stop abnormal weather, so by now, they were likely taking shelter from the rain in their residence. Quash. Just like before, Yangwu quickly passed through Goyang, spreading nighttime, ghostly rumors in Gyeonggi province. It is said that from the night of the fourth day of reset, a monster wandering through abnormal weather appeared. Quat quat. Having swiftly passed through Goyang, Yangwu finally arrived at Payu, where the North Korean Kaesong industrial complex and the border were located. And then, and then, thud. The current residence area is Payu. There is no strongest sword in this area. Yangwu learned that there was no strongest sword in Payu. Could it be that Goyang's strongest sword absorbed it? There was a fairly high possibility of that. Because, as he went a bit further north, he spotted a pillar of red light burning fiercely in the distance. Proof that Payu was unable to deal with mutants. Probably, the strongest sword in Payu had always been vacant. Perhaps it was because of the darkened surroundings, but the mark seemed much larger and darker than usual. Quash. As Yangwu drove Negwig straight toward the pillar of red light, he noticed the mark, which had been stationary all this time, momentarily flinch. It probably caught wind of the scent from this direction. Now, the distance to the mutants was about 2 kilometers. Judging by the location of the mark, the opponent was not staying in the city center, but somewhere near the nearby mountains, hiding to avoid the rain. Considering how the Golden Goblin had been tormented by the obsidian rain hitting its forehead, it was highly likely that the abnormal weather wasn't pleasant for the mutants either. Quash. Eventually, the distance between Yangwu and the pillar of red light in the mountains decreased to several hundred meters, and at that moment, the eerie voice characteristic of mutants pierced the darkness. Why would you seek a monk on such a foul day? A strange tone. Anyway, having confirmed the presence of mutants in the mountains, Yangwu leaped off Negwig. Thud. I didn't come here to fight. If you're okay with it, Let's have a conversation. In Korea, Yangwoo was the only one who could try to negotiate with mutants like this. However, the mutant in the mountains, who had no idea about this fact, responded with an incredulous tone. Huh, the stench is so strong, and the fourth of the 10 evils is falsehood. Then the trees in the mountains began to rustle. It's coming. What kind of mutant would it be this time? No, more importantly, who on earth speaks like that? Yangwoo felt that his opponent was likely large, so instead of his black sword, he pulled out his underdog. Swish! And right on cue, Kwong, a bulky silhouette emerged from the mountains where the voice had come from. Yup, the opponent was none other than Monk Jo Sung-Ti. It was none other than Jo Sung-Ti, also known as the Colorful Robber. He was infamous for crimes such as drunk driving, sexual assault, and aggravated assault, with fewer sins he hadn't committed physically. Yangwoo had heard his name through the news, as he was notorious enough. For this reason, he was now running towards Yangwoo as a half-dragon, half-rooster creature, a cockatrice. Thud thud kugong. As the distance between them narrowed, the red jewel on Yangwoo's belt, indicating a presence of grade 2 or lower, glowed brightly. Yangwoo, pulling out the jewel with his left hand, spoke sharply. Even scum like you gets a reaction from this sword, signifying you're still considered human. Let me erase you from this world altogether. In response, Jo Sung-Ti bulged his eyes and opened his large beak. The monk has repented all sins. You too, shut your mouth and repent. Gruel. At first, Yangwoo thought the beak was merely opening to speak, but as the dialogue ended, he felt a chilling energy gathering inside the creature's maw. What is that? Dai! Suddenly, a gray breath spewed from the creature's gaping beak, but by then, Yangwoo had already rolled away in an evasive maneuver to the side. This, caught off guard by Yangwoo's unexpectedly agile movement, Jo Sung-Ti was still in shock when Yangwoo swung both the dragon's legacy and the underdog he held in his hand simultaneously. Xia! As the weapons traced an X in the dim darkness, a flash of light followed along the path of the sword, and soon, the outline of a dogo symbol appeared right where they intersected. Grade 2 Advertisement Space Utilization. The company logo will be printed on the weapon's trajectory, and at the point where the patterns of the two weapons overlapped. Cuck! There lay the severed head of Jo Sung-Ti, the third mutant in Payu. Yangwoo had split his head into 4 pieces, to be precise. Srup! As the heavy head of Jo Sung-Ti split into 4 pieces and fell to the ground, a white beam of light shot up into the sky from where his head had been. Then, instead of the golden orb that should have appeared, a black orb manifested in its place. What? Why is it black? Amidst the obsidian rain falling from the murky sky, a black sphere. Yangwoo felt a vague sense of unease. Is it because it's night? But it shouldn't just be a different color, right? In this world of the night, there was only Yangwoo, a human. So, he had no choice but to converse with the goblin, who was sheltering from the rain at the edge of his cloak. Keep. Eventually, the little goblin reached out from under the cloak as if gesturing to touch the sphere. Of course, it was highly unlikely that this relic-level slave knew the secrets of this world. He was probably just imitating what Yangwoo had been doing whenever he touched the sphere. Still, it was somewhat comforting. Well, leaving this here, just because it looks a bit scary, doesn't make sense. In essence, he was talking to himself. After hesitantly glancing around the dark surroundings, Yangwoo cautiously reached out his hand towards the black sphere. Tap! Then, as usual, a system message appeared. The content was completely different from when it was day. New authority has been unlocked. Dungeon. As Yangwoo muttered to himself, a grayish wave emanated from the black sphere where he had placed his hand, spreading in all directions. BZZZT. Suddenly, the colors of the entire area turned to shades of gray, as if they had crossed over to a parallel world. Perup. The unidentified great horse, Negwig, provided by Dogo, licked its lips. It seemed to be disliking this endlessly silent space. Key. Even the golden goblin let out a sharp, prolonged cry, unlike its usual behavior. And a moment later, quad, the ground beneath their feet began to tremble, and something began to happen. W. Watts, as Yangwu, taken aback, pushed Negwig back, the ground in front of them split open, and a huge structure rose up. Qua. It was a pyramid. However, it was a pyramid made of something black and sturdy, created in another world. But why does it feel so familiar? Yangwu was overcome with a sense of déjà vu as he looked at the swollen pyramid that seemed to cover the entire sky. And then he realized where this familiarity came from. Currency exchange. It was like looking at that currency exchange that reflected no sunlight and gave a sense of discomfort on the first day of the reset. Was it made in the same place? It was familiar, yet entirely unwelcome. He wondered what would happen next this time. As Yangwu stared intently at the pyramid, a brightly lit rectangle appeared on the front of the pyramid. Pip. Upon Yangwu nudging Negwig forward, letters soon appeared above the problematic rectangle. Please dismount from the mount. Oh, a user-friendly interface, contrary to expectations. Following the instructions, Yangwu dismounted from Negwig. Clang. Then, as the Golden Goblin also leaped down, almost simultaneously, another message appeared. You cannot bring slaves into this dungeon. Keek. Ket. Immediately, the Golden Goblin raised its ears and voiced angry protest. Meanwhile, Yangwu stroked his chin and nodded his head. So, this is a dungeon after all. The appearance conditions must be so strict that I haven't seen it until now. On the first day of the reset, many factors emerged, including quests, currencies as several celebrities, including the president, chose to spam it. Among them, Yangwu distinctly remembered the dungeons. No wonder. I wondered why I couldn't see any dungeons when monsters were falling from the sky every night. In fact, they were available for appearance every night, but no one came out to see them through the abnormal weather. As Yangwu's thoughts reached this point, he suddenly felt his heart racing. He was excited to have reached the hidden elements of this world that no one had discovered so far. Was this also a trait of the stubborn? Clang! As Yangwu left Negwig and the goblin behind and took another step towards the pyramid, a new message appeared in the glowing rectangle. Pot. It was none other than the dungeon format. Pain of Iria. Dungeon grade. Normal. Difficulty, D. Required personnel, 3. This is surprisingly straightforward. Yangwu chuckled at the dungeon system he had commonly seen in games. Then, wait a moment. He checked the last letters written in the dungeon information again. Required personnel? And it was 3 people. If it requires 3 people, who else is here besides me? With a resentful expression, Yangwu took another step towards the pyramid, and a whirlpool began to swirl in front of the pyramid, opening up space. Wire. So this was a portal. It was the entrance to this dungeon. But we need 2 more people. With a disappointed expression, Yangwu peered into the portal and discovered numbers written inside. 0/3. Of course, this didn't change the situation. It simply meant that there was currently nobody inside this dungeon that required a total of 3 people. Too bad. Still, since he was already here, should he take a look inside the dungeon anyway? Although the excitement had waned a bit, there was still some potential gain. After all, now that he knew the appearance conditions of the dungeon, he could eventually recruit 2 more warriors and explore the dungeon. Anyway, let's go in and do some preliminary exploration. As Yangwu thought this, as he was about to step into the portal, Pat, 1/3. The number inside the portal changed to 1/3. Yangwu withdrew his foot at this, but the number didn't change back. What's this? Unless it was a system error, the current situation implied something significant. Could it be someone is inside? He couldn't help but think so. In that case, who entered the dungeon from where? If that's the case, it means there are multiple entrances. More precisely, someone came out tonight and summoned another dungeon from somewhere else. Sasset. Without hesitation, Yangwu drew his black sword. Then, with heightened vigilance, he walked into the portal. ******. Portal. In games or novels, It generally refers to dimensional gates or spatial transportation. Regardless, the core function of a portal is to instantly transport the user to their destination, no matter how far it may be. So, Yangwu once wondered what it would feel like to experience portal movement in real life whenever he used portals in games. But this time, translator night, proofreader gun, suet, he couldn't tell. Wow. Although the time passing through the portal was very short, he didn't feel anything during that time. Despite taking just a few steps forward, he found himself in an entirely different place. It was a spacious room that resembled an ancient ruin. Clang! As Yangwu, who had passed through the portal, instinctively stepped on the floor, he immediately heard a chilling sound from behind. Shiriririk. It was the sound of the portal closing. What? Startled, Yangwu turned around, but the portal had already disappeared. Then, someone who had been leaning against the opposite wall approached him, speaking with a voice that felt surprisingly welcoming. Don't worry at all. You can leave any time you want if you wish. But you shouldn't leave yet. What do you mean? Only then did Yangwu realize that he had belatedly decided to be cautious of people. Who's there? Oh, startled, aren't you? It seems like everyone experiences that when using Portal for the first time. Your memory blanks out for a moment. It was only then that Yangwu noticed a large brazier in the center of the room. And on this brazier, there were numbers written in the same format as what he had seen in the portal. 2/3. It was 1/3 before, but now it changed to 2/3. Presumably, it was the result of the person on the other side of the brazier and the one on this side chatting incessantly. In other words, 2 out of the required 3 for dungeon exploration had arrived. And amidst all this, the other person continued to speak without pause. Now, shall we take a leisurely look at each other? I'm so curious about what you're like. Yangwu finally understood why the other person couldn't stay still like a restless puppy. Did you happen to be here yesterday, too? As Yangwu asked this, the figure across the brazier responded with a much more animated voice than before, clapping enthusiastically. No, how did you know? That's right. I stayed up all night yesterday waiting, but nobody came. Despite the somewhat ridiculous tone, it meant that the other person was undoubtedly a skilled individual. It meant that they had been able to pass through the abnormal weather for 2 consecutive days. Either they were incredibly lucky, or they had equipment that could ignore all weather conditions. Now, let's slowly move to the right, shall we? Let's see each other's faces. Of course, they didn't seem to be particularly sharp-witted. Whose right are we talking about? If we each go our own right, we'll never meet. Oh, that's right. You should come out to the right from your perspective. Then I'll move accordingly. Okay. The other person readily accepted Yangwu's suggestion. And finally, clang, clang, step by step, with the brazier between them, the two who had only exchanged voices began to close the distance little by little. And as their faces gradually became visible under the light. What's going on? Both of them couldn't help but stiffen their expressions. Because, for an Asian you're tall. If you're Sicilian, aren't you from Italy? One was Korean, and the other was from Sicily, Italy. Gyeong Buk's strongest sword. Guardian sword of Sicily. 2 people from opposite sides of the earth. Oh my god. Yangwu had a premonition that this dungeon was a place accessible to people from all over the world. But if that were the case, wait a moment. A very strange sensation, or rather something close to fear, began to creep from the elbow to the back of the neck. What did you just say? Didn't you say you waited all night yesterday? Upon hearing this, the Italian swallowed heavily and looked around anxiously. Yes, I waited alone all night yesterday and then went back. But why are you saying this all of a sudden? It's a little scary. Upon this, Yangwu felt as if his heart had stopped, so he briefly placed his hand on his chest. What day was it on the 2nd day of the reset? It was the 2nd day, of course. Then today is the 3rd day. As the Italian counted on his fingers, his face finally stiffened. He too realized that there was a significant discrepancy in this space, or rather in this meeting. Time difference. As the Italian widened his eyes, Yangwu nodded. If you're from Italy, there's about an 8-hour time difference with Korea. I also enter here on the third night. So, in Italy, it should be around 3 in the afternoon of the third day. So, you mean? I'm experiencing events that haven't happened yet. At least from my perspective, yes. You, sir, have come from the future. But I have memories of everything from 3 in the afternoon today until now. Rather, from my perspective, you're the one who came from the past. As the conversation reached this point, it was no longer surprising that the two had been effortlessly traversing the language barrier from the beginning. And to make matters worse, shirring, once again, there was the sound of the portal closing from beyond the brazier. The third party member had arrived at the dungeon. Tocantins Leopard, the final party member, bearing a rather peculiar title, appeared in a significantly worse condition than the two who had arrived earlier, sporting wounds all over their body as if they had experienced particularly harsh days. After glancing around with a terrified expression as the portal disappeared, they spotted the other two and immediately brandished their sword. What's this? These guys. One could see the multitude of injuries covering their body, indicating they had endured quite rough times. With deep wounds on their face, just their presence alone stiffened the atmosphere. Huff! At the sound of the leopard's breath, as if about to charge forward, Cecilia's guardian's sword gestured for calmness, stepping back a few paces. Oh, calm down. We didn't gather here to fight each other. On the other hand, Yang Wu's eyes widened as he noticed a new fact. The dragon's legacy, which hung from his belt, serving both as an epic-grade weapon and a means to assess the opponent's grade, had finally started to heat up. Dragon's Legacy, Epic One-Handed Sword. Classism. Increases power against targets of Grade 2 and below, which meant Yang Wu's gaze fell upon the European who was earnestly trying to calm the third participant. He was a Grade 1 human, although it seemed the man wasn't the protagonist, judging by the fact that the achievement, Ending Maker, hadn't been completed. But it was also a fact that he wasn't an ordinary person. Swoosh! As Yang Wu belatedly turned his gaze towards Tocantins Leopard, the opponent flinched and aimed the sword towards Yang Wu. Are you Chinese? I'm Korean. Where are you from? As Yang Wu, towering at 2 meters tall, took a step forward with the torch behind him, a massive shadow covered the leopard's feet. Why do you ask such things? The man realized Yang Wu's size and, emitting a more murderous gaze than before, assumed a combat stance. Strongest sword, or whatever you are, you're probably the strongest in this area right now, yet you seem to have little patience. Shall we put down our weapons and have a conversation first? As Yang Wu spoke and placed the black sword he had been holding onto the ground, the leopard, who had been watching, flinched. They refrained from attacking instinctively upon seeing the opponent lower their weapon. Because 3/3, they too had just noticed the numbers on the torch. The number of people needed to explore this dungeon, 3. If they fought and even one of them died, most likely that number would return to 2/3 again. If fighting leads to even one death, the number will probably return to 2/3. The world has become so dangerous lately that even exchanging greetings can be quite difficult, don't you think? Gradually, Cecilia's guardian's sword intervened between the two strong individuals, nudging its way in. Then, with his right hand, he tapped his chest and slightly bowed his upper body, greeting them. I am Ottavio Cimarelli from Sicily. Strictly speaking, I am Italian. At this, the leopard finally grasped the situation and stared blankly. Italy. Didn't that Easterner earlier say he was Korean? Italy, Korea, and I'm Ricardo de Silva Tabares. I came from Tocantins, Brazil. In other words, here they had representatives from East Asia, Southern Europe, and South America, each one. I'm Yang Wu from Korea. Continuing with his self-introduction, Yang Wu approached Ricardo. Clank, clank, as Yang Wu made metallic noises approaching. Ricardo's blade menacingly rose again. However, Yang Wu paid no attention and closed the distance with the opponent to about 3 meters. Then, swish, he extended his right hand into the air, which meant, if you want to continue this dungeon, shake hands with me. You are the only one pointing your sword here. As Yangwu requested a handshake, Ricardo looked bewildered, and Ottavio from Italy gazed at Yangwu as if he were very interesting. Amidst this, the number displayed on the torch continued to indicate that there were still 3 people alive. Having glanced at the number, Ricardo finally placed his weapon on the ground and took a step forward. Then, thud, Yangwu grabbed his outstretched hand vigorously. I apologize for earlier, friend. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. The time difference between Korea and Brazil is 12 hours. The time difference between Italy and Korea is 8 hours. The time difference between Brazil and Italy is 4 hours. However, the moment they set foot inside the dungeon, not only did the time difference disappear, but time itself merged. How? Why does that happen? After a while of futile discussion, the 3 agreed that they couldn't come to a conclusion. Then, they decided to focus on the fundamental purpose of coming here, exploring the dungeon. Well, for now, all the people are here. Ottavio stroked his chin and looked around. In this stone chamber that gave off an ancient ruin vibe, there seemed to be no separate exit. The portal would open if you knocked on the wall twice, though. I thought the dungeon would automatically start once everyone was here, but it seems that's not the case. If Ottavio, the first in the dungeon who had been waiting, said this, it meant there weren't any special physical mechanisms involved. Upon this, Yangwu stared quietly at the numbers on the torch and then shifted his gaze to the flames that were burning incessantly. Hey, is it hot for everyone? Yes. Observing the reactions of the two, Yangwu walked straight up to the torch without hesitation. Then, before anyone could stop him, he reached into the flames. Whoosh. Ouch. What are you doing? Even Ricardo from the rugged Brazil was astonished by this bold move, but Yangwu's expression remained calm. The fire isn't hot. Come on, try putting your hand in here. It sounded so absurd that they might have thought he'd lost his mind, but both the South American and the European approached the torch as the Asian instructed. I don't know why, but I thought it might be right to go against common sense, at least in this dungeon. After all, it was a space where time from all over the world merged. So could anything illogical exist? Swish. Translator, night. Proofreader, gun. Finally, the other two also put their hands into the flames. In fact, this was possible because each of them represented large regions. Before the reset of Tocantin's population, there were about 1.5 million people, and Sicily had a population of nearly 5 million. Sizzle. With all 3 participants placing their hands in the flames, an alarm sounded, and the dungeon format appeared where the number of participants had been displayed. Pain of Iria. Dungeon grade, normal. Difficulty, D. Required personnel, 3. Pain of Iria. I was worried about this even before entering. What could it mean? Whatever it is, it probably means a painful time awaits us. Ricardo offered a pessimistic outlook. Then, a new message appeared on the torch. Upon hearing this sentence, familiar to anyone who survived after the reset, the attention of the 3 individuals was drawn. Get ready. Oh, fuck. Ricardo's curse seemed to signal something as the entire floor of the room began to shake. Clunk. Huh. What's going on? However, the real problem occurred next. Screech. Somewhere, the sound of gears turning could be heard, and then the floor sank downwards. Aya! It felt as if they were riding a giant elevator. The only difference was that the walls were moving rapidly upwards, and the speed was dangerously fast. Madness! Aya! This dam! In reality, the descent speed was almost comparable to freefall, giving the 3 individuals a sensation akin to riding a perpetual drop tower. Squaya! In addition to this, the flames of the torch left long trails, as if being sucked up into the air, allowing them to see the vertical passage they had just traversed. It was a long, distant passage, so high it seemed the ceiling was already out of sight. How far down are we going? It was clear they were not on Earth anymore. They must have descended at least a kilometer, judging by their perception. Squaya! Despite this, the insane floor of the room didn't know when to appear, and when it seemed they had descended about twice the depth they had already descended, Ricardo, who had been biting his lips, finally spoke as if he was sick of it. Where the hell are they taking us? As he said this, he helplessly looked up. He was thinking of the earthbound portal they had placed above. At this rate, well, just as Cecilia Zatavio, who had been the embodiment of optimism, was about to express his concerns, a mechanical sound, rougher than before, of the gear teeth resounded, and the descent speed of the floor, which seemed endless, gradually slowed down. Oh, wow, this fucking... Had they finally reached their destination? As the three individuals caught their breaths and blinked, the passageway that had surrounded the room disappeared in an instant. Whoosh, or rather, it was more appropriate to say that the passage segment had ended. Now the three of them were suspended hundreds of meters below ground. Except for the stone floor beneath their feet, there were no structures around. Just endless blackness and vast emptiness. Unbelievable. Where in the world? Look up. At Ricardo's gesture pointing upwards, everyone shifted their gaze there, soon seeing it. It was a gigantic stone structure with intricate patterns carved on its surface. Part of a massive rectangular prism, this structure had several tiny square holes punctured into it, one of which seemed to be the passage they had just traversed. How big is this? Ottavio asked, but no one could provide an answer. The edge of the structure wasn't even visible in their immediate field of view. Only a fraction of this structure was visible to the eye. Gradually, the stone floor beneath them slowed down even more. And by this time, the mysterious space that had been nothing but darkness began to reveal itself, albeit partially. This was solely thanks to the torch in the center of the stone floor. Its light began to illuminate the ground. There's a floor. We're almost there, Ottavio exclaimed as he drew his sword. He, who hadn't made a single threatening gesture since entering the dungeon, was now preparing for battle on his own. It was a sign that he felt threatened in this space. Swish! Then Ricardo drew his sword from his belt, and Yang Wu pulled his black sword closer to his body. And just as the stone floor met the bottom of this vast space. Kuwung! Phew! Ugh! Shoo! The three of them tried to calm their nerves while regulating their breathing in their own ways. However, since the torch didn't illuminate far, the area around the stone floor remained dark, and they couldn't relax completely. It's too dark. We wouldn't even know if someone else came here. Where's this life heading? Yang Wu recalled the shock he felt on the first day of the reset when he stabbed someone with a knife. At that time, he thought his life was undergoing an unstoppable change. But compared to now, that time seems... Beep. Suddenly, a sharp warning sound emanated from the torch, causing everyone, including Yang Wu, to pause their thoughts and turn their gaze. Shortly, the pain of Iria will begin. To pass this dungeon, you will need 1 handler and 2 marksmen. A handler and marksman. What does that mean? As Ottavio asked this question, 2 iron chains shot out from one side of the stone floor. Shulut. Then, faint lights began to illuminate one by one on the ground in the direction where the chains were shot. Tap, 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 toward the darkness beyond. So, this was some sort of guide light. Surely not. Sensing something, Yang Wu's expression twisted, and soon the dungeon system's explanation followed. From now on, the handler will pull the chains to move the boat, and the 2 marksmen must protect the torch and the handler from intruders. What? Having faced numerous combat situations, the 3 individuals could imagine a lot from just that explanation. But that wasn't the end of it. Rule 1. Only the handler can touch the chains. Rule 2. Only the handler can be outside the boat. Iron Rule 1. Anyone who violates the above rules will be disqualified. Iron Rule 2. At the moment of disqualification, 1 survivor will be eliminated. What does this mean? The 3 individuals didn't even have time to be astonished, let alone time to familiarize themselves with the rules. By the time Yang Wu finished reading the second rule, a holographic text appeared above the torch. The one wishing to be the handler, please grab the chains. Time limit, 10 seconds. And just as everyone horrifically anticipated, the numbers began to decrease immediately. 9. The one wishing to be the handler, please grab the chains. 6. 5. The remaining time is 5 seconds. At this, Ricardo almost shouted as he revealed it into the air. Fuck you. Does this make sense? Ottavio, on the other hand, remained relatively calm, holding the chain and ship. So, he took turns looking at the stone floor they had been riding on. It seems like the handler is some kind of tank. From the fact that the marksmen have to protect him, it seems like his chain is so heavy that he can't use weapons. There's no time for that. As Ottavio reiterated the rule, Yangwu, seeing the remaining time drop below 2 seconds, immediately picked up the chain. Clank. I'm a handler. It's already decided. Ugh. The given time was too short, so it was not a matter of discussion. It was a problem that depended on luck, a sort of party member lottery, where those with the will to pull off the handler and confidence in themselves had to pick them up on their own. And luckily, the Guardian Sword of Sicily and the Leopard of Tocantins were in the same boat as Zhang Yangwu, the strongest sword of Gyeongbuk. My skill might be a bit lower than yours, but still, there won't be a big difference now. Yangwu lightly tapped the golden oath wrapped around his upper body as he said this. Thunk. Golden oath. Legendary armor. Enemy attack power reduced by 50%. Fortunately, even though my stats are a bit low, I can endure a lot of beating. I don't know how much of a beating the handler's role is, but there was no other way for Yangwu to explain. It's not like he can recite his specs here. At least for now, they seemed like colleagues, but who knows what will happen in the future. I won't die easily, so please focus on protecting the bonfire. It doesn't even know how to scream when in danger. As Yangwu finished speaking and started wrapping the chains around his body, Ricardo looked at him blankly for a moment before bursting into laughter. He's completely crazy. But still, as if acknowledging his greatness, he raised his thumb. Meanwhile, Ottavio seemed genuinely concerned about Yangwu. Are you really okay? If you're not okay, it'll just be Russian roulette. But seriously, what kind of reward is there to make the difficulty this high? Now Yangwu's gaze was on the navigation course, where faint lights were lined up. Probably, the end of that light array is the final destination. Until then, they had to navigate through the darkness with the two of them on that stone floor. I guess I'll have to spend all my money now. As Yangwu put the commemorative coin he had put in his pocket into his mouth, dotted lines appeared along his body contours. Pahet. Character. Zhang Yangwu 07. Strength 2,900. 19 plus 2, 881. Endurance 1,950. 21 plus 1, 929. Endurance 1,950. 21 plus 1, 929. Durability 2,450. 13 plus 2, 437. Sensitivity 800. 24 plus 776. Asterisk available karma 996,000. What are the important stats for a handler? For now, let's exclude strength since we can increase it by 25% with masochism. That leaves endurance and durability. According to the rule we just saw, the marksman role is to protect the handler and the bonfire within the boundary of not leaving the stone floor. In other words, it means those intruders will actively attack the handler too. I'm not sure how deadly their attacks will be. If it's at the level of cutting some flesh, I can cover it with regeneration. Of course, the resulting pain would have been entirely Yangwu's responsibility. This is because the pain that the Berserker Talisman nullifies is limited to critical hits that cause the body to shatter. Berserker, Mutation Amulet. Ignore a certain level of pain. Now, since my endurance is quite low at the moment, I think I should give a bit more power to this side. Judging from the atmosphere, the voyage is about to begin. In the end, Yangwu evenly invested in endurance and durability. In case his strength is lacking, he was considering drinking a doping potion. Pahet. Character. Zhang Yangwu 07. Strength 2,900. 19 plus 2, 881. Endurance 2,448. 21 plus 2, 427. Durability 2,948. 13 plus 2, 935. Sensitivity 800. 24 plus 776. Asterisk available karma 0. Perhaps because this could be the last time he left not a single penny. Then Ottavio, who realized what Yangwu was doing, looked at his sword with a determined face and said, "We won't fail. We'll protect you no matter what." And at that moment, beep, the unpleasant warning sound from earlier echoed again. In 5 seconds, the dungeon will begin. All marksmen, please come up to the deck. At this, Ottavio and Ricardo took their positions on the stone floor near the bonfire. What's this? I'm shaking like crazy. As Ricardo stroked his bruised face and muttered, Ottavio added with a sniffle. Wasn't this supposed to be level D difficulty? Are you coming again if you survive? Are you insane? As Ricardo spat out his lines, the flames of the bonfire flickered once. Whoosh! Dungeon commencement. Finally it began. The insane voyage. Let's go. Clack! As Yangwu stepped forward, the chains connecting him to the ground tightened. And then, thunk! Suddenly, the stone floor carrying the 2 marksmen truly began to move. But this was purely due to Yangwu's strength. There were no wheels under the stone floor. Fuck. Ricardo spat out curses, filled with remorse for the handler and fear of the dreadful situation. And just as the stone floor was starting to pick up speed, an alarming sound came from beyond the darkness surrounding them. Over there. What's that? Although the voices sounded as harsh as metal scraping against metal, they were undoubtedly human voices. Translator Knight. Why are there people in a place like this? But no matter how much one thought about it, these sounds were undoubtedly from the intruders described in the rule earlier. The ones aiming for the handler and the bonfire. Shouldn't the bonfires stay lit? Ricardo, who had become confused by the fading rules, asked anxiously while glancing around at the darkness. To this, Yangwu, who was practically a slave pulling the boat, replied, "Yes, we have to protect both the handler and the bonfire." And with this conversation, the assailants appeared. Kill them. Hiya! Ta-ta-ta! From the darkness all around, figures rushed into the illuminated area near the bonfire. They looked like people, and there were easily over 100 of them, visible in the light. It felt like the first day of a reset, recreating the brawl at the currency exchange. These monstrous figures, covered in ash-like powder, climbed onto the boat one by one, each wielding a weapon in hand, and then attacked the 2 marksmen guarding the bonfire. Die! Kaya! Although these monsters varied in gender and race, their purpose seemed singular, to ensure the failure of the 3 who had come here. These fucking bastards. Ricardo, who was standing near the bonfire, gritted his teeth and swung his sword, but they mercilessly charged at him without fear. Not only Yangwu, but also the other 2 were traumatized to the point of mental oppression, as their memories from the currency exchange were close to traumatic. Get off! Yuwa! Of course, as the strongest in the large area, each time they swung their swords, several of the monsters were cut down. But the real problem began from this point. Thunk thunk. Oh, it's incredibly heavy. As the bodies piled up, the boat became unbearably heavy to the point where Yangwu couldn't pull it anymore. It was clear that the weight of the monsters was not at the level of an ordinary person. Oh my God, we need to clear away the bodies. Realizing the situation, Ottavio began kicking the bodies strewn across the stone floor with sweat pouring down his face. And in the meantime, an even larger number of monsters had gathered around. Although it was still not bright enough to confirm with the eyes, the chaotic commotion felt from beyond the darkness was evident. A dreadful premonition, as if thousands were wriggling nearby, despite being unable to see. Fuck. Eventually, curses escaped from Yangwu's lips too. He decided he needed to reduce the number of monsters, even if it meant sacrificing some speed. With this in mind, Yangwu lowered his gaze to draw the sword from his belt. Then, he saw the dragon's legacy glowing red. It could have been because of Ricardo behind him, but a more ominous intuition brushed against Yangwu's back. So Yangwu, schwack, drew the dragon's legacy from his belt. Hua! In the darkness, he forcefully threw the sword towards the darkened distance. He did it to see if the dragon's legacy was burning inside there too. Whoosh! Gradually, the red blade cut through the darkness diagonally, illuminating glimpses of the ashen monsters that filled the darkness around the grade detector. This, as expected, The monsters filled every inch of space along this route. But what made Yangwu more scared was, this seems real after all. The dragon's legacy, which had flown tens of meters, was still burning red near the blade. This meant that the monsters surrounding the sword also had internal ranks. And as far as Yangwu knew, the only ones with internal ranks were those with human status. Since mutants are essentially judged to be human, they become the subject of local swordsmanship guidance, and the dragon's legacy responds to them. These bastards might really be humans. Around this time, another group of monsters rushed forward from the front, their eyes glinting. Target the chains. Get the one unhooking the chains first. Let's cut their legs. Cut them off. It seemed these ones were specifically targeting the handler. Seeing the monsters near the bonfire being swiftly dealt with, they immediately rushed towards Yangwu. Upon this, Yangwu remotely retrieved the dragon's legacy he had thrown far away and also drew the black sword still tucked into his belt. He intended to wield the black sword to its fullest extent, thinking it might be able to clear a path, at least for the boat. Come at me, you bastards! As Yangwu roared with determination, one of the monsters who had emerged from the darkness spat out an unbelievable line. Oh, Yangwu, what? Yangwu could only turn his head towards the origin of the voice, seemingly entranced, and his already dilated pupils widened even further. This time, please grant my request. Can you do that? What is the identity of the thing draped between the darkness and the light of the bonfire, looking at Yangwu? Today, please die here. It was none other than Yangwu's former roommate, Mbonghi. Mbonghi, as Yangwu muttered in a daze, a sensation of golden flashes filled his vision. The sensory value has temporarily increased from the original 800 to 924. The sensory value has temporarily increased from the original 924 to 1089. The sensory value has temporarily increased from the original 1089 to 235. Eventually, reaching the highest sensory ability triggered the activation of agility. Agility, mutation ring. When senses is the highest ability, 10% damage reduction is obtained. The monsters that appeared with Mbonghi began to rush in earnest. Catch them from their legs. Judging by the obtained sensory values, the average ability of the monsters ranged between 200 and 300. Therefore, they weren't a significant threat in terms of combat alone, but the issue lay in their numbers. Just sticking to them consumed a lot of stamina. Moreover, every time they swung the daggers they held in their hands, it caused a chilling sensation on the skin, which became increasingly unbearable over time. Despite Yangwu's durability reaching thousands, repeated attacks on the same spot inevitably deepened the wounds. Of course, Yangwu had a trick to shake off the clinging enemies. That was none other than, boom, self-destruct, mutation bracelet. Causes a strong explosion. Durability increased by 300. A kind of self-destruct device called self-destruct. However, as terrifying as it was to blast away nearby monsters with it, more monsters rushed in like ants, and since there was a reload time for the explosion, it was impossible to use it infinitely. Damn it. Eventually, within 10 minutes, blood started to flow from Yangwu's body, prompting Ricardo to intervene. Korean, hold on a little longer. Although he said so, in reality, he was already surrounded by a dozen or so monsters. It was practically impossible to guard both the bonfire and the handler at the same time. Damn, can this mission even succeed? Yangwu poured blood from his whole body, still gazing at the distant lights of the pathway, with no end in sight. Something more was needed. However, the whistle hadn't charged yet, and using the dragon's legacy like a boomerang wasn't enough to wipe out the constantly incoming monsters in time. Of course, due to masochism, his strength had increased dramatically, and his speed was faster than before, but he couldn't help but feel increasingly sure that he couldn't finish this. Slime Core, Mutation Bracelet. Regenerative power increases dramatically. His regeneration couldn't offset the minor damages caused by the monsters. Their numbers were just too many. Wait, where did Mbongi go? As Yongwu swung his black sword extended up to 6 meters, he tried to find a familiar face among the ashen corpses. And then, ack! Hearing a sharp voice from the side, outside his field of vision, he turned his head. From the side, Yongwu heard a sharp voice coming from outside his field of vision and turned his head. Then, swish! A large gray axe blade flew towards him. Die! It was none other than a Bonghe aiming for Yongwu's neck and swinging her weapon. This, however, unlike Bonghe, who functioned as a mere troublemaker within this abyss, Yongwu was the strongest sword, who had grown through numerous hardships. Therefore, such a trivial attack like this, I don't even need the help of swordsmanship. It's too obvious. Yongwu easily deflected Bonghe's attack, which seemed to move in slow motion, with his forehead. Clang! Bonghe's attack, which failed to penetrate Yongwu's head, bounced back without force, and immediately, Yongwu's black sword swept towards her side. Whoosh! And then, something amazing happened. Sha! On the arc drawn by Yongwu's black sword, the logo of Dogo was printed as if embroidered. And on top of that, Bonghe's head, which was spinning like a couple of wheels, flew by simply. Thud! It was like a scene from a movie. Huh! Yongwu instinctively held his breath for a moment. The endless waves of lightweight ashen monsters, the pain radiating from the wounds covering his entire body, and even the tense breathing of his party members from behind. Given the circumstances, he had forgotten that he was the advertising model for the intergalactic weapon brand, Dogo. Surely the shareholders of Dogo were watching this insane situation as well. Kill him. Even amidst this chaos, more ashen monsters were swarming in from the front, forming another huge crowd. The number of them was so great that the lights illuminating the pathway were completely obscured. Ugh! Ricardo, who had just dragged out a monster leaping towards the bonfire, noticed the darkness surging towards the direction of the handler and looked at it with fearful eyes. He realized that a far greater number of monsters were coming now than before. Moreover, there were still hundreds of monsters near the ship. Hey, Korean, are you okay? Seeing that even the pathway lights were completely obscured, Ricardo asked the handler. Then he noticed that something was wrong with the handler and shouted in alarm. What the fuck are you doing, Korean? Seeing this, Ottavio, who was frantically swinging his sword while showing his back to Ricardo, turned around hastily. Then, he suddenly saw the back of an Asian hunter kneeling on the ground. It was as if he was praying to the sky. No, it was obvious that he was praying to the sky, with both hands bound in chains, looking up at the distant sky. Zhang Yongwu, Ottavio, realizing that the ship had completely stopped, showed a furious expression for the first time since entering the dungeon. Could there really be a god in this fucked up world? If this mission failed, one out of the three would inevitably have to play Russian roulette and face death. However, Ottavio had no intention of leaving his fate to chance. This insane. At the moment Ottavio was about to curse the pitiful Asian hunter, Yongwu, bound in chains, raised his blood-soaked arms to the sky and shouted, "This battle is sponsored by the intergalactic weapon brand Dogo. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Translator Knight. Proofreader Gun. How did Moses feel standing in front of the locked Red Sea?" Yongwu was an atheist, but at this moment, he was closer to a fanatic. He proceeded with the task with a unilateral certainty that Dogo, or rather the sky, was watching over him. Now, he was about to start the Dogo brand advertisement. "I am Zhang Yongwu, the strongest from Gyeongbuk and Gangnam on Earth. From now on, it's ad time." Yongwu's arms, raised high into the air, were trembling slightly. If Dogo didn't answer this call, this provocation, there would be little left of the remaining pathway. He didn't show it, but his strength had been rapidly draining since a while ago. It was probably due to losing too much blood. But at least, wasn't Yongwu the world's top-tier tanker? If he couldn't handle it, no matter who took the helm, the outcome would likely be the same. It was such a diabolical difficulty level that one might think it was a trap. With Yongwu's final shout, thousands of monsters that were approaching under the cover of darkness revealed themselves under the light. Kill the handler first. Attack. In a flash, the monsters overwhelmed Yongwu, piling up on top of him like a small mountain. The chain connecting him to the ship couldn't even be seen anymore. And when the pile grew too big to climb, the rest surged towards the bonfire. Ah, fuck. Ricardo, anticipating the worst outcome, looked at Ottavio with a pale face. It was meant to be their last farewell. But Ottavio, in the midst of this tense situation, was staring into the void. What's happening? Observing Ottavio's reaction, Ricardo, too, shifted his gaze upwards. Crack! Soon his eyes turned white, because a laser beam was shooting down from the sky. Z. The area, previously shrouded in darkness, suddenly brightened up as if it were midday. Eek! Ah! Not only the two marksmen, but also the ashen monsters filling the chamber felt an instinctive fear and began to scatter in all directions, as if cockroaches were seeking shelter in the dark. Thud! And in a moment when the monsters piled up like a mountain on top of Yongwu, a sharp blade suddenly soared up from among them, drawing a spectacular spiral pattern as it swung diagonally. Hiya! This was none other than Gyeongbok's strongest sword, Yongwu 07. He had just received a response from Dogo, the one who had been given a chance to survive. It was all thanks to his strategy of starting an advertisement on his own. Dogo almost sold out. Mission: survive using the equipment provided. Reward: survival guaranteed. Special real-time feedback on equipment usage is required for this mission. Note: the provided equipment will be collected. In Yongwu's view, a new Dogo quest was now available, and there was a palm-sized dodecahedron lying on his palm. A dodecahedron with 12 pentagonal faces. Swoosh! As Yongwu picked it up, the laser that had been descending vertically suddenly disappeared as if it were a lie. Whack! Then the ashen monsters, who had been fleeing from the light, began to show signs of aggression again. Disappear. Now's the time. Quick, kill him. Hurry up. Tap, 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 thud. The ashen horde began to surge back from the darkness. Yongwu unknowingly exerted force on the dodecahedron he was holding. Squeak. Then, each face where Yongwu's fingers touched slightly indented inward, like buttons. Click. Huh. Then holographic numbers appeared on the dodecahedron. 3. 2. 1. Yongwu had a gut feeling that this was a bomb and threw the dodecahedron into the darkness. Whoosh. X. If Yongwu hadn't seen it wrong, the dodecahedron displayed X as its last message, and then, boom! With a deafening roar, the dodecahedron exploded, or more precisely, opened up in midair. Then, swoosh! All the monsters within the dodecahedron's cavity were sucked in. At least 1,000 of them. What? In disbelief, Ottavio and Ricardo, who were still standing on the deck, opened their mouths wide. At first, they thought the Asian had gone crazy, muttering nonsense towards the sky, but then something actually came down. A divine weapon that could tidy up the entire chamber with just one throw. It can't be. Could there really be a god in this world? As the two foreigners looked at Yongwu in awe, the Asian hunter walked over to the ship and picked up the dodecahedron from the ground. Then, looking up at the sky, he exclaimed loudly, wow, amazing, it's a spatial bomb. With its polygonal structure, it seems to fit well in any hand. What on earth is happening? Ottavio from Sicily, Italy, and Ricardo from Tocantins, Brazil, were feeling a strange mix of joy and fear, half and half. For starters, Quaduk, the fact that the ship was moving quite fast was very encouraging. With this speed, they didn't need to resort to the Russian roulette, where one of them had to die as the price of mission failure. However, Pwing, the fact that the Asian man on this ship's helm was sucking in the monsters with the A-space bomb provided by the heavens made the two of them fearful. Wow, it's really light. Is he muttering to himself into the air? It seemed as if he were reporting to someone. Even though it was a world with dragons and quests, that was something that transcended even post-reset common sense. Of course, it was thousands of times better to die unnoticed in this abyss, because that would be such a worthless death. Pwing! Finally, another explosion occurred, and Yangwu quickly moved the ship as if he had been waiting. Doo-da-duck, doo-da-duck. Then he picked up the 12-faced dice lying on the floor where the explosion had occurred. Blame. Next time. Click. After pressing the switch to activate the timer, he threw it back into the darkness ahead where there was a noisy commotion. White. Then, as always, the 12-faced dice split in 12 directions, sucking in all the monsters near the throwing point. Kuya! H help! Save me! Ay! Each time, the monsters screamed in agony, but it didn't last long. Their bodies were eerily muted as they reached the common space contained within the 12-faced dice. Schwalk! Once the space finished sucking in, the 12-faced dice returned to its original form and fell to the ground with a thud. And Yangwu, who saw this, moved forward again. Doo-da-duck, doo-da-duck. This was the entirety of how the trio from the 3 countries was navigating through the dungeon. Of course, from the rear and sides where the bomb's range didn't reach, monsters were still pouring in, but compared to the previous difficulty, it was incomparable. If we keep going like this, I can survive. Just like the 2 marksmen whose hope was growing brighter, Yangwu also became convinced that he could survive here. The only problem is, I have nothing more to say. An efficient hardware structure that could be utilized even if an alien came, a mysterious operating system that caused explosions but didn't produce flashes, astonishing suction power that didn't even leave corpses behind, and so on. Now, everything that can be said about this product has been said. Click. As Yangwu activated the A-space bomb again, the marksman behind subtly glanced towards him. This time, they were secretly anticipating what nonsense he would utter next. Meanwhile, oblivious to his colleagues' glances, Yangwu threw the bomb forward as he did before. Wah! Then, the monsters rushing towards the fire like moths, Pwing, were sucked into the air along with the explosion above their heads. Kuya! An unidentified hole that selectively sucked in hostile targets without requiring specific conditions from the user, swallowing even the enemy's heads, leaving no trace of them. Yangwu gazed at the problematic hole, which seemed even darker than the darkness enveloping the surroundings, as if mesmerized. If this is clearly hell, then what is that place inside, which seems even darker than this hell? Is it emptiness itself? Now almost resembling a poet, the Eastern handler muttered with a wistful gaze before stepping forward again. Doo-da-duck. And so, the 3 continued their journey through the darkness. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Hell! When Mbanghi, who had been eliminated and perished, saw this place, it was fair to say that this was indeed hell. All those who have been eliminated gathered here. They became monsters worse than mutants. At the time, voting was a one-sided attack method, but it was also the only way to block the flesh that might come at you. In other words, in order to harm others, one had to risk one's own life as collateral. And flipping that around, getting voted means someone has harbored tremendous resentment against you. Resentment enough for someone to risk their life to denounce you. For example, someone like Mbanghi, who was actually a rapist. Sweep. Yangwu, who had picked up the 12-faced dice as usual, suddenly felt discomfort and glanced beyond the darkness. Then silence returned like an echo. The presence of monsters, which had been as natural as breathing until now, was no longer detectable. With that, Yangwu, for the first time without throwing the 12-faced dice, steered the ship away. Doo-da-duck, doo-da-duck. And the 2 marksmen, who realized that there had been no more surprise attacks from the sides or rear for some time, widened their eyes like people who had discovered a lake in the desert. Is it over? Really? Ricardo reflexively checked the fire. Oh, as he wished, the flame in the center of the stone floor was still burning brightly. Then, all that remained was Doo-da-duck, to continue pulling the ship until the Eastern handler reached his destination, wherever that may be. Doo-da-duck. As Yangwu silently dragged the boat with the 2 aboard for another 100 meters, Ricardo suddenly spoke with a shy tone. Thank you, Korean. I won't forget your efforts until I die. Then, Otavio sitting beside him poked his side and added a word. Zhang Yangwu. By now, you should remember our names. It's not easy to remember Eastern names. They had become quite close over time. Translator Knight. Proofreader Gun. Considering the sheer number of monsters they had fought off together, numbering in the thousands, it was only natural that their inner bond had strengthened as they crossed swords and backed each other up. Meanwhile, Yang Wu, who had been quietly leading the group forward like the group's father, finally spoke up. That's it. It wasn't until the moment when the sound of the ground rubbing against the boat changed that he opened his mouth. The ground material has changed. Then he bent his body forward and exerted more force to pull the boat. However, quack! This time, the boat didn't budge an inch. It was as if it had hit something. Finally, a sense of relief washed over him. Yang Wu silently released the chains that had bound him all over his body. Chire, it was an intuition that only the handler who had been pulling the boat alone for so long could possess. The end of this arduous journey had come. Kairat, Yang Wu, who had released all the chains wrapped around his waist, walked forward like a prisoner released after a long sentence. Then, choke choke, a strange sound, different from before, emanated from the illusion. At this, Yang Wu momentarily removed his gloves and touched the ground. Blame. It's stone. The same material as the boat he had been pulling all this time was now spread out in front of him. Although it was still pitch black, he couldn't exactly discern what lay ahead. It seems to be over. I'll go in further to check. As Yang Wu spoke, taking another step into the darkness. Chat! A faint light descended from high above, illuminating Yang Wu's position. And towering right in front of him was a pile of rocks. Resembling the remains of a collapsed giant ruin, this pile of rocks completely blocked Yang Wu's path. What's that? The path is completely blocked. Unconsciously, the two marksmen were about to follow Yang Wu out of the boat, but they managed to stop themselves just in time. They remembered that the dungeon hadn't ended yet. Rule 1. Only the handler can touch the chains. Rule 2. Only the handler can be outside the boat. Due to the absurd nature of this damn dungeon, they didn't even know if this was a trap designed to induce a rule violation. Let's just wait for now. Agreed. Eventually, when the two marksmen decided not to leave the vicinity of the fire, the next development unfolded. A holographic message appeared above the pile of rocks blocking the path. You have reached the end of the dungeon. What? This dam, as they suspected, it was indeed a device for fishing. Still, Yang Wu didn't entirely trust this dungeon until the end. But don't leave yet. There's no other way out. The path was still blocked, and there were no additional instructions on the pile of rocks. Instead, Duduk, the stone floor which Yang Wu had been pulling all this time with the boat, containing the fire and the marksman, suddenly moved backward on its own, even though no one was holding the chains. Oh, what's this? Otavio, sensing something, looked at Yang Wu, and when Yang Wu saw the stone floor moving, he quickly ran over and pushed his body against it. Choke! As Yang Wu stepped onto the stone floor, the problematic boat, which had been slowly moving backward, suddenly floated into the air. Oh, we're going back, Ricardo exclaimed with joy, sounding like a child. Otavio couldn't hide his excitement as he looked up at the sky. As the boat flew faster and faster towards the spot where everything had started, even the mighty ones among them couldn't help but be startled. Shoat! The stone floor, cutting through the vast emptiness diagonally, reached the hole beneath the stone structure where the three had first descended. Then, after some adjustments, inside the high-speed elevator that even made the strong ones flinch, Otavio managed to speak to Yang Wu. Thank you very much, really. No, everyone worked hard to get us out alive. Otavio chuckled softly and cautiously continued. We may not have much time left here, but I wanted to ask. Yes, what is it? Will we be able to see each other again? Oh, Shayawad. A fierce roaring sound cut through their conversation like a blade. Then, Ricardo, who had been quietly listening, scratched his cheek and said, Do you seriously plan on coming back here? We've had enough at this point, haven't we? He seemed genuinely amazed by the difficulty of the dungeon. However, Otavio's eyes were still filled with hope and determination. You're called Yang, right? It's the characteristic of having the surname first in Korea. Yes, that's correct. Yangwu is my name. However, I wasn't certain whether Zhang was originally his surname. Being an orphan from the start, even the name Yangwu given to him by the orphanage director had no real origin. Of course, such unnecessary information wasn't explicitly mentioned. If we meet again next time, please call me Yangwu. In Korea, close friends call each other by their names. Oh, it's the same here. Then Otavio extended his right hand to Yangwu. It was the first handshake with this European. Thump! When Yangwu readily shook hands with him, Ricardo also unexpectedly extended his hand. My full name is Ricardo de Silva Tavares Jr. Ricardo, I have the same name as my father. Yes. Nice to meet you, Ricardo. After shaking hands with the South American for the second time, Yangwu looked at the fire and felt that the speed of the stone floor's ascent was gradually decreasing. At that moment, a new system message began to appear on the fire. Pain of Iria. Dungeon grade. Normal. Difficulty D. Required personnel 3. The dungeon has been completed. Survivors 3. Finally, the dungeon completion judgment was made. Is it finally over? As Yangwu took a deep breath and looked up, another message appeared in front of the fire. For the sake of rewards, individual scores will be calculated. Wait, you're saying there will be differentiated rewards? Ricardo uttered the words bluntly, almost involuntarily. Then, as if realizing his abruptness, he glanced at Yangwu, who had taken on the role of the leader. Although all three had risked their lives in the struggle, they wouldn't have made it to this moment without Yangwu's peculiar performance. Well, there certainly were differences in contributions. I don't think there's anything to be upset about. As Otavio expressed his thoughts on the individual score calculation, Ricardo nodded in agreement. Why, yes, that's true. I don't have any complaints about the differentiation. Ricardo couldn't continue his thought. Yangwu had already learned from past experiences that Ricardo tended to speak before thinking, so he wasn't too bothered by it. In fact, he felt grateful that the system seemed to be taking care of something extra. They were keeping track of individual scores too. It's much more meticulous than it appears. However, Yangwu couldn't help but wonder what the reward would be. If it weren't for Dogo's support, we probably wouldn't have made it out of the dungeon. It's undoubtedly a place designed for at least one person to die inside. But we managed to break through. What kind of reward will they give us? From the moment he received the first golden coin, his suspicion about this world, which had already been deep, had now turned into a valley. Drrr. Eventually, as they ascended the corridor, a familiar sight appeared before their eyes. Oh, finally, the walls and ceiling of the ruins-themed area. They had finally returned to the starting point of this dungeon. It seemed like the stone floor had no intention of moving anymore, as they heard something locking below. Clank, clang. Almost simultaneously, the torches announced the individual scores of the three. The individual score calculation is complete. First place, Yangwu, total 172 out of 100. Excellent dodging skills. Very high equipment score. Deceiver. Second place, Otavio, total 84 out of 100. Excellent supporter. High equipment score. Divine presence. Third place, Ricardo, total 62 out of 100. Excellent combatant. Great courage. Slightly obtuse. What? 62 points? These bastards. Sure enough, as soon as the scores were revealed, Ricardo cursed. Meanwhile, Otavio noticed something strange in Yangwu's score. Yangwu, isn't your score exceeding the maximum? Yes, it is. Yangwu nodded. He had been paying attention since it was his own score. He had scored a whopping 172 out of a possible 100 points. But even Otavio, who had shown exemplary behavior throughout the dungeon, only managed to score 84 points, which meant, normally, the maximum score is 100. That's how the system is designed. So why did Yangwu get 172 points? Well, it's probably because of Dogo. He performed at a level that was originally impossible. As Yangwu looked at the dice of fate still in his hand, the Dogo quest hanging in the corner of his vision was marked as completed right on time. Dogo almost sold out. Reward granted. Survival assurance. Nothing was actually given, but from Yang Wu's perspective, it was definitely a strange situation where he received a reward. Well, thanks to that, I definitely survived. Next, as Yang Wu glanced at the weapon he had named the Dimension Bomb, it disappeared into thin air as if melting away. Shirling. Huh. As Yang Wu chuckled, this time the dungeon system brought a real reward. Rewards are paid differentially according to the confirmed ranking. First place, Yang Wu, Accessory Encyclopedia. Second place, Otavio, Random Epic Equipment. Third place, Ricardo, Random Unique Equipment. Oh, damn unique? Otavio and Ricardo's reactions were mixed. But soon, both of their gazes shifted to Yang Wu's reward, because only the first place received a completely different type of reward. What's an accessory encyclopedia? I've never seen anything like it. At Otavio's question, Yang Wu shrugged, indicating that he didn't know either. Well, I've encountered various pieces of equipment, but I've never seen anything like an encyclopedia before. Then you'll have to receive it and see for yourself. Before Otavio could finish his sentence, a flash appeared in front of each of the three. Grab! Instantly, Otavio received a silver-white box, while Ricardo received an orange box. So this is random boxes? As Yang Wu muttered to himself, Otavio asked him, "What about the encyclopedia? Did you get it?" In response, Yang Wu realized that although there was a flash in front of him, no physical item was given, because Accessory Encyclopedia has been added to user Zhang Yang Wu's data. Immediately after the flash, Yang Wu realized that it was not a box, but a notification message. Accessory Encyclopedia has been added to my data. Understanding that the Accessory Encyclopedia, which was the first place prize of this dungeon, was some kind of system, Yang Wu immediately attempted to view the encyclopedia. Encyclopedia open? Though he said it as a rhetorical question, when Yang Wu wished to see the encyclopedia, something really happened. Whoosh! A large rectangular window suddenly appeared in front of him, with numbers engraved inside. 1313. After a moment of thought, Yang Wu realized that this was the number of registered items in the encyclopedia. And shortly after, the following guidance confirmed Yang Wu's guess. Welcome to the encyclopedia, Zhang Yang Wu 07. The encyclopedia is a support system for adventurers who explore this world. The accessory encyclopedia can store all types of accessories, and once registered, you can use the functions without wearing them directly. In other words, even if you didn't wear equipment all over your body, you could still receive item effects. Yang Wu was already reaching the point where he would soon run out of fingers to wear rings, and there was no more space for bracelets either. In addition, the number of items like compasses or talismans that needed to be carried on the body was increasing. Ignoring storage issues, the biggest risk was the probability of losing items during intense combat. Well, now I can endlessly purchase items. Even if I have 100 rings, I can wear them all. This was probably the true value of the encyclopedia system. Translator Knight. Proofreader Gun. So, it was likely provided only to the contributor ranked first in the extremely harsh dungeon. This means that encyclopedias for weapons and armor would be the most useful. Even if you want to carry many weapons, you can't have more than 4. Moreover, since Yang Wu could remotely retrieve weapons, even weapons worn at the waist could be effective equipment. The same applied to armor. It wasn't significantly different. Currently, even if you obtained excellent equipment, if it was a helmet, top, or pants, you had to discard one. However, with such an encyclopedia, you could easily collect equipment of the same type without any worries, just by comparing their performance. In essence, there's no limit to combat power. As someone who had hosted gaming broadcasts, Yang Wu quickly grasped the potential of the new system. Then maybe there are collection rewards in the encyclopedia? As Yang Wu inwardly asked this question, the next guidance followed. Each encyclopedia has its unique collection effects. If the encyclopedia completeness exceeds a certain threshold, you can obtain astonishing blessings or techniques. Oh, I see. Finally, satisfaction appeared on Yang Wu's face. This was exactly what he had hoped for. Perhaps blessings are like permanent buffs. The inclusion of terms like astonishing in the system's description was also intriguing. Collection effect, 10. Usage count of all accessories, +1. Finally, as indicated earlier, the collection effect of the encyclopedia was displayed. So, effects are added in units of 10? Wait a moment. Yang Wu took out an item from his pouch. Whoosh. It was the doping drug Blue Blood. Blue Blood, mutation drug. Strength increased by 30% for 10 minutes. Number of uses, 2. It's still the same. Drugs aren't considered accessories, huh? Well, on the other hand, the flask he had been wearing around his neck seemed to be affected by the encyclopedia. Pumpkin-colored whistle, legendary necklace. Summon friends. Youngtae Taijun. Because there was a book-shaped icon on the right side of the tooltip that appeared when he held the item. Previously, it could be used twice a day. Now it can be used 3 times. As Yongwu pondered over the whistle, Ottavio and Ricardo, who had been watching him blankly, couldn't hold back any longer and spoke up. Can you please enlighten us a bit? It was only then that Yongwu realized. Those two couldn't see the encyclopedia they had laid out. It's similar to the encyclopedia system in games. So this means Yongwu tried to give a brief explanation, but the dungeon system didn't allow it. In 10 seconds, the dungeon will be closed. Please use the portal to exit. What? They hadn't even properly said goodbye, yet they were being torn apart like this. 9. Meanwhile, a countdown was underway above the fireplace. 8. As Ottavio opened the portal by tapping on the wall, he asked Yongwu, if you could come back to the dungeon tonight, would you participate again? Yongwu interpreted it as a question implying that if he were to participate, Ottavio would also bet his life again tonight. 7. In fact, until a moment ago, Yongwu had been considering participating in the second dungeon, but after confirming the power of the encyclopedia, he had made up his mind somewhat. 6. Yes, I don't know if it will be tonight, but if the opportunity arises again, I will return to the dungeon. 5. In response to Yongwu's answer, Ottavio nodded. Understood. If fate allows, let's meet again. 4. Then, instead of exiting through the portal, Ottavio hastily turned back. Yongwu, South Korea, right? Just to make sure. 3. Yes, I'm from South Korea. I'm currently in Seoul. I see. Ottavio finally made a face indicating that everything was settled, and with his last words, he stepped into the portal. Even meeting outside the dungeon might not be impossible. If we could cross Eurasia very quickly. 1. And as the final second approached, just as Yongwu was about to step into the portal, Ricardo's rough voice reached his ears. See you alive again. Yongwu, cha. Ignoring the South American's farewell, Yongwu passed through the portal and immediately felt his vision darken. Then, crunch, along with loud thunder, he could see black obsidian rain pounding the ground. He had returned to Payu, where the dungeon had first opened. I'm back. As Yongwu blinked, he was greeted by a golden goblin and Negwig waiting for him at the dungeon entrance. Quiet, kick it. Yongwu checked the time while covering the goblin with his cloak on top of the Negwig. It's 7:52 a.m. It should have been the time when the sun rose, but the sky was still dark due to the abnormal weather. The dungeon has disappeared without a trace. It feels like a dream. However, when he summoned the encyclopedia, the interface for the accessory encyclopedia he had seen before appeared unchanged. Everything that happened in the dungeon was definitely not a dream. Then, Ottavio and Ricardo, who had gone through the opposite portal, must have returned to their respective homelands. Thinking about the two spending the end of the night in Italy and Brazil, Yongwu shifted his gaze to the north. At this point, the closest foreign country, North Korea, was worth a visit. Payu, a city located at the northwest edge of South Korea, facing the border with North Korea's Kaesong Special City. The pre-reset population was approximately 490,000. One notable feature of this city is the presence of many military bases due to its proximity to North Korea and the presence of a joint security area, commonly known as Panmunjom. Even if one briefly considers crossing over to North Korea, it's hard to resist visiting Panmunjom. So, Yongwu was already at Dorison Station, also known as the last station in South Korea. Clank clunk, riding on Negwig, a horse from another world. Kwa. Since obsidian rain continued to pour from the sky, not a single living creature could be seen near Dorsen Station. However, even before the reset, it wasn't a place with much human traffic, so even if it wasn't abnormal weather, it would have been desolate. Then what about the soldiers? What happened to the soldiers stationed in Payu? In a world where not only weapons, but even bullets had turned to stone, one couldn't expect soldiers to be sheltered as depicted in typical apocalypse movies or novels. But that doesn't mean contact with currency exchange was impossible, right? In terms of reset adaptation, they might have been better off than urban areas. Infantry units typically live in platoon-sized groups ranging from a minimum of 9 to a maximum of 10 soldiers. In other words, the situation was very different from the first currency exchange in urban areas, where people live without any sense of camaraderie or belonging common among soldiers. Of course, each soldier would have received their share without question, and there wouldn't be any preparations for a future threat. Yangwu was exempt from military service due to being an orphan, but he volunteered for enlistment and served until the end of his term as a sergeant, a rare case. It was due to a sense of entitlement that had been with him since childhood, before his youthful vigor. At that time, it was humiliating to be told that I didn't have to go to the military because I was an orphan. Of course, he didn't regret that choice even now. Was it the right thing to do? He wasn't sure. Ultimately, even that choice seemed to have followed what was written in the Book of Fate. It doesn't make sense, even when I think about it again, that the fate of so many people was predetermined. As Yangwu turned his head on Negwig's back, a sign appeared on the previously deserted battlefield, indicating that they were finally adjacent to the DMZ. And next to it, there were long rows of iron fences set up across the forest. Due to Yangwu's decision to head straight north from Dorsen Station without crossing the Unification Bridge, they ended up entering from the side of the military base near Panmunjom. But naturally, there wasn't a single soldier on guard duty in the vicinity. Even if there were corpses, this rain would have washed them away into tiny pieces. Yangwu shuddered at the thought as he continued to enter further inside the military base, crossing over the iron fences. Soon, he spotted the mess hall where soldiers would have once chatted and the barracks across the training grounds. In fact, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that there are no borders now. During the day, one could freely come and go. Perhaps the vacancy in Payu's strongest sword and the unresolved issue of the mutant were related. Until recently, it was thought that Goyang's strongest sword had absorbed the title of Payu, but now, it could have been taken by North Korea. For instance, it could have been taken by the strongest sword from Kaesong, which they would soon see. Clank clunk. As Yangwu continued to ascend northward, a building he had seen in pictures finally came into view. We're almost there. It was none other than the House of Peace, the South Korean building at Panmunjom, where Kim Jong-un had visited for inter-Korean summits. And about 100 meters away stood the Freedom House, facing North Korea's Panmunjak across the military demarcation line. Oh, hold on. As Yangwu shifted his gaze between the Freedom House and Panmunjak, he reflexively pulled the reins, slowing Negwig's pace. Nay, it was because of the astonishing sight before him. Unbelievable. The entire territory of the north, including Panmunjak, was shrouded in a bluish mist. It seems each country has its own strange climate phenomenon. Of course, this was within the expected range. But what shocked Yangwu was Kwa, the black obsidian rain, peculiar to South Korea's strange climate, was precisely falling only up to the military demarcation line. And the bluish mist, peculiar to North Korea's strange climate, was lingering only across the border. In other words, it meant that some sort of system that shaped this world was still acknowledging the concepts of territory, borders arbitrarily distinguished by humans before the reset. What's the criterion for this distinction? Perhaps it's the reset point. By now, Yangwu was curious about whether Dokdo was considered part of South Korea or Japan. How did the universe perceive the territorial disputes concerning Dokdo? Clank clunk. Negwig finally came to a halt right in front of the military demarcation line at Panmunjom. Hey! As the creature raised its head, It made a somewhat sharp sound, as if it wanted to convey that they shouldn't go any further. I know too. We don't have the equipment to fend off such mist yet. After quickly surveying the surroundings, Yang Wu used the epic compass Fearful Cat to confirm once again that there were no threatening presences nearby. Then he thought to himself, anyway, won't the strange climate in North Korea clear up before the lodging service ends? Let's wait until then. With this in mind, he opened the accessory encyclopedia. Translator night. Proofreader gun. Snap. Except for the equipment that needed to be checked frequently, like the Fearful Cat, everything else that didn't require direct wearing was stored in the encyclopedia. I can remove all the rings and bracelets. This makes things much easier. The method of storing equipment in the encyclopedia was very simple. Just focus on the equipment as if you were viewing a tool tip, or touch it with your hand, and a book-shaped encyclopedia icon would appear along with the equipment tooltip. Then just look at the encyclopedia icon, and that's it. Whisk. The equipment was sucked into the encyclopedia icon, automatically stored, and its abilities remained active. I'll keep just the compass types, Serpent of Greed, and the whistle. Yang Wu decided to keep the legendary bracelet Golden Punishment as it still had its effects intact, and it also served as a sort of defensive gear on its own, which held some significance for him. Now, is everything sorted out? As Yang Wu glanced at his much cleaner hands, he couldn't help but think that he wanted more encyclopedias. Even now, he couldn't utilize equipment like the Frost Crown because he couldn't wear two helmets simultaneously. Frost Crown, Mutant Helmet, 20% cold resistance. But if I obtain a gear encyclopedia, I could carry the Frost Crown's 20% cold resistance effect while wielding the Vanguard. Merciless, Mutant One-Handed Axe. Increase power against opponents with a total lower stat sum than the wearer. Similarly, with other encyclopedias, I could obtain different effects. But to obtain more encyclopedias, I have to challenge the dungeon every night and achieve the top rank in contributions each time. It's definitely not an easy task. And even before challenging the dungeon, obtaining equipment that can withstand various strange climates is also a challenge. No matter how diligently I meet with traders, there must be limits, right? Since I can't predict what kind of climate will occur every night, even if I have several pieces of strange climate equipment, ultimately, it will depend on luck. Moreover, there was no guarantee that he would encounter Ottavio and Ricardo in the next dungeon. As Yang Wu pondered the troublesome issues, his wristwatch began to beep. Beep, beep. It was the 8 o'clock morning alarm. I still have a long way to go until 10 o'clock. Should I take a look around other areas? As Yang Wu glanced at the sky while listening to the alarm, the black obsidian rain, which had been filling the sky until just now, disappeared in an instant. Pop! Huh! And the same was true on the northern side of the military demarcation line, just a few steps ahead. The bluish mist that had filled the area that was also cleanly swept away. Oh, so 8 a.m. is the end time for the strange climate. Yang Wu learned another rule of this world. Soon after, a series of system notifications appeared in his vision. You have permanently increased your strength by 100 due to the Furious Goblin. The usage count of the pumpkin whistle has been replenished. It turned out that the officially designated starting point of a day by the system was also 8 a.m. Hold on. In that case, as Yang Wu's thoughts naturally shifted towards achievements, the long-awaited achievement Nocturnal was completed. Bang! Achievement accomplished. Nocturnal. Achievement grade. Epic. Achievement rank. Number 5. Spend a night outside your residence. Wow! Although Yang Wu was among the top ranks of the elites in the reset world, completing an achievement was always a welcome occurrence. And as another achievement was completed, the Perfectionist was triggered. Idealist. Epic ring. All abilities increase by 100 per achievement. Once again, there was a notification of increased stats filling his vision. However, Yang Wu's attention wasn't entirely focused on the rapidly increasing stats at the moment. But why rank 5? Shouldn't it be at least 3? First place was probably Ottavio. He had been entering the dungeon since last night. That meant only Yang Wu himself and Ricardo from Brazil remained. But the achieved rank turned out to be 5th. In other words, at this point in time, at least 5 individuals had completed the nocturnal achievement. Does this mean there were more people out at night besides our party? Of course, nocturnal could be completed without entering the dungeon, so this rank didn't necessarily imply the existence of another dungeon party. But it's not impossible. People who braved the strange climate all night wouldn't have just sat still, right? Most likely, they would have explored areas they hadn't been to before and probably encountered mutants resting during the night. It's challenging. If I can enter the dungeon tonight, I might meet more people than I thought. Whether it would be a good thing or a bad thing remained to be seen. Anyway, Yangwu never imagined he would experience the term global village in this way, so he was somewhat taken aback. At the same time, he also thought that if possible tonight, he must visit the dungeon. Of course, if I'm lucky enough to find more strange climate equipment again. As Yangwu scratched his chin, contemplating crossing the military demarcation line between north and south, the last system notification appeared in his vision. Oh, I almost forgot. It was none other than, there are unreceived achievement rewards available. The completion reward for the epic, yes, I will proceed. For some reason, it felt necessary, so Yangwu responded clearly with determination. This seemed like an incredibly important matter, especially the phrase, inherit the genetics upon the creation of the next generation stabbed sharply at his heart. Could the concept of my next generation come to fruition in this lifetime? As Yangwu made a troubled expression, his entire body was enveloped in light. Gasp! Then, a very strange pain, which not even the Berserker talisman could block, wrapped around his whole body. Ugh! Could this be growing pains? While pondering such absurd thoughts, Yangwu searched the spacious room for a mirror. It was to witness his body expanding in real time, because moments like this were rare and hard to come by. Found it. Finally, Yangwu found a large full-body mirror between the reception room and the kitchen, and he stood straight in front of it. Thud! Then, he saw his body wrapped in a blinding white light, and the sight of that light gradually expanding. Wow, what's this? As Yangwu watched his own head, the only part not covered by light, gradually moving upwards, he felt an overwhelming sense of unease. This was because it was a scene of his height actually increasing in real time. Not only that, it was evident to the naked eye that his arms were getting longer too. Sure. Eventually, steam emanated from his entire body, and all the equipment he was wearing fell to the ground. Clatter. Then, as the light enveloping his body dissipated, his bare skin was exposed. Though he was completely naked without a single piece of equipment, Yangwu felt no embarrassment. Instead, he was busy exploring his body. There were abdominal muscles he had never seen in his life, and even the major muscles of the legs, such as the quadriceps, were smoothly developed like a dolphin's dorsal ridge. With the addition of the upper body skeleton, his shoulders had widened, and even his collarbones looked beautiful. This is unbelievable. Yangwu muttered the phrase, unbelievable, repeatedly as he examined every corner of his body. 2,116,000 karma. The money needed to become a completely different organism from before. At this moment, Yangwu felt that the large sum of money was not wasted at all. There was a shock and satisfaction beyond what he had imagined. So, there's an option to change appearance. As his body underwent a transformation beyond belief, Yangwu cunningly thought that he also wanted to match the level of his appearance. Of course, it was something that would be of no use in combat, so it was a luxury he didn't even dare to consider at the moment. With just money, you can change your body and face as you please. Is this really reality? Yangwu pinched his reconstructed arm, wondering if he wasn't just dreaming a long dream. Ugh. As if to confirm, the reddened skin indicated that all of this was not a dream. This is truly unbelievable, as Yangwu murmured. At that moment, a slight movement came from a mirror-covered wall opposite to him, toward the reception room direction. Rustle. At this, Yangwu's heightened alertness skyrocketed, and in the blink of an eye, the dragon's legacy in his hand sliced through the air. Swish! Who's there? As Yangwu menacingly approached the reception room, the dragon's legacy flared up ominously. There was someone of grade 2 or lower nearby. And shortly after, "I'm sorry." I kept knocking on the door, but there was no answer. Along with a woman's voice, a hand suddenly popped out from behind the wall of the reception room, slowly waving its wrist as if waving a white flag. "What?" At this, Yang Wu first showed a bewildered expression, then belatedly realized. "Come to think of it, didn't Beck Doan mention sending a staff member over here? If it's all right with you, may I come out and introduce myself now?" As the problematic staff member hiding behind the wall attempted to come out slowly, Yang Wu nodded his head to signal her to do so. Oh, then he realized that he was currently in a state of nudity. Oh, wait a moment. However, she had already extended her head from her bowed position with an expression of apology. Then, she let out an ambiguous remark. It was a momentary lapse, but there was clearly a pause, and in that moment, Yang Wu saw a fleeting trace of disdain in her eyes. Nevertheless, her subsequent voice showed no hint of regret. "It's a pleasure to meet you for the first time, Mr. Zhang Yang Wu. I am Assistant Manager Lim Suna from the First Secretary's office. It's an honor to serve you. If you need anything in the future, please feel free to ask me." Yes, for now, just a moment." As Yang Wu awkwardly wavered, barely concealing his lower body with the dragon's legacy, Lim Suna walked somewhere with brisk steps and then returned holding a gray robe. She was already well aware of both the structure of this room and the locations of supplies, because President Zhang Hyunsik also requested my assistance. Since he was so unique, this should be fine. What did she mean by this should be fine, and what exactly was this? Taking the robe with a hesitant gesture, Yang Wu felt like his appearance was becoming increasingly ridiculous and wanted to make some excuse. Actually, just a moment ago. However, Lim Suna had already reached the mirror and was looking at Yang Wu's scattered equipment on the floor, so he had no choice but to hold his tongue. To anyone, it was obvious that Yang Wu had undressed himself in front of the mirror and was admiring his own physique. "Do you like the room? Actually, we have prepared another accommodation, but if you prefer, you can continue using this room as it is." As Lim Suna spoke while trying to tidy up the equipment in front of the mirror, Yang Wu, who was taken aback, stopped her. "I'll do it myself." A swift forward movement from Yang Wu, the combined might of Gyeongbuk and Gangnam's strongest sword. Swish! Although it was a light movement with no intent of threat, he was now over 2 meters tall and wearing a robe, so there was a momentous aura. Gasp! Lim Suna, who had maintained her composure well until now, almost let out a scream. She also had some vague fear of the person in front of her. Although she had handled the famously difficult second-generation chaebol, Zhang Hyunsik, and her previous position in the previous world was as an assistant manager in the secretary's office, she was not immune to fear. No, rather, she knew well that the scariest thing in this world was people, having dealt with many. Translator Knight. Proofreader Gun. Moreover, the subject she was now in charge of was the person who had killed the esteemed Gangnam's strongest sword, Zhang Hyunsik, after killing his son. I heard he cut off the president's head in front of his son's body. That garbage of a son, Zhang Yusang, was beyond saving, so I'm grateful for that part at least. But still, what kind of person in the world would think of beheading both the son and the father? As long as you don't go crazy. Lim Suna looked at the new Gangnam's strongest sword, who was clumsily picking up the equipment on the floor with a somewhat fearful receiving compensation. As Yang Wu decided to receive the reward for his achievement, Nocturnal, a bright light began to emanate from around his neck. Swish! Then, a necklace with a round gemstone attached to the end of a metallic cord was hung around his neck. I have the Typhoon Epic Necklace. Ignore abnormal weather of wind type. Asterisk special reward for Nocturnal. As expected, Yang Wu's expression brightened as he read the tool tip of the necklace. Although conditional, he had obtained another piece of equipment for immunity to abnormal climates. And above all, if it's a wind type, on the second day, there was red fog, and on the third day, obsidian rain. So, considering the situation, the probability of a different type of abnormal climate appearing on the fourth day, today, was high. I hope it's a wind type. It seems that the same type of climate doesn't occur twice in a row. Of course, since there wasn't much data accumulated yet, it was just a guess. Anyway, it's a good thing. So far, the identified types of abnormal climates were fog and rain. In addition to those, he learned about the existence of the wind type through the necklace he obtained this time. Swish! As Yangwu lifted the gem parts to put the necklace into the encyclopedia, he saw a cute typhoon swirling inside the small gem. What a fascinating world. At Yangwu's mutter, Golden Goblin pointed north and shouted, "Kikiai." It seemed to be a suggestion to quickly go to the new area. You seem to have become a bit comfortable with me. You're even expressing intentions. Although it was a surprising thing, the Golden Goblin must have been a resident of some world, right? But how did he end up coming all the way here and end up dead? I was curious. It would be difficult to hear the full story because I couldn't have a proper conversation with him. Well then, shall we move? By 1 p.m. today, the mutants of the fourth day were supposed to land throughout Seoul, so he had to return to Seoul before noon. Dealing with mutants appearing in Gangnam was an issue, but he also had to meet Kim Tae-jun's family, whom Jong-soo and Tae-young had found. And one more thing, if possible, I should also look for the man who is my father. There was still a tracking mark of wanted poster in Yangwu's field of view. A holographic arrow pointing to the biological father's location. But how did I end up having to find someone else's family first? So now it was time to look for his own flesh and blood, while there was still a chance. Let's go for now. Northward. As Yangwu stroked Negwig's neck, the horse from another world began to step forward without hesitation. Clack! That's how Yangwu crossed the military demarcation line of the Korean peninsula after the reset. That's none other than the history of Kaesong's strongest sword. Ga. The current area of stay is Kaesong. The strongest sword of this area is Kim Seonggu 02. Rank 1, Defense 311. Ah, so North Korea also uses the title of strongest sword, but defense 311 times. It's an unprecedented number of defenses. At least, it has never been seen in South Korea. So, this indicates that after the reset, it perfectly reflects the atmosphere of North Korea. Indeed, the situation seems quite different from our side. Down below, the number of defenses is at most a few tens. It's one of two things. Either there were too many challengers, or Kaesong's strongest sword was a crazy serial killer. Anyway, it's true that North Korea is a much harsher environment than South Korea. As Yangwu gradually picked up speed on Negwig, he scanned the desolate outskirts of Kaesong with his eyes. The surroundings were filled with rice fields and mountains, and in the far southwest, there was a place that seemed to be the downtown area of Kaesong. At least I might see people over there. There were no signs of mutants or monsters, and most of the buildings were intact. This meant that when mutants and monsters fell into Kaesong, someone cleaned them up. Since I can't see mutants falling here anyway, I'll just check the atmosphere. Yangwu had two main purposes for visiting North Korea. First, to see if he could progress with the achievement Golden Journey. Golden Journey. Summon a golden rain in the next area. Domestic, 2/3, foreign, 0/2. However, since Kaesong, the closest North Korean city, was doing well at keeping mutants out, the first goal became difficult to achieve immediately. And second, to see what the current atmosphere of North Korea was like. According to the antagonistic relationship before the reset, North Korea was the enemy of South Korea, and this was likely to remain largely unchanged even after the reset. In terms of the likelihood of war, it was much more dangerous now than before the reset. Just one person, even if only one strongest sword in South Korea, harbored enmity toward North Korea. Wouldn't that lead to war? If that's the case, what I'm doing now might be seen as a provocative act towards North Korea. As soon as Yangwu's thoughts reached this point, he tapped his left chest to hide his title and covered his golden equipment with his cloak as much as possible. Since he was riding a horse in the first place, it was almost impossible not to attract attention, but at least he had to hide his origin. It's a risky move, but I need to examine the situation in North Korea while I have the chance. Seoul is already establishing its system, but who knows if North Korea is any different. especially considering that North Korea was under a dictatorship led by Kim Jong-un. Therefore, the collapse of society due to the reset would likely have a very different aspect here. Of course, there's a high probability that Kim Jong-un has been put on the list of potential casualties. Or even if not, he probably died after receiving hundreds of thousands of hits. If he were still alive, that would be the worst-case scenario. And even if Kim Jong-un is dead, the existing senior military officials could have easily attempted a coup. Whatever happened, those guys are hard to predict. If Kim Jong-un were alive, he would probably be the strongest sword of Pyongyang at least, and if he were dead, it was highly likely that an immensely powerful mutant would return to this land. Mutant Kim Jong-un. The strongest sword of Pyongyang, Kim Jong-un. Which of the two is closer to disaster? It was truly an absurd imagination, but surprisingly, this was reality. And from the perspective of South Korea, which is adjacent to North Korea. A time bomb. As Yangwoo made a horrifying imagination, the area gradually changed into fields, and buildings began to appear one by one. Most of them were outdated buildings between 1 and 3 floors. But as he moved forward, the buildings became more sophisticated in shape and taller in height. There were even apartment complexes forming a large-scale city on the other side. It was then that Yangwoo remembered. Translator night. Proofreader gun. Kaesong was a city that had received special privileges as part of the Inter-Korean Joint Economic Project, known as the Kaesong Industrial Complex. Thanks to that, Kaesong was once considered one of the well-off cities in North Korea. However, due to the ongoing tensions with North Korea and, crucially, the revelation that the funds injected into the Kaesong Industrial Complex by the North were used for nuclear development costs, the Kaesong Industrial Complex was shut down at the end of 2016. So, it was natural for the city of Kaesong, once called Bucheon, to collapse rapidly. After that, the last news Yangwoo heard about Kaesong was an article from 2023 which reported that death from starvation were rampant in Kaesong. It was said that the people of Kaesong were in such a miserable state that they had even provided free food distribution. Just looking at this, it must have been difficult for Kim Jong-un to survive the purge. Clack, clack. Eventually, Negwig brought Yangwoo into the inner part of Kaesong. However, there was strangely no sign of life in the well-constructed city, even when compared to South Korea. It was truly a ghost town. Even though it hasn't been long since the abnormal climate subsided, could this happen? If there were no people in the city, shouldn't there be mutants or monsters? But the sky over Kaesong remained clear without a single pillar of light. What's this? Just as Yangwoo blinked, as if in a dream, he heard a momentary sound in his ear. Wait! As Yangwoo pulled the reins to stop Negwig, his intuition turned into certainty. Clack! Although very faint, it was clear that there was a sign of life between the buildings to the right. Something was fleeing from Yangwoo. Wait! Yangwoo turned his head in the direction of the sound and shouted, and Negwig started the pursuit on its own. Wee-ee! With a long howl. Shoo! Yangwoo was startled. If the opponent was a person, wouldn't they run away even more desperately after hearing this horse's cry? And during that time, the figure of the opponent, who had been fleeing with all their might, came into Yangwoo's view. Clack! Since there were no more buildings to hide around, the identity of the opponent, who finally revealed themselves on the main road, was none other than Eik. It was a barefoot boy wearing clothes that were half-tattered. Please save me. He must have been around middle school age at best. Then, the boy who had lured Yangwoo here widened his eyes and asked quite innocently, What's that? Upon seeing the boy closing its eyes, Yangwoo wrinkled his nose. At this, Yangwoo wrinkled his nose as he watched the boy closing its eyes. You guys have a cat that tells you bullshit. It seemed like it was the first time someone had given them this kind of feedback, as the teenage scavengers couldn't find anything to say and exchanged glances among themselves. So, inevitably, Yangwoo, who was closer to double their age, took the lead in the conversation. Where are your parents? They're dead. When? 8 days ago. The parents of the boy who brought Yangwoo here were already deceased before the reset occurred. Then, the other boys chimed in one after another. Last year. Yesterday. 143 days ago, the day before yesterday, a kind of unfortunate battle where they boasted of their misfortune. A sense of profound pessimism emanated from them. However, even so, this phenomenon of only orphans remaining in Kaesong was not explained. Surely, there were adults here before. So, where did the other adults go? Yangwu asked, hoping they wouldn't say they had killed them. In response, the barefoot boy pointed north. They all went to Pyongyang. To Pyongyang? Why? Because the supreme leader left his seat, so now they're going to become outstanding generals. What's that supposed to? Yangwu, who was about to retort, closed his mouth. He understood the rebuttal belatedly. Ah, so that bastard received a hit after all. That's why everyone went up to Pyongyang, because there's no leader in Pyongyang now, since there wasn't anything to eat or live on in Kaesong anyway. In a situation where brainwashed children who still call Kim Jong-un supreme leader are left to guard their positions, even though the world has come to this point. If they managed to get some food by doing odd jobs, they could have held out for a few days. But even so, they couldn't handle mutants and monsters. Let me ask 2 more questions. What is it? Go ahead. As Yangwu kept asking questions, the North Korean scavenging youths started giggling. Where is Kaesong's strongest sword right now? Then, as the crowd fell silent for a moment, the barefoot boy answered on behalf of everyone. He's probably waking up. I see. It was a predictable response. Kaesong's sword was probably the kingpin among these guys. The reason for setting a trap here was probably because the strongest sword's residence was nearby. Then, one more question. Why are you so curious? Besides, sir, you came for South Korea. You can't live even if you leave anyway. Swish. The barefoot boy drew a dagger from his waist. It seemed like their hunting game was over. And other boys who had been surrounding the area also raised their weapons threateningly. However, before Yangwu could slaughter everyone here, he wanted to hear one thing. Kim Jong-un. Did Kim Jong-un also become a mutant? If he became one, what did he turn into? I'll tell you what, even if you're leaving, I'll make sure you leave with your belly full. As Yangwu finished speaking, he took out chocolate from the goblin's dimensional pocket, causing the eyes of the teenage scavengers to widen unexpectedly. Yes, I will proceed. For some reason, it felt necessary, so Yangwu responded clearly with determination. This seemed like an incredibly important matter, especially the phrase, inherit the genetics upon the creation of the next generation stabbed sharply at his heart. Could the concept of my next generation come to fruition in this lifetime? As Yangwu made a troubled expression, his entire body was enveloped in light. Gasp! Then, a very strange pain, which not even the Berserker talisman could block, wrapped around his whole body. Ugh! Could this be growing pains? While pondering such absurd thoughts, Yangwu searched the spacious room for a mirror. It was to witness his body expanding in real time, because moments like this were rare and hard to come by. Found it. Finally, Yangwu found a large full-body mirror between the reception room and the kitchen, and he stood straight in front of it. Thud! Then, he saw his body wrapped in a blinding white light, and the sight of that light gradually expanding. Wow, what's this? As Yangwu watched his own head, the only part not covered by light, gradually moving upwards, he felt an overwhelming sense of unease. This was because it was a scene of his height actually increasing in real time. Not only that, it was evident to the naked eye that his arms were getting longer too. Sure. Eventually, steam emanated from his entire body, and all the equipment he was wearing fell to the ground. Clatter. Then, as the light enveloping his body dissipated, his bare skin was exposed. Though he was completely naked without a single piece of equipment, Yangwu felt no embarrassment. Instead, he was busy exploring his body. There were abdominal muscles he had never seen in his life, and even the major muscles of the legs, such as the quadriceps, were smoothly developed like a dolphin's dorsal ridge. With the addition of the upper body skeleton, his shoulders had widened, and even his collarbones looked beautiful. This is unbelievable. Yangwu muttered the phrase, unbelievable, repeatedly as he examined every corner of his body. 2,116,000 karma. the money needed to become a completely different organism from before. At this moment, Yang Wu felt that the large sum of money was not wasted at all. There was a shock and satisfaction beyond what he had imagined. So, there's an option to change appearance. As his body underwent a transformation beyond belief, Yang Wu cunningly thought that he also wanted to match the level of his appearance. Of course, it was something that would be of no use in combat, so it was a luxury he didn't even dare to consider at the moment. With just money, you can change your body and face as you please. Is this really reality? Yang Wu pinched his reconstructed arm, wondering if he wasn't just dreaming a long dream. Ugh. As if to confirm, the reddened skin indicated that all of this was not a dream. This is truly unbelievable, as Yang Wu murmured. At that moment, a slight movement came from a mirror-covered wall opposite to him, toward the reception room direction. Rustle. At this, Yang Wu's heightened alertness skyrocketed, and in the blink of an eye, the dragon's legacy in his hand sliced through the air. Swish! Who's there? As Yang Wu menacingly approached the reception room, the dragon's legacy flared up ominously. There was someone of grade 2 or lower nearby. And shortly after, I'm sorry. I kept knocking on the door, but there was no answer. Along with a woman's voice, a hand suddenly popped out from behind the wall of the reception room, slowly waving its wrist as if waving a white flag. What? At this, Yang Wu first showed a bewildered expression, then belatedly realized. Come to think of it, didn't Beck Doan mention sending a staff member over here? If it's all right with you, may I come out and introduce myself now? As the problematic staff member hiding behind the wall attempted to come out slowly, Yang Wu nodded his head to signal her to do so. Oh, then he realized that he was currently in a state of nudity. Oh, wait a moment. However, she had already extended her head from her bowed position with an expression of apology. Then, she let out an ambiguous remark. It was a momentary lapse, but there was clearly a pause, and in that moment, Yang Wu saw a fleeting trace of disdain in her eyes. Nevertheless, her subsequent voice showed no hint of regret. It's a pleasure to meet you for the first time, Mr. Zhang Yang Wu. I am Assistant Manager Lim Suna from the First Secretary's office. It's an honor to serve you. If you need anything in the future, please feel free to ask me. Yes, for now, just a moment. As Yang Wu awkwardly wavered, barely concealing his lower body with the dragon's legacy, Lim Suna walked somewhere with brisk steps and then returned holding a gray robe. She was already well aware of both the structure of this room and the locations of supplies, because President Zhang Hyunsik also requested my assistance. Since he was so unique, this should be fine. What did she mean by this should be fine, and what exactly was this? Taking the robe with a hesitant gesture, Yang Wu felt like his appearance was becoming increasingly ridiculous and wanted to make some excuse. Actually, just a moment ago. However, Lim Suna had already reached the mirror and was looking at Yang Wu's scattered equipment on the floor, so he had no choice but to hold his tongue. To anyone, it was obvious that Yang Wu had undressed himself in front of the mirror and was admiring his own physique. Do you like the room? Actually, we have prepared another accommodation, but if you prefer, you can continue using this room as it is. As Lim Suna spoke while trying to tidy up the equipment in front of the mirror, Yang Wu, who was taken aback, stopped her. I'll do it myself. A swift forward movement from Yang Wu, the combined might of Gyeongbuk and Gangnam's strongest sword. Swish! Although it was a light movement with no intent of threat, he was now over 2 meters tall and wearing a robe, so there was a momentous aura. Gasp! Lim Suna, who had maintained her composure well until now, almost let out a scream. She also had some vague fear of the person in front of her. Although she had handled the famously difficult second-generation chaebol, Zhang Hyunsik, and her previous position in the previous world was as an assistant manager in the secretary's office, she was not immune to fear. No, rather, she knew well that the scariest thing in this world was people, having dealt with many. Translator Knight. Proofreader Gun. Moreover, the subject she was now in charge of was the person who had killed the esteemed Gangnam's strongest sword, Zhang Hyunsik, after killing his son. I heard he cut off the president's head in front of his son's body. That garbage of a son, Jong-yu saying, was beyond saving, so I'm grateful for that part at least. But still, what kind of person in the world would think of beheading both the son and the father? As long as you don't go crazy. Lim Suna looked at the new Gangnam's strongest sword, who was clumsily picking up the equipment on the floor with a somewhat fearful selected. Reflecting the accumulated points. A new type of monster, Yiksha, has been added to this world. Dictator Kim Jong-un is now a Jumgang Yiksha and threatens you. Jumgang Yiksha? Yang Wu, who heard about Kim Jong-un's mutation from the boys, widened his eyes. Of course, he only knew that Kim Jong-un would have transformed into something like a dragon or a giant. But becoming a Jumgang Yiksha, it's rare even in games. The only encounter Yang Wu had with the existence of Jumgang Yiksha was in a martial arts game. There was a Jumgang Yiksha among the boss monsters in the game. Still, with at least some authenticity, Yang Wu knew the basic settings of Jumgang Yiksha, a god of anger with 3 faces and 6 arms. As one of the 5 kings of the underworld, it is known as a being that defeats evil spirits. But Kim Jong-un becomes a Jumgang Yiksha and returns? Ironically, he himself was close to being an evil spirit. Of course, from his perspective, he didn't even know if the North Korean residents who threw death warrants at him were evil spirits. Anyway, the important thing is, although it's a world where goblins are 2 meters tall, common settings are generally well maintained, at least in terms of appearance. So it was certain that Jumgang Yiksha would maintain its representative external features when manifested. For example, the setting is that it has 3 heads and 6 arms. Moreover, Jumgang Yiksha holds different weapons in its 6 arms. In other words, it means that it can unleash up to 6 attacks at once. Insane. While making a dreadful prediction, Yang Wu kept his promise and threw chocolates and chocolate bars to the North Korean boys as soon as they reached his hands. Swish. It's the promised chocolate. Sorry, but you guys have to figure out how to unwrap it yourselves. Only 2 people stated the fact that Kim Jong-un became one of the 5 kings of the underworld, but most of the audience rushed towards the chocolates Yang Wu threw. Now, unlike Yang Wu, who no longer needed to consume food, these guys had intact human organs. They had all been hungry because they hadn't had proper food for a long time. Crunch, rustle. While the boys were frantically tearing open the South Korean products, those who didn't even get their share in this distribution looked at Yang Wu with envy. There were only a few chocolates for about 10 people, so there were dropouts. Why, what is it? When Yang Wu asked like this, one of the dropouts pointed to a bag with a golden goblin and said, "Is there nothing more?" It was a question asking for more chocolates or anything else. Upon hearing this, Yang Wu pondered for a moment before asking another question. Why are you staying here even though you are starving? There are ways to go to Pyongyang like adults. At this, the boys, who had been grimacing, subtly shifted their gaze back to the bag of space. They knew well that answering the South Koreans' question would bring them food. Well, it's because, after a while, one of the boys started to answer, rubbing his nose. Because the leader always emphasizes it. What? It's important to hold our ground, especially when times are tough. As he said this, the boy straightened up and momentarily exerted his strength. And Yang Wu, seeing this, felt his heart soften instead. Despite being so indoctrinated by the authorities, they wouldn't even open their mouths when given chocolates. No matter how harsh the world was, he thought, a child was still a child. So even if you really starved to death here, you'll still hold your ground to the end? When Yang Wu instructed the golden goblin to retrieve petrified bread, the boy's eyes widened once again. Well, of course, but the leader will return soon. What? What kind of nonsense is this again? You guys said it yourselves earlier. That person became a Jumgang Yiksha. Yes, he'll come back stronger and more magnificent to set everything right. Yang Wu was speechless. The premise was different from the start. They firmly believe that if they hold their ground according to the party's instructions, Kim Jong-un will come back and reward them. Yang Wu looked around the deserted streets of Kaesong, with only the boys left. Now he felt like he might understand the situation in North Korea. Kim Jong-un's reign of terror continued even after the reset had begun. The children suffered from hunger, waiting for his return, while the adults who had targeted Kim Jong-un during the reset were desperately preparing for his return as a yiksha. Near Pyongyang must be a paradise for the powerful. They must have gathered karma to survive. Perhaps there was some kind of alliance in North Korea, like the Seoul Federation. Unlike Seoul, the primary purpose of the North Korean Union would likely be the high probability of striking Kim Jong-un. If it was just fear of Kim Jong-un, everyone would have fled to China or our side. But the situation seems different. Whatever it is, something serious is happening. Yang Wu decided it was time to give the boys the petrified bread. Do you guys have any money too? When Yang Wu said this, the boys hastily released the petrification without even nodding their heads. Shiat. Soon, smoke rose from everywhere, and the truly bothersome mealtime began. In fact, if the North Korean authorities were still intact, such contact, let alone eating bread from a South Korean, would have been considered an act of defection. Yang Wu quietly spoke as he watched the boys, who were busy enjoying their first meal in a while. After you finish that, leave this place. Then I won't chase after you. It was a significant decision for Yang Wu, but the difference in perspectives wasn't limited to just Kim Jong-un. What nonsense, sir. You can't leave here alive. One of the boys, with breadcrumbs on his lips, shot Yang Wu a sharp glance. Realizing the deep gap between him and his counterpart, Yang Wu spat out another word. He momentarily misconstrued. These kids gathered here were not just naughty boys, but also monsters running a gang in the reset world. They couldn't be considered typical North Korean civilians. They were more than the southern boys who stabbed knives through car windows, not less. I misunderstood the situation. Yang Wu jumped off of the horse with the dragon's legacy in his hand. Thud! Instantly, the cloak fluttered in the air, revealing the golden armor, the serpent of greed, and other things within it. The boys looked startled at this sight, but not a single one fled. Because, swish! Before they could react, a blade flew in from outside the scene. Translator Knight. Proofreader Gun. Sensory values have temporarily increased from the existing 900 to 2,083. Ugh. This was undoubtedly at the level of the strongest sword. Yang Wu immediately leaned back and swung the dragon's legacy to repel the projectiles. Whack! It was evident that the basic one-handed sword supplied on the first day of the reset from the Sword Mountain bounced off. It was initially thrown as a provocation. As Yang Wu turned his head in the direction of the flying blade, he saw a figure, quite large, walking out between the buildings on the other side. Who's this visitor so early in the morning? Despite his menacing appearance, his voice still carried traces of youthfulness. He couldn't have been more than 18 or 19. He seemed to be slightly over 180 centimeters tall. It was unclear whether his original size was large or if he obtained a new body through karma. At this point, all Yang Wu could ascertain was, he's the youngest, strongest sword I've seen. The fact that his opponent was the strongest sword here. Kaesong's strongest sword. As Yang Wu looked at the title above his opponent's head, Kim Seong-02, who had defended 311 times, grinned. Then, the boys surrounding the outsider noticed them eating something and stiffened their expressions. No, these guys. It was evident that the chocolate bars wrapped in gold paper were not just lucky find from distributions. Meanwhile, Yang Wu was now fully engaged in battle mode. He was already identifying what appeared to be equipment amidst his opponent's shabby demeanor. First to ring. Is that bracelet also equipment? Above all, what caught his eye was the weapon his opponent wielded. Swish! The weapon Kim Seong-02 held in his hand was a spear. It was a form with a long shaft and a broad blade at the end, similar to the shape of a Chinese sword used by Songpa's strongest sword, Oyoni. However, there was a difference. While Oyoni's spearhead was curved, the one Kim Seong-gu had was closer to a very large Chinese broadsword. Therefore, it was neither an yunwoldo nor a halberd but a weapon of ambiguous form. Anyway, if he won this battle, it would be the first time he obtained a spear. There's probably a special ability, but I'll have to fight to find out what it is. As Yang Wu thought this, Kaesong's strongest sword, Kim Seong-gu, was scolding the delinquent teenagers who had fallen from grace. Are you out of your mind? These bast asterisk RDS don't even know what shame is. Then he exposed his teeth to the culprit of this situation, Yang Wu. Let's kill that bastard first and talk later. Whack! The tip of Kaisong's strongest sword's spear flashed, pointing at Yang Wu. In response, Yang Wu gripped the dragon's legacy, preparing for an attack. If he hadn't noticed the quest that suddenly appeared in his field of vision just before the battle, he would have immediately shown off the strongest sword's dominance. Huh? Wait a minute. What Yang Wu discovered just before the battle was none other than an advertisement quest from the universal weapon brand Dogo. Dogo Headhunter. Mission: cut off the heads of 7 strongest swords. Reward: 7 million karma. Special: you must disclose Dogo's support in this mission. A whopping 7 million karma was at stake, but the conditions of the quest were merciless, requiring the killing of 7 strongest swords. At the time, the only way to fulfill this quest was to kill the strongest swords affiliated with the Seoul Federation, but not anymore. As can be seen now, isn't North Korea also using the title system of strongest sword? Therefore, even defeating North Korea's strongest sword would fulfill the conditions of Headhunter. However, special: you must disclose Dogo's support in this mission. This means disclosing Dogo's support before cutting off the opponent's head. Just as mentioning support in the dungeon last night unexpectedly triggered the receipt of an unplanned quest, this sponsor disclosure was clearly an important procedure. In other words, to kill the Kaesong's strongest sword and advance the Headhunter quest progress. Just like before, you have to disclose Dogo's support. Oh God, today's not really the day for this. Yang Wu's lips involuntarily curled downward. However, now that half of his life practically belonged to Dogo, it was not an exaggeration. Moreover, wasn't he already acting like a pro since he started getting paid? What are you hesitating about? Everyone attack. In the meantime, Kaesong's strongest sword, Kim Seong-gu, couldn't take his greedy eyes off Yang Wu's equipment and urged the crowd. Then, about 10 sharp movements around Yang Wu started to become more intense compared to earlier, and sensing this, Yang Wu quickly raised his hand and shouted loudly. Hold on a moment! Surprised by the sudden time request, Kim Seong-gu, who was about to thrust his spear, frowned, and seizing the opportunity, Yang Wu hastily inserted his lines. Sir, I have something to say. Just a word. No, a few words. What? If you're going to beg for mercy now, don't bother wasting your breath. Kim Seong-gu scowled in annoyance and tightened his grip on the spear. Yang Wu, with his pupils tinged with golden light, continued. No, it's not such a cliché statement. Whoa! As golden waves emanated from Yang Wu's body with his pupils turning golden, Kim Seong-gu, the strongest sword of Kaesong, widened his eyes. This, he knew it all too well. The approaching golden waves were none other than the aura of the strongest sword. Hence, he realized the identity of the man before him as the strongest sword of South Korea. Up, Kim Seong-gu also belatedly emitted the aura of the strongest sword in response, but the waves he produced couldn't last even a second before crumbling. This meant that the aura of the outsider who dared to challenge him was much stronger. What? Is that Badar asterisk tougher than me? Having experienced all sorts of battles in Kaesong since the first day of the reset, Kim Seong-gu knew relatively well how this aura of the strongest sword worked. The power of this technique was closely related to the prowess of the strongest sword themselves, but it primarily relied on internal strength. In vulgar terms, it was called spirit, encompassing boldness, cunning, mental strength, and the like. And this also applied to the ability to resist the aura. So, even those who grew up like greenhouse flowers, despite having high equipment or stats, were greatly influenced by the aura, while those with strong inner cells could withstand the aura, even when struck. In other words, in a situation where 2 best swordsmen clashed with their auras, being overwhelmingly pushed back meant fuckstar. Unbelievable. Being pushed back meant being relatively close to a greenhouse flower. Yuduk, with wounded pride, Kim Seong-gu tried to extend his spear with a glint in his eye. But, Schwat, due to Yang Wu's golden wave shattering his aura and starting to demonstrate his skills, he couldn't do it. Cool. Suddenly feeling as if his heart was being squeezed. He couldn't move properly. This was true not only for Kim Seong-gu, but also for about a dozen flying teenagers filling the audience seats. Ugh, save us. Mister. The boys, who saw even their king, Kim Seong-gu, gripped by fear, begged for mercy from the man from South Korea, who was also affected by the aura. However, it was already after Yang-woo began chanting that. This battle is supported by the interstellar weapon Brandogo, a somewhat gloomy sponsorship announcement, unlike usual. It made the listeners even more fearful. Mr. W., what are you saying all of a sudden? I am the human of Earth, the strongest in Gyeongbuk and Gangnam, Jong Yang-woo 07. Finally revealed the reason for this man's powerful aura. Of course, despite him revealing the sponsorship, neither Kim Seong-gu nor the boys in this place could understand. They couldn't know what the man before them had experienced. If Kim Seong-gu was a greenhouse flower on Earth, Jong Yang-woo of Gyeongbuk was close to a weed who came to see the universe outside the atmosphere. No wonder Kim Seong-gu's aura could never match Yang-woo's. This lunatic bastard. Finally breaking free from the influence of the aura, Kim Seong-gu thrust his spear straight towards Yang-woo. Shwat. As expected from someone who had been through all sorts of battles, it was a decisive thrust that even felt poisonous. However, since Kim Seong-gu utilized the Earth's martial arts, Kaesong swordsmanship, in his attack to Yang-woo, his thrust appeared merely as an honest attack. It's sharp, but the intention is clearly visible. On the other hand, Yang-woo's martial arts came from another realm, Rome's bottom, and the unconventional martial art proposed by Rome's prisoners offered a counter. Quick, it involved receiving the opponent's spear with the forehead, or in other words, the front of the helmet. Due to the overwhelming defensive performance of the Golden Oath and the sensory advantage, Kim Seong-gu's attack seemed incredibly slow to Yang-woo. Shit. Ultimately, Kim Seong-gu's spear couldn't pierce through the front line and slipped sideways, prompting Yang-woo to grab the tip of the spear with his left hand. Thud! Kim Seong-gu's eyes widened in disbelief. What? Next, Yang-woo pulled the spear towards himself. Wee-wee-it. Naturally, Kim Seong-gu was drawn closer to Yang-woo. In fact, Kim Seong-gu was trying to narrow the distance with Yang-woo. Based on his combat experience so far, it was natural for the opponent to wield a sword in such a situation. Wasn't his center of gravity completely off? And the Kaesong swordsmanship was also advising him to approach the opponent's right arm, near where he held the sword. However, the next attack executed by Yang-woo after fulfilling this was Poyak, a kick utilizing the recoil caused by pulling Kim Seong-gu in. Kim Seong-gu's face contorted from the unexpected attack, but even in the midst of this, he kept an eye on the opponent's blazing red sword. He thought the sword would move next, anyway. However, what followed was a left body hook flying like lightning. Poyak, kek. A gasp escaped from Kim Seong-gu's throat. Why is this crazy guy using his fists when he has a sword? Is this how they fight in South Korea? While Kim Seong-gu was confused by Yang-woo's unexpected attack, finally, the dragon's legacy began to move. Sweat. From Yang-woo's perspective, after all, Dogo had ordered him to cut the throat. Ironically, Kim Seong-gu felt relieved seeing his opponent finally resorting to using a weapon. In a weapon-to-weapon duel, he had accumulated a lot of combat data, and he believed that a spear would have a significant advantage even in a close-range fight. You're finished now. Thud. So as Kim Seong-gu instinctively leaned back, weak, with another ominous gesture, Yang-woo's right foot shot out swiftly. It was none other than a front kick. Poyak. Yang-woo's front kick, extended like a thrust, directly hit Kim Seong-gu's abdomen, causing him to reflexively bend over in pain. What? Translator Knight. Proofreader gun. He felt something was seriously wrong. With his upper body bent and his neck stretched out, this posture was definitely, oh no, ideal for decapitation. And indeed, at that moment, Yang-woo was wielding the dragon's legacy with both hands and swinging it towards Kim Seong-gu's back. Skuck. The dragon's legacy traced a dazzling trajectory without any deviation. Oh my God! Everyone in the audience, including Yang-woo, saw the dogo's wedge pattern pierce through Kim Seonga's neck and touch the ground. Then, thud thump, the head of Kim Seong-gu, the strongest sword of Kaesong, fell to the ground. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. 10. Although the sun had already started to rise quite high, still not a single person appeared. Just as the first impression suggested, Kaesong City was indeed a ghost town. The only one stationed here were Kim Seong-gu and his gang, in this abandoned city. Well, now this place's fate will remain in a neglected state. Yang-woo, amidst the scattered bodies of boys, calculated the round-trip time between Gangnam and Seoul and Kaesong. At 1 p.m., deal with the mutants appearing in Gangnam as quickly as possible. Then move to Gwangjin-gu. If I can handle the mutants in Gwangjin-gu in time, it should be around 1:30 p.m. And from then on, high-speed travel from Seoul to Kaesong. He didn't know if he could arrive in Kaesong around 2 p.m. if he could wrap up things in Seoul a little faster. Of course, even this was a plan that could be achieved because Yang-woo was the owner of Iron Horse Negwig. It's a really absurd idea, but that doesn't mean it's entirely impossible. And this way, I can almost complete my achievements in just one day. Golden Journey. Summon a golden rain in the next region. Domestic, 2/3. Foreign, 0/2. The fact that North Korea's climate was different meant that at least the world system was considering the North Korean region as a foreign jurisdiction. Therefore, there was a very high probability that he could fulfill the additional condition of summoning a golden rain in 2 foreign regions. Let's go with that plan for now. Now that I know Kim Jong-un will return as a mutant, we need to keep an eye on North Korea. Then, how would the strongest swords of the Seoul Federation react to this news? Yang-woo was about to transmit this information through the ring wave, but he hesitated as he saw the system message that appeared before him. Would you like to merge Kaesong's strongest sword? The merger authorization will disappear in 5 seconds. 4, 3, what? He momentarily forgot about the assassination of the strongest sword, a long-awaited event. It meant the ability to absorb titles from other regions. Approval for the merger. When Yang-woo decided to acquire the title of Kaesong's strongest sword, the regional status in the corner of his vision immediately changed. Whoosh! The current location is Kaesong. There are no strongest swords in this area. Then, a familiar but slightly different merger notification appeared. Acquired Kaesong's strongest sword. Reached 1 title in possession of North Korean regions. North Korean regions. However, the really important information followed next. Kaesong's strongest sword equals merged with a large region 2 or more times. Equals Joseon's strongest sword advanced. Although it was a format he had seen before, the content was completely different. This is because the example of title merger that Yang-woo had seen before was not a merger between large regions, but the process of becoming the strongest sword of a large region, which was the previous step. Gumi's strongest sword equals merged 2 or more times. Equals Gyeongbok's strongest sword advanced. On the other hand, the example that appeared this time, wait, isn't the Joseon strongest sword a superior version of a large region? A title that could only be obtained by integrating large regions, such as South Hwanghae Province, Hwanghae Province, Pyongyang directly governed city, and North Hamgyong Province, probably the highest-ranking title in North Korea. But why am I getting this notification now that I've only acquired 1 title in North Korea? Could it be because I obtained large region titles from South Korea? Then wouldn't the genealogy of titles in North Korea become more complicated? I don't think it will work like that. Considering various hypotheses, Yang-woo finally arrived at a very plausible conclusion after much contemplation. That was, could it be because Kaesong is a special city? Special city of Kaesong. In fact, in terms of scale alone, it was just an ordinary city with a population of 370,000, but due to its unique location and administrative characteristics, Kaesong was classified as a special city within North Korea. In other words, unlike other cities, It was an independent area, not belonging to any province. Therefore, if the regional classification system accepted this straightforwardly, the status of Kaesong's strongest sword could have been placed on par with titles like Gyeongbok's strongest sword or Pyongyang's strongest sword. If that's really the case, it's a kind of flaw, albeit not an error. And most importantly, Yangwu himself became the main beneficiary of this flaw. Of course, since two more large region titles were needed in North Korea, the probability of Yangwu becoming the Joseon's strongest sword, while he had his main base in South Korea, was extremely low. No, he had been thinking that way until just now. Until the warning message of the title system popped up, that is, as you have acquired titles from regions not belonging to your country, the stigma, territorialism, will be created. What did you say? As Yangwu voiced his confusion, a tooltip appeared before him along with a conspicuous blade mark, something he had never seen before. Territorialism, North Korea. You have plundered assets from North Korea. To atone for this sin, all strongest swords in North Korea will be informed of your location. Hey, stigma, territorialism. Exposed for the crime of plundering North Korean assets to the strongest swords of the opposing side. Yangwu felt unjust, but he couldn't help but accept it because there was nothing wrong with what was written in the tooltip. First, the title of the strongest sword of North Korea, Kaesong's strongest sword, was plundered. It's true. I admit it. Second, then is that really a sin? Regardless of the reason, it's a sin because someone was killed. Of course, strictly speaking, what the system judges as a sin is not murder. It seems to be the act of taking away a foreign title. Territorialism, North Korea. You have plundered assets from North Korea. To atone for this sin, all strongest swords in North Korea will be informed of your location. Anyway, no matter how Yangwu felt about this stigma, the predetermined outcome could not be reversed. Therefore, I lost. He is now the top priority fugitive in North Korea. Moreover, since the sentiment between the two countries was not particularly good, it was obvious that an unfortunate incident would occur due to this incident. It wouldn't be strange at all if a war broke out because of this. Moreover, wasn't it said that outer cities were being abandoned due to the shortage of supplies in North Korea anyway? So, there was no telling whether a large-scale invasion operation would begin with this opportunity. Dozens of North Korean strongest swords crossing the military demarcation line to find the South Korean trash that took away their country's title. As Yangwu imagined the terrible scene, he shook his head. Then he noticed a golden goblin digging through corpses on the other side. TSK. Yeah, it's not like this is the only crisis. I have to find a way to survive somehow. Eventually, the golden goblin rushed to Yangwu with a handful of coins and equipment that Kaesong's strongest sword had. Kit. Then, as if reporting to Yangwu, he spilled coins and equipment in front of him. You had quite a lot of spare change. After checking to see if the goblin had missed any valuable items using the Serpent of Greed, Yangwu picked up the loot piled on the floor. For now, the coins, 34,000 karma. Since he had poured all the money he had at the time into his stats to survive in the dungeon, such cash was welcomed no matter how much it was. There are 3 pieces of equipment. The loot obtained from Kaesong's strongest sword consisted of a spear, a ring, and a bracelet, totaling 3. Considering that they were all mutant grade, it seemed that the karma he had gained so far had been invested in his stats and body, while his size was unusually big. As Yangwu picked up the spear on the ground, the equipment tooltip appeared immediately. Armor Cutter, Mutation Spear. Ignore 50% physical damage reduction rate. Oh, it's more terrifying than I thought. This would have been suitable as one of the main weapons, but due to the nature of the spear, it couldn't be tucked into the belt, so one of the 3 existing weapons had to be entrusted to the goblin. Dullahan's Sword, which extends up to 6 meters. Underdog, which increases its power against large enemies. And the Dragon's Legacy, which becomes stronger when fighting targets of rank 2 or lower. There's nothing to throw away. If anything, it would be Underdog. Although Dullahan's Sword was also considered, the maximum reach of up to 6 meters was an irreplaceable characteristic. Yangwu, who was pondering for a moment, suddenly remembered something and asked the Golden Goblin, "Hey, TSK, do you understand what I'm saying well enough? Ket, if a fight breaks out, can you wait nearby and throw me the weapons I asked for?" Then, the goblin suddenly closed its mouth. It seemed like it could, but it didn't want to. "Since I don't have a weapon encyclopedia right now, you'll have to play the role of a squire for now." After unilaterally informing it, Yangwu handed Underdog to it. "Just looking at it, if the opponent is bigger than me, I'm preparing to throw this." Keek. The goblin made an incomprehensible sound as it received the Underdog. Nevertheless, it obediently put Underdog into its spatial pocket. Because it was a slave, it had to fulfill the orders as much as possible. Fortunately, the rest of the equipment is accessories, so I could just put them in the encyclopedia. Yangwu's gaze fell on the remaining 2 accessories of Kaesong, Strongest Sword. Fire Stop, Mutation Ring. Fire Resistance 10%. Contemplation, Mutation Bracelet. Since increased by 500 dot. Oh, Yangwu, checking the tooltip of the new loot, widened his eyes. The bracelet that increased perception was undoubtedly welcome, and it was also the first time he had acquired flame-resistant equipment. Planning ahead for battles with dragons, Yangwu intended to gradually collect elemental resistance equipment as well. Shiat, Translator Knight, Proofreader Gun. As Yangwu registered both accessories in the encyclopedia, the number 16 briefly appeared before his eyes. 16. It was the current number of equipment registered in the accessory encyclopedia. Now, with 4 more, the second effect of the accessory encyclopedia would be activated. I want all the other encyclopedias too. It's so fraudulent. But to do that, he would have to enter the insanely difficult nighttime dungeon again. And for that, he had to stay alive until tonight. From the mutants in Seoul who were scheduled to come at 1 p.m., and the potential assassins from North Korea who could strike at any moment. Life is becoming more and more dynamic. Yangwu finally checked his current stats. It was because a new notification had appeared in his vision since he registered the mutant ring, Fire Stop, in the encyclopedia. Resistance indicator has been added to the stats. Resistance indicator? Is it because I've started wearing resistance items? When Yangwu opened the stats window, he noticed that resistance values began to be displayed at the bottom. Character, Zhang Yangwu 07. Strength 3,100, 19 plus 3, 0, 81. Endurance 2,548, 21 plus 2, 527. Durability 3,048, 13 plus 3, 0, 35. Sensation 1,400, 24 plus 1, 376. Fire resistance 10%. Ability resistance 10%. Asterisk available karma 34,000. There might be more monsters breathing fire in the future, but I still don't know what ability resistance is. While Yangwu tilted his head, he also thought that he should collect ability resistance equipment whenever it appeared. There's no reason for resistance concepts to exist for nothing. You have to be prepared in advance to make use of them at crucial moments. After finishing up, Yangwu straightened his waist and looked up at the sky, where the sun had risen higher than before, shining down on him. Phew! With a deep exhale, Yangwu took out the unique ring wave. Wave, unique ring. Voice transmission to the strongest sword of the acquisition area. Area, Seoul. He then cautiously spoke into the ring. Can you hear me? Naturally, since this was a one-way transmission device, there would be no response, and after realizing this a moment later, Yangwu brought the ring to his mouth again. Today's meeting will be held in about 40 minutes at 11 a.m. in front of Payu City Hall. There are urgent matters to discuss, so please attend if possible. After saying this much, Yangwu was about to head straight to Payu City Hall, but he felt something was missing and added a few more words. I'm on my way back from North Korea. Please make sure to come and listen. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Seoul buzzed with excitement at the meeting announcement hosted by the newly appointed Gangnam's strongest sword, Zhang Yangwu. The fact that this meeting place was outside Seoul was unusual, but the meeting time unilaterally set by Zhang Yangwu was about 40 minutes from the announcement. This meant dropping everything and rushing over. And no, if he's unilaterally calling for it, can he be so shameless? Asking us to come within 40 minutes is like telling us to run barefoot. So, some expressed great discomfort, but still, they couldn't dare refuse the call. Because North Korea? Coming back from North Korea? Oh, what kind of bullshit is this again? There's never a quiet day. It was because Yongwoo had thrown the topic of North Korea at the end. In a world after the reset, where famous individuals, including all sorts of chaebols, were scheduled to return as monsters one after another. Amidst everyone living in such a world, how could anyone just sit back and ignore Gangnam's strongest sword promising to unravel the story of his visit to North Korea? If it's North Korea, Kim Jong-un is probably on the mutant list 9 times out of 10. If he's been to North Korea and urgent news has emerged, I'm very uneasy. This lunatic, what trouble has he caused this time? Especially those who had attended the last meeting, having witnessed Yongwoo unboxing the corpse of Jong Hyun-sik and swallowing the mutant parasite, even felt fear at the mention of urgent matters. I was wondering what was so serious that that monster would use the expression urgent. So, as soon as most people received Yongwoo's announcement, they immediately left their respective areas and headed to Payu. Gangnam's strongest sword is quite something. Is he trying to make us run barefoot? But why Payu of all places? And at this hour? Anyway, they had to arrive by 11 o'clock at the latest. Because of this, strongest sword from distant regions had to give up their dignity and rush barefoot at high speed. Meanwhile, Yongwoo, the source of this commotion, clippity-clop, clippity-clop, he was hurrying to leave Kaesong City, riding on an iron horse's back. The distance between Kaesong and Payu City Hall was as far as the distance between Seoul and Payu, so he had to hurry. Clippity-clop. He had scheduled the meeting for 11 o'clock purely based on the appearance time of the mutants. After the meeting, everyone would need enough time to return to their respective areas. And since we don't know when someone will come down from the north, we can't have the meeting in Yongsan. Of course, Yongwoo thought that the strongest swords of North Korea would also have their own areas, so they wouldn't move recklessly in the morning. If they were to come down to reclaim their titles, it would likely be around 3 or 4 in the afternoon after the mutant problem had been resolved. By the way, if the top title in North Korea is Joseon's strongest sword, what about South Korea? Would it be something like Daehin's strongest sword? As Yongwoo pondered these thoughts, the end of the Gyeongui Line Railway appeared in the distance. He had returned to the outskirts of Payu in South Korea. Pop, the current area you are in is Payu. There are no strongest swords in this area. Shortly after the area status of Payu, which he had seen last night, appeared, as he went further in, he saw the railway laid over the Imjin River. Well, I'll arrive soon, just as Yongwoo was about to cross the river via the railway. Meow. Along with a small vibration from Yongwoo's embrace, the cry of a cat echoed out. What's this? Yongwoo asked, but he was already looking around. The vibration just now was probably fearful cat, epic compass. Indicates a threatening target. Strength increases by 25% when bleeding. It was undoubtedly the alarm of the fearful cat, the threat detector. Wait a minute. I don't see anything yet. Why is the cat meowing? Sensing something amiss, Yongwoo pulled on the reins of Negwig and halted just as he was about to continue forward. Queeing. From somewhere, a very peculiar sound of breaking through space echoed, and Yongwoo's vision was engulfed in a deep purple. It was his legendary martial art, Rome's Bottom, delivering a powerful warning. At the same time, the hologram in front of him suddenly pulled Negwig's neck backward. What? But it couldn't have been an act without reason. With a sense of doubt, Yongwoo immediately pushed Negwig's neck backward. Squelch! Suddenly, where Negwig's forehead had been just moments ago, squealing, a single beam of light shot down at an incredible speed, piercing the ground. Quack! That's insane. It was none other than an arrow. A silver-colored metallic arrow. It's a sniper. There would undoubtedly be further attacks. Thump! Yang Wu hastily noticed that the fearful cat in his arms was already looking northwest. As Yang Wu turned his head in that direction, he saw a woman holding a bow on a distant hill, and the title above the woman's head, Wang Yi's strongest sword, Huang. Before Yang Wu could fully comprehend the opponent's title, the troublesome sound echoed again, squealing, "You son of a bastard! Hand over your head quietly and leave." Good heavens! Yang Wu, after confirming the opponent's identity, was greatly surprised by two facts. The first was the mobility of Wang He's strongest sword. Even though the Kaesong area was adjacent to the Wang Yi province, known for its individuality, didn't they just move straight here, riding a steel horse, Negwig? Of course, it wasn't a full-speed rush. Still, the fact that someone who departed from Wang Yi province has already found me, that meant the opponent's mobility was nearly double that of Negwig's normal speed. And the second one was swish. Insane. A long-range sniper who had been steadily targeting Negwig since earlier. It seemed like they were planning to completely block the mobility first and then deal with it slowly. In stark contrast to shouting to expose oneself immediately, the actual combat was being conducted very rationally. They're not an ordinary opponent. It's evident they've subdued many people with a bow. Seeing another arrow narrowly skim past Negwig's ear, Yang Wu glanced again at the Wang He strongest sword, which was pulling the bowstring again. I need to narrow the distance for now. This won't do, because the opponent was persistently targeting Negwig instead of Yang Wu. The sensory deprivation of the golden flash didn't trigger. Therefore, allowing the sniper to continue shooting like this would eventually lead to being hit. Let's use full power. I need to make you attack me, not Negwig, to have a chance of winning. Pointing towards the Wang He's strongest sword on the hill, Yang Wu spoke to Negwig, and it seemed to understand as it snorted heavily. Hi-ya-ya. Then, it immediately started a full-speed rush towards the Wang He's strongest sword. Wah! The approach speed of the black horse was much faster than expected. Swoosh! As Negwig covered over 200 meters in the blink of an eye, the contours of the opponent's face finally came into focus for Yang Wu. The Wang Yi's strongest sword was a small-built woman in her late 20s, but oddly enough, what's that? There was a holographic interface floating near her right eye. It looked like a sniper scope. Could it be a real scope? Yang Wu couldn't help but think so. Given how she managed to make accurate shots from such a long distance, he had been curious. No matter how high her sensory capabilities were, weren't there limits? However, if she had equipment that corrected her vision or sight like that, the situation would change. Swoosh! Hi-ya-ya! As Negwig, who had been the target until now, brought the opponent within visibility, emitting an angry sound, Yang Wu also menacingly extended the iron cutter, a variant spear. Armor cutter, mutant spear. Ignores 50% of physical damage reduction. Using its longer reach compared to conventional weapons, he intended to pressure the opponent. If they handle things much better than expected, I'll have to create some variables with the black sword at that time. As the distance between him and the Wang He's strongest sword rapidly closed, Yang Wu noticed that the red glow emanated from the dragon's legacy, which he had stored in his belt. This meant that the opponent was also a grade 2 or lower human. On the other hand, the Wang Yi's strongest sword let out a venomous shout as she saw South Korea's strongest sword rushing towards her like cavalrymen. How dare you? Die, you bastard! Clang! Now that the distance had significantly shortened, Yang Wu also heard the sound of a bowstring being pulled in his ears. And for the first time this happened. Sensory values have temporarily increased from the previous 1,400 to 3,000. The golden flash had seized the opponent's senses, and it was a staggering value of 1,600. Yang Wu's eyes widened. Among all the strongest swords he had encountered, this one had the highest sensory perception. Was it because she primarily used a bow as her weapon? No matter what, could she have heightened her senses to this extent? Of course, it was a favorable situation for Yang Wu. Considering his ability to have the opponent's senses unconditionally, this was a fight he couldn't lose. Shua! As Yang Wu's senses soared to 3,000, the Wang He's strongest sword also seemed to sense something amiss. Huh. Being someone whose original sensory value was not just 1 or 2,000, but a staggering 3,200, and being someone who used a bow where precision was crucial, she immediately realized that there was a problem with her own senses. What kind of trickery is this now? While aiming at Yang Wu's chest, she released her hand from the bowstring. Thud! Then, from the seemingly empty front part of the bow, an arrow suddenly flashed out. Queeing, the silver-white arrow shot out towards Yang Wu with a speed comparable to a fired bullet. With the distance between both sides being only tens of meters, the arrow inevitably struck Yang Wu's chest. Kying. Ugh! Yang Wu, startled, screamed. This was the first time he had been hit by an arrow in his life, and above all, the area around his chest hurt terribly. Even with all the equipment I've covered myself with, I couldn't dodge an arrow flying straight at me from up close. Golden Oath, legendary breastplate, reduces enemy attack power by 50%. Accumulated golden ratio, 5. Rock Guardian, mutation gem. Slot, reduces all physical damage. Agility, mutation ring. When sense is the highest attribute, gain 10% damage reduction. However, it was also thanks to having such equipment covered that he survived. The situation he had just gone through, which he passed over with regret, was a miracle that could not happen to the Wang He's strongest sword. That arrow, he was definitely hit, right? Wang He's strongest sword, Park Sealwa 09. She cast a fearful glance at the unexpected turn of events. She had just witnessed her arrow not only failing to pierce the opponent's chest, but also being deflected by the golden armor. Then, she should at least tidy up her fall. Clang, clang. Despite being hit by arrows, the strange South Korean strongest sword continued to approach on horseback. It was as if he was brushing off his chest, as if it tickled where the arrow had struck. No, even after being hit by an arrow, the reason Sealwa primarily used a bow as her weapon was because she used to be an archer before the reset. Translator Knight. Proofreader Gun. It was an Olympic sport called archery in South Korea. The advantage of the bow was undoubtedly one-sided killing. Even if the first shot was blocked or missed, she could shoot more while the opponent approached. Thanks to this, Sealwa had never been exposed to the opponent's range until now. But now, for the first time, she encountered an opponent who didn't even bleed after being hit by her arrow. Maybe he dodged it? Clang! With a frightened expression, Sealwa hastily drew her bowstring. However, seeing the iron horse charging towards her, she gave up her follow-up attack. This was because the South Korean strongest sword, riding the horse, was swinging a club-like weapon ignorantly. Wayak, a tremendously powerful attack. Just brushing against it would tear one's body apart. So Sealwa rolled back to avoid it and leaped high backward. Thud! Was it just the distance from the ground? She could create enough sniping distance, even in the sky. This time it's your head. As Sealwa, who leaped about 10 meters into the air, aimed her bow at her opponent again, Yang Wu, who was watching her, suddenly soared into the sky. Ha! He even reached a much higher place than Sealwa. Climber, mutant pants. Leap distance tripled. Yang Wu had reached a level where he received equipment buffs for every action. Ugh! Sealwa, who was trying to re-aim at the opponent who had climbed above her head, frowned as the sunlight pierced her eyes. And in the meantime, Wayak, a black streak erupted from Yang Wu in the sky. It was a black sword, its blade extended up to 6 meters. Sealwa, who had only been thinking about the range of the spear so far, tried to block the unexpected attack with her bow. There was no other way to block the opponent's sword in this empty space. So in the end, Kying, as Yang Wu's black sword clashed with Sealwa's silver-white bowstring, tremendous pressure was transmitted to Sealwa. Most of the money she had saved had been spent on sensory perception and equipment purchases, so she couldn't exert strength in such a direct strength fight. In the end, Sealwa barely escaped with her life, crashing to the ground, and soon after, Yang Wu settled down with his black cloak fluttering down. Clang! As Yang Wu landed with a metallic sound, Sealwa, in a last-ditch effort, drew an early bird from her waist, and swung it in a counterattack. Swish! However, even this was easily seen through by Yangwu. This time, instead of swinging his sword, he simply stepped on her early bird with his foot, blocking it. Give up. Yangwu's close combat abilities were unparalleled. As Yangwu stared down at her, Siwa, who was also staring at him, spat out unexpectedly. But even this was blocked by Yangwu raising his black sword. Huh! Finally, Siwa collapsed with a bitter laugh. Yangwu scanned the surroundings to see if there were any other North Korean strongest swords around, and asked her, "Did you come alone? Did you come right away in anger after hearing about the theft of your title?" Upon hearing this, Siwa looked incredulous and replied sharply, "Then, did you expect me to stay, have a meeting, and come with others? You should return it soon." Given that the location of the thief was being transmitted in real time along with the notification that assets had been leaked, it was ridiculous to just stand by and watch. Then maybe another strongest sword is coming. Especially since there had been no change in location due to fighting with the Wang He strongest sword for a while. It was possible that they were quietly pursuing him at this moment. Anyway, I didn't mean to provoke you on purpose. I'm sorry. Thanks for coming with all this equipment. In a way, I'm grateful too. As Yangwu said this and looked around again, Siwa, realizing that the South Korean was waiting for the next assassin, widened her eyes. You bastard. You're saying that, but you're also waiting, aren't you?" Yangwu had no intention of lying, so he nodded. "Yes, since you brought all this equipment to find me. I'm also grateful in a way." As Yangwu reached out to touch the silver-white bow still in Siwa's hand, a tool tip appeared in his eyes. White fire, epic bow. Sensory perception applies to arrow power. Power increases with arrow distance. This is my first time getting a bow, but seeing how you use it earlier made me think it would be useful, especially for Yangwu, who leaps in both strength and perception, since arrow distance was based on strength. And just as he struggled with sniping earlier, this bow would be able to subdue the upcoming North Korean powerhouses. Do you have any last words? Or is there anyone in Wang He that you must protect? As Yangwu asked for final words, Siwa retorted, "You're all puffed up just because you won one round. You're going to regret it today too, you bastard. Soon." Since there seemed to be no significant last words, Yangwu was about to swing his sword when he hesitated for a moment. He almost forgot something very important. "All right, then please listen to me for a moment. It's about the previous battle. It was sponsored by the universal weapon brand Dogo. What? I'm the strongest in Gyeongbuk, Gangnam, and Kaesong on Earth, Zhang Yangwu 07. With that, Yangwu's blade swiftly severed the neck of the Wang He strongest sword in the blink of an eye. 10:48 a.m. North Korea was in an uproar. Just minutes after the stigma of territorialism had occurred, another unpleasant news followed. Our country's title, the Wang He strongest sword, has been robbed. In the morning, or practically the beginning of the day, two major regional titles from North Korea were being sucked into South Korea. This was a significant problem regardless of whether the counterpart was South Korea or not. Was the country's assets being leaked abroad? Although it was a world where even countrymen pointed swords at each other, at this moment, everyone was outraged by this incident. And that's the same for Sinuju's strongest sword, Jo Seongu 01. What? This son of a bitch. Looking across the Yalu River while having breakfast, he unconsciously crushed the rice cake he was holding in his hand. What on earth are you doing? Southern bastards. The southern bastards that Jo Seongu was talking about referred not to thieves from South Korea, but to the entire South, including Kaesong and Wang He, which had consecutively lost their titles. How much of an indignity can one have to be mentally lax to suffer? How can you lose a fight like nothing else to a South Korean guy who has never experienced the slightest hardship in his life? Damn it! Seongu furrowed his brow as if frustrated. Yet, he couldn't hide his ominous expression. This was because yesterday, even at the Sinuiju, Chinese thieves were discovered crossing the border. However, since they were clearly unrelated to the Chinese authorities, Seongu decided to cut off one of their arms each and send them back. But now, titles were being taken away by South Korea. While the intruders from China were mere riffraff, that thief was undoubtedly extraordinary. Kaisong and Wang He's strongest swords were weaklings, but anyway, isn't it the strongest sword? What on earth is going on down there that the strongest sword level has already started crossing the border? Whoosh! As Xianggu raised his hand into the air for a signal, a person waiting behind him hurriedly approached. Yes, give me the order. Only dispatch one Powell to Pyongyang. I guess I have to catch that rat myself. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. At the same time, Yang Wu, unaware that a flood was being prepared from the Yalu River, was relentless in shooting arrows. Twang! White fire! Epic bow. Sensory perception applies to arrow power. Power increases with arrow distance. Thrilled by the fact that he could unilaterally attack enemies hundreds of meters away. Oh my goodness! Yang Wu was on the Negwig running towards Paiyu City Hall, aiming at the traffic light in the distance. Then, thud, he pulled the bowstring with all his might. Thwack! He released the hand holding the bow. The silver-white bowstring flashed in the forefront of the silver-white bow, and from that spot, the arrow shot out like a flash of lightning. Thunk! It took practically no time for Yang Wu to shatter the red traffic light, nearly 400 meters away. Of course, if his opponent were of a decent level, like Park Seowa, they could probably react adequately to this attack, with a probability of about 70%. Illusion, unique shoes. 30% chance of detection evasion. But what if a stealth arrow, undetectable even by local forensic examination from outside the field of vision, came at high speed? How many could react to that? It's terrifying just to imagine. However, as the impact point exceeded 500 meters, he had to slightly elevate the bow to shoot, indicating that extensive practice would be necessary. So that's why Park Seowa's arrows seemed to fall just above the brow. Although her shooting angle might not have been perfect, it would have been close to 40 degrees. Strength. The stronger the force pulling the bowstring, the farther the arrow could fly, even at low angles. Conversely, if the shooting angle was too high, the range would decrease. Archery is practically a matter of instinct. I'll have to shoot a lot to get used to it. But where was he? This was the world after the reset. With Yang Wu's sensory index reaching 1,400, it rapidly improved his archery skills. Twang thunk. He had just succeeded in a precise shot at 700 meters. I may not be able to account for variables like wind yet, but I'll get more accustomed to it today. As expected, since the arrow's range was related to strength, Yang Wu's realistic maximum range was about 2 kilometers. So how could he identify and snipe enemies beyond 2 kilometers? That's where one of the loot items, clairvoyance, came in handy. Clairvoyance, mutant earring. Visibility is amplified up to 5 times. The hologram above Park Seal was right. I was this item. Moreover, it was a piece of jewelry, so it could be added to the inventory. Since the bow was an epic grade, she must have acquired it herself. As for the clairvoyance, it's a mutation item, so she must have decided to use the bow after obtaining it. In other words, obtaining the clairvoyance, a core item enabling bow operation, marked the start of her bow build. So how many merchants did Park Seowa meet to find a bow in her lifetime? Even the third loot item she obtained seemed to be deliberately prepared for proper use of the bow. Shoes, soul shoes. When there are no adjacent enemies, movement speed doubles. I need to quickly obtain an armor encyclopedia to make good use of this. Right now, it's not too disappointing because I have Negwig, but in places like dungeons, it's impossible to bring a mount, so there will come a time when it's needed. And lastly, poison mutant dagger. Neurotoxin. Decreases the target's senses by 10%. This was the dagger that Park Seowa carried with her. It was probably her last resort to use when she inevitably allowed the opponent to approach. Of course, for Yang Wu, who was overflowing with weapons, this was just another factor that awaited the acquisition of a new encyclopedia. If you were to obtain a weapon encyclopedia, wouldn't the neurotoxin be released, whether it was Black Sword or Dragon's Legacy? I want to get to the dungeon quickly. Yang Wu thought such crazy thoughts as he pulled the bowstring and precisely hit the center of one of the signs on the other side. Twang boom. Thanks to his rapidly increasing archery proficiency, Yang Wu could make quite accurate shots even while riding a horse. So, this is how the sensory equipment is used. Currently, Yang Wu's basic strength index was 3,100. If bleeding started in this state, his strength would increase by 25%. And if he also used blue blood doping, his strength index would be further amplified by an additional 30%. In other words, the power and range of his arrows could increase by almost 60%. Translator Knight. Proofreader Gun. Since the locations of the mutants are clearly visible, it's possible to take positions in advance and snipe them. As Yang Wu thought this, he began to see the building of the Paiyu City Hall, the meeting place for today. With that in mind, Yang Wu pulled the bowstring for one last shooting practice before the meeting. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Around the same time, in the parking lot in front of Paiyu City Hall. Contrary to Yang Wu's expectations, several strongest swords were already present in front of the City Hall, and they were all barefoot. This was in response to the shocking statement made by Gangnam's strongest sword regarding their visit to North Korea. It's probably in response. Dong Demon's strongest sword, Jang Jiango 01, sat on the ground, grumbling. What's going on that they've summoned these high-level talents here? It must be something serious. Then Songbuk's strongest sword, Li Yubin 16, mocked him. Serious? Are you planning to shake hands again? This reminded everyone of the incident yesterday, when Jang Jiango challenged the newly appointed Gangnam's strongest sword to a power struggle and got severely reprimanded. But still, the employees haven't arrived yet, right? Shouldn't we at least bring out some chairs? Or go inside? There are new people joining today, and their appearance seems... Pointing to the inside of the city hall was Li Hanwook 09, Dongjak's strongest sword. And a few meters away from him was Kim Hyongju 11, Yunpyeong's strongest sword, who was attending the meeting for the first time, holding a very large and flat two-handed sword stuck into the ground. Although he was also a strongest sword from the Seoul area, he looked very grim due to joining the meeting late. Therefore, he was making a rather cautious expression, as he was unfamiliar with the structure and atmosphere of the meeting and didn't want to seem underestimated. Gangnam's strongest sword is the strongest right now, right? When Yunpyeong's strongest sword asked with a somewhat heavy voice, the bustling crowd suddenly fell silent. Everyone present here had witnessed the moment when the strongest sword changed firsthand. The newly appointed Gangnam's strongest sword, Jang Yangwoo, the monstrous giant who came from another world, riding on a steel horse, and tackled Jong Hyunsik in a wrestling style, toppling him over. He's strong, incredibly so. After a while, Songbuk's strongest sword Li Yubin said with a wistful look. Right now, she was recalling the sight of Jong Yangwoo swinging his elbow and cutting off Jong Hyunsik's neck. On the other hand, he's strong, but he's a bit strange, so be on your guard. He's a guy who eats people's organs. Dong Demon's Jang Jiango made a disgusted expression, recalling the scene where Jong Yangwoo opened Jong Hyunsik's abdomen and swallowed his entrails. He eats human organs? The concept of a newcomer meeting momentarily shattered. Kim Hyongju 11, Yunpyeong's strongest sword. Although he was a hero who had protected Yunpyeonggu against mutants every day, he couldn't help but be surprised at the idea that the strongest person in this meeting ate human organs. What kind of person is he? As Kim Hyongju imagined the worst-case scenario, Yongsan's strongest sword, who had been looking around anxiously, pointed to the south. Oh, that person is the second in command of our meeting. At this, Kim Hyongju's head turned involuntarily, and soon he saw a woman with a sword, holding an woldo. Tat-tat. She was none other than Songpa's strongest sword, Yeonhee 04. Behind her were Siecho's strongest sword, Choi Namhee 11, and Gangdong's strongest sword, Kim Ju 13, sticking closely. Gangdong was especially the farthest area from Paiyu among the Seoul regions. It seems like almost everyone is here. Now, all we need is for the host to appear. As Yongsan's strongest sword, Kim Do-ha, said this, everyone waited for the moment when Jong Yangwoo would enter from the north. Twang! A strange sound, unfamiliar to everyone, rang out. Thwack! along with the sharp sound, a silver arrow flew through the strongest swords and embedded itself into the ground. Thunk! The arrow had such a powerful force that it pierced through the hard asphalt like tofu. What? What's this? Where did it come from? What is this? The strongest swords in the crowd were bewildered, staring blankly at the arrow, and only reacted belatedly when it disappeared into thin air, as if melting into the air. Swoosh! Thud! Drawing their weapons from their waists, they began to search for the direction from which the arrow had come. Then, twang! Along with the distinctive cry of his iron horse Negwig, Yangwu's voice was heard from across the city hall. Oops. Sorry. Was anyone hit by the arrow? An arrow. What would we have done if someone got hit? Zhang Jiango muttered quietly with an expression of discomfort. His feelings towards Yangwu weren't great, but he didn't have the skill to confront him directly. Even though he's the strongest in Seoul, isn't this crossing the line? Isn't it? Jiango glanced around, thinking he would actively support any other strongest sword who protested against Yangwu. Shooting an arrow in the middle of a meeting. The proud strongest swords couldn't just sit still. Moreover, they had all come barefoot from afar, so it was clear they were in a low-pressure state. Hasn't this crossed the line a bit? How many strongest swords are here in this position? Finally, Zhang Jiango subtly hinted at his discomfort. Since their numbers were much greater here, it was an opportunity to break Gangnam's strongest sword spirit. But, a bow? This time he brought a bow. Where on earth did you get something like this? Where else? He went to North Korea. However, the rest of his strongest sword only showed interest in Yangwu's new weapon, at least on the surface. Fuck, an arrow? Didn't even see it coming. That Zhang Jiango keeps talking nonsense. Does he want to start a war with Gangnam's strongest sword? The guy who beat Zhang Hyunsik to death with his fists now has long-range weapons. A bow. No, at this rate, it's more like a missile. This was the true feelings of the majority of the strongest swords gathered at Paiyu City Hall today. Of course, if everyone here attacked at once, they might be able to subdue one Gangnam strongest sword. But at least a few would die in the process. Just because their pride got hurt, are they going to play Russian roulette? This was the reason why everyone maintained cheerful expressions. Clack! Finally, from behind the city hall, the sound of Negwig's iron hooves echoed, and a faint silhouette rose high into the sky. Ta! First, Kim Hyongju of Yinpyeong's strongest sword widened his eyes. He's riding a horse? He had heard all kinds of rumors about how powerful Gangnam's strongest sword was, or how they could eat internal organs, but he had never expected this. In a world where you could drive a car if you had money, and in fact, running with 2 feet was faster, could horseback riding even be considered practical? Moreover, the creature the opponent was riding wasn't just a horse, but an otherworldly being made of thick iron. Quike! Then, Negwig let out another long cry, and landed in the middle of the meeting hall where the arrow had fallen moments ago. Kwang! The aura emitted by Gangnam's strongest sword was as substantial as their reputation. Since the 8th strongest sword on the left had never seen Negwig up close, they suddenly realized how large the creature was. And Kim Hyongju from Yinpyeong. He looked at the face of the organizer of this meeting and the current Gangnam's strongest sword, Zhang Yangwu, with a more tense expression than anyone else. Then, the face of a man in his 30s, much more ordinary than expected, caught his eye. Kim Hyongju, who involuntarily made a surprised sound, drew his gaze above Yangwu's head as if mesmerized, then opened his mouth wide. Shaya! There, twisting and turning, was a peculiar title that perfectly matched the absolute devil Yangwu had in his mind. Gyeongbok's strongest sword, an earthly regional title belonging to South Korea, contaminated by the transplantation of the otherworldly martial art, Rome's floor, which had been tarnished into a form barely recognizable due to adaptation. Shaya! From the purple mist that wrapped around the 5 characters of the title, mana continuously spewed out, and the title itself kept wriggling as if it were alive. But why Gyeongbok? As Kim Hyongju instinctively stepped back and muttered, Yangwu bowed his head slightly, and greeted him. Nice to meet you. I am Gyeongbok's strongest sword, Jong Yongwoo. I also hold the position of Gangnam's strongest sword. And although he was now also concurrently serving as Kaesong's strongest sword, it wasn't the time to reveal that yet. First, it was necessary to gauge the atmosphere of the meeting. I'm Kim Hyongju from Yunpyeonggu. But you're not from Seoul. Oh, I mean, not that it matters. As Kim Hyongju babbled without composure, Yongwoo smiled as if to say it was okay. By the way, is everyone here? First of all, thank you all for coming all the way here. Yongwoo looked around the assembly from his position on the stage. Then, it was clear that all 8 strongest sword were wide awake. Thank goodness. Yongwoo felt relieved that his provocation, unintentional as it was, had been well received. While it hadn't been an outright challenge, shooting an arrow into the center of the meeting hall had been quite deliberate. There were 2 main reasons for this. Firstly, to see how the Seoul's strongest sword would react to the arrow. As I saw earlier, most of them didn't react in time. It might be because it wasn't an attack they were prepared for, and the local swordsmanship didn't activate. But if it had been a real fight, even if unintentional, it could have killed a few and started something. Judging from the encounter with the 2 North Korean strongest swords earlier, the gap in skill between the 2 sides wasn't that significant. In other words, even if the North Korean strongest swords were to gather in force, it would still be possible to handle them to some extent, even for Yongwoo alone. And the second reason, to confirm his own strength to the Seoul strongest swords. If they have any sense, they should have realized by now that I've grown significantly since last night. It wasn't just an increase in ability, but a change in perspective. From exploring dungeons akin to hell in this world, to collaborating with people from Italy and Brazil, to infiltrating North Korea for the first time and killing 2 North Korean strongest swords. And now, with the addition of a long-range weapon like a bow, the concept of combat that he couldn't gauge and had expanded. In other words, no one here could replace Gangnam's strongest sword, Jong Yongwoo, anymore. But why was this fact important at the present moment, on the eve of the meeting? Because I have to ask for everyone's understanding soon. As Yongwoo seemed to be preparing to speak, the strongest swords standing around him held their breath and paid attention. Well, first of all, as I mentioned in the meeting notice, I went to North Korea this morning. North Korea? You're not joking, are you? Really? That can't be true. Nonsense. The inside of the hall buzzed with commotion. Then, Songpa's strongest sword, Oh Yeonhee, raised her hand slightly and pointed to the silver-white bow Yongwoo was carrying across his chest. So, is this bow North Korean? It's something I've never seen before yesterday. North Korean. It was a yes. Although the place of production is completely different, it's true that I obtained it by killing a North Korean strongest sword. As Yongwoo changed his titles successively to Kaesong's and Wang He's strongest sword, the Seoul's strongest sword began to stir beyond mere commotion. Translator Knight. Proofreader Gun. What's that? Are you crazy, really? This lunatic who had been devouring the innards of his predecessor since their first meeting seemed strangely quiet, but it turned out he had been out since morning fighting North Korean strongest swords. However, strictly speaking, Yongwoo had been out since last night. Before we continue with the North Korea story, we should start with the nighttime dungeon in chronological order. What's that again? A dungeon. At night. Lo and behold, the strongest swords stood with dumbfounded expressions, much like people from ancient times in front of the newspaper stand. You may have already seen or have some of these items. There are items that can ignore abnormal weather conditions. As Yongwoo said this and pressed his cloak lengthwise, item tooltips appeared in everyone's field of view. Black Wind Cloak, Hero's Cloak. Nullifies obsidian rain. Yesterday, it rained obsidian rain, so I was able to go outside, and I defeated a mutant left abandoned on the outskirts of Gyeonggi Province, which opened the dungeon. Yongwoo's statement afterwards seemed like something he had actually experienced. Powerful individuals who entered through portals from other countries on the same day, and dungeons of insane difficulty where one couldn't survive without cooperating with them. Of course, he didn't mention the top-ranked reward, the encyclopedia. Instead, Yongwoo, meanwhile, slowly scanned through the equipment of the strongest sword gathered here, and continued. It's like risking your life to get one more piece of equipment. That's why I recommend against it. However, sharing information as soon as possible is good. But what? Hurry up and say it. What's the but? In the meantime, Seoul's strongest swords, eager for the next development, intervened in Yongwoo's story, and Yongwoo continued. Risking your life to obtain one more piece of equipment, especially one of unique or higher grade, isn't that an enormous advantage? The difference between those who participated in the dungeon and those who didn't will only grow wider. Then, looking southward, Choi Nam-hee of Cho's strongest sword finished his thought. Moreover, considering the current growth trend of mutants these days, isn't it right to do whatever it takes to become stronger? Just looking at the boxing medalist Cha Du-seong, who appeared in Gwangjin-gu yesterday, was extraordinary. Ultimately, he did meet his end against Yongwoo. Yes, you're right. But the dungeons aren't just made for no reason. However, the difficulty is too high. As Yongwoo spoke up to this point, Lee Yu-bin of Songbuk blinked and said with a resolute voice, "But we have someone who has returned alive from the dungeon, don't we?" It referred to Yongwoo, who was likely the only dungeon experiencer in Asia at the moment. After all, nighttime outings require equipment, and it's not like we can all go out together. It would be much safer if only experienced individuals went out, right? In a way, it's like having a dungeon career. That makes sense. One by one, the strongest sword began to nod their heads. And this was also why Zhang Yongwoo had become indispensable within the assembly. Fortunately, it's going smoothly. Anyway, I can't progress through the dungeon alone, so I need party members. And it's better to channel the rewards into our country. Thinking about it in terms of the stamp system, it seemed that eventually there would be competition or even conflict with other countries. However, the problem was that in Korea's case, this conflict arrived unexpectedly quickly. So, Yongwoo revealed the real reason for convening this meeting. Now, then, let me tell you why I brought you all together. Wasn't the dungeon the main point? What else is there? As the strongest swords swallowed heavily at Yongwoo's words, the problematic stamp appeared above Yongwoo's head. Stamp. Territorialism. North Korea. You have plundered North Korea's assets. To atone for this crime, all strongest sword in North Korea will become aware of your location. What's this now? Assets plundered. As Seoul's strongest sword showed various uneasy reactions, Yongwoo pointed to the northern sky. Thrust. North Korea is currently waiting for Kim Jong-un to return as a mutant and is sharpening their knives. Then, Yongwoo bowed his head to the strongest swords in the audience. In the midst of this, I unilaterally committed murder in North Korea, which led to this stamp. So, it was likely that enraged northern forces would soon come here, and, in the process, the chances of being killed on sight would be high not only for those marked, but also for those who had acquired something from the south. At Yongwoo's subsequent explanation, all strongest swords were left speechless. They had thought about how to fight mutants every day, but they had never imagined that strong survivors from the north would come down in droves like this. Then what happens now? Is it war? Kim Do-ha, also known as the guardian of Neo-Seoul, asked with a somewhat incredulous expression. Because of the earlier conversation, he couldn't scold Yongwoo, and the conclusion was to first properly understand what had happened. Upon this, Yongwoo nodded with a calm expression. Yes, that's right. I'm sorry. War with North Korea has arrived. This event was as shocking as the reset that changed everyone's lives here just a few days ago. The majority of the people in the crowd have gotten to this point by acting like dogs. Yet, suddenly finding themselves in a life-threatening situation overnight. If there's any silver lining in this misfortune, it's that the most skilled fighters on the Korean peninsula are on the same side. Ugh, why do we have to let this bastard in? I knew there would be trouble eventually, but I didn't expect it to be today. But still, can't that brat handle 3 of them alone? Then, maybe it'll be surprisingly manageable. Amidst countless thoughts of optimism and pessimism crossing the minds of the fighters, someone unintentionally muttered to themselves, "Why doesn't he just stay here and stop the North Koreans, while we continue to handle the mutants as we've been doing?" And the one who spoke wasn't someone else. It was Kim Do-ha, the strongest sword of Yongsan. The weak strongest sword who had surrendered Yongsan Park as a meeting place after being struck by the previous strongest sword, Jong Hyunsik. Ugh, seriously. You call that a plan? Despite other strongest swords rushing in to criticize, they subtly glanced at Zhang Yongwu's expression. They were actually thinking the same thing. In fact, it's not an unreasonable opinion. Well, the strongest sword from North Korea won't all come down at once, right? Of course, it would be regrettable if 10 really came down at once, but while mutants are indeed becoming stronger, not all regions were experiencing a simultaneous strengthening of mutants. Just yesterday, weren't there only about 3 regions out of 25 with issues? Meanwhile, the strongest swords from North Korea could appear anytime, anywhere. They could be at least as strong as me, or even stronger. In terms of winning probability, it's 50%. But that's only when one of them comes down from over there. Already, 2 strongest swords from the north have died. Next time, they'll surely increase their numbers, won't they? Ugh. Yang Wu-tek, the strongest sword from Mapo, belatedly shivered realizing that his district was close to the front line. And Kim Hyong-jiu from Yunpyong, closer to the north than Mapo. Excuse me. If a war is suddenly declared like this, what should we do? Now the solid concept he had maintained was nowhere to be found. What's the importance of such dignity when they're facing North Korean blades dozens of times today? We need to do something, right? Yes. Strongest swords. As Kim Hyonju looked around the audience and shouted a renewed cry, Yongwu, who had been perched on Negwig all this while, came down to the ground. Clank! All the strongest swords in the area suddenly widened their eyes. What's going on? He's grown taller. While it was thought that Yongwu exuded intimidation due to Negwig's bulk, it turns out that his physique itself had grown much larger than before. Until now, it was thought that Yongwu exuded intimidation because of Negwig's bulk, but now it was clear that his physique itself had grown much larger than before. Ugh! Standing right in front of Yongwu, Kim Hyong-jiu grinned and looked up at his opponent. Kim Hyong-jiu, the strongest sword from Yunpyong, was 176 centimeters tall. He was certainly not short, but the height of Yongwu, whom he faced now, was a whopping 2 meters. Literally a giant. Swoosh! Slowly, Yongwu planted his feet firmly on the ground, then gently grabbed both of Kim Hyong-jiu's arms with his bare hands. Especially with this recent incident, there's been an increased risk burden on Yunpyong. I apologize sincerely. But if you hadn't shown up to this meeting today, you would have been angry without knowing anything. Welcome. With Yongwu's oddly twisted point, Kim Hyong-jiu looked puzzled. Meanwhile, Yongwu looked at the rest of the strongest swords and said, "It's really a good suggestion for me to specialize in Paiyu all day. I really want to do that." This was truly sincere. With the need to take down 5 more strongest swords in the future, it wasn't their place to choose their targets here. But Yongwu added a follow-up. However, we can't just leave Seoul vacant all day either. I'm already in charge of 2 areas. He meant Gangnam and Gwangjin-gu. Of course, Gwangjin-gu was a joint area that also restrained Songpa and Siocho, but practically speaking, it wasn't an exaggeration to say that Yongwu, the strongest within the meeting, was in charge. The highest probability of quickly defeating the mutants assigned to each and rushing to Gwangjin-gu first was indeed Yongwu's. Yes, if Yongwu leaves his position, it'll be difficult for us too. Songpa's strongest sword, Oyonhee, supported Yongwu's argument. She also didn't want mutants in Gwangjin-gu harming Songpa residents. And if Yongwu stayed in Paiyu, who would handle Gangnam's mutants? Even handling just Gwangjin-gu alone is overwhelming. If Gangnam is also vacated, it'll be impossible. Siocho's strongest sword, Choi Nam-hee, nodded in agreement. Then, finally, Yongwu drove a nail. So, the alternative I propose is that once mutant hunting in Seoul is done, I'll move to Paiyu. Is that possible? Kim Do-ha, the strongest sword of Yongsan, asked like this, then immediately realized he had asked a stupid question and shut his mouth. Didn't he see it firsthand just a moment ago? The moment when Zhang Yongwu single-handedly intimidated everyone in this meeting. He was a figure capable of subduing 8 strongest swords, so handling mutants in 2 areas wasn't a big problem at all. Yes, we can handle the mutants somehow. The problem is if more strongest swords come down from North Korea than expected. Therefore, Yang Wu added that the voluntary participation of the remaining strongest swords was necessary. You don't all have to come. Just a few who are confident in one-on-one combat would be reassuring. Then, should we just vote quickly? Asked the Yongsan's strongest sword, spreading his hands on the ground. At this, Xiacho's strongest sword, Choi Nam-hee, was the first to raise her hand. Swoosh! I'd like to see how Gangnam's strongest sword fights at least once, even if out of curiosity. A tough yet humble reason for participation. Following suit, Songpa's strongest sword, Oyonhee, also volunteered. Swoosh! If something were to happen to Yangwu, it would be troublesome for us too, since Songpa and Gangnam are neighboring areas, she said, providing a reasonable justification. After that, no one else raised their hand. Is there anyone else besides these two? As if finally concluding, the Yongsan's strongest sword looked around, and at this point, Songbuk's strongest sword, Li Yubin, cautiously raised her hand. I'm not sure if I can eliminate mutants quickly, but I'll do my best. As she said this, her eyes met with Oyonhee, who had previously expressed her willingness to participate. In fact, Oyonhee had raised her hand out of concern. Translator, Knight. Proofreader, Gun. Then the Yongsan's strongest sword, as if saying it was enough, hastily concluded. Ah, so there are 3 of you. That's reassuring. Well, what about future meetings? Even if today we can roughly go through it here, what about from tomorrow onwards? This was a concern from the Dongjak's strongest sword, Li Hanwook. So, Yangwu pointed to another strongest sword who was hurrying over from the other side. That'll be handled by him for the time being. At the end of Yangwu's finger was none other than Guanak's strongest sword, Jo Sangik. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. 11:32 a.m. Temporary meeting in Payu dispersed. Yangwu headed straight to Gangnam as soon as he left the meeting. He judged that North Korea's strongest swords wouldn't come down now since mutants would appear in an hour and a half. Clatter, clatter. And next to Negwig, who was currently running with the sound of iron hooves, Guanak's strongest sword, Jo Sangik, was moving along at a fairly fast pace. You've only been in Seoul for barely a day, but your influence is even greater than that of your predecessor, Jo Sangik said with a subtle smile, referring to the series of events he heard about hastily upon arriving late to the meeting. I caused a lot of trouble. For Yangwu, it was best to make a suitable comment, as he didn't have much to say. Then Jo Sangik shifted the topic with a smile. Yesterday evening, they sent someone from Taiwan to our side. They're going to bring your colleagues to Gangnam. Yes, I requested it. As expected, they're probably almost near Gangnam by now. Just in case I attached our people to them. That's good. I was worried if it would overlap with the mutants' appearance time. Then Yangwu hesitated and asked Jo Sangik cautiously. How many of my colleagues are there? Yes? Oh, I remember there were 5. I see. Yangwu finally smiled in relief. If there were 5 of them, it would probably be Jiangsu, Taeyong, and Kim Taejun's wife and 2 children. Jiangsu and Taeyong must have managed to find and bring them. Now the chairman might be a bit more satisfied. Yangwu fiddled with the whistle hanging around his neck and then urged Negwig to pick up the pace. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. At 11:57 a.m., Yangwu arrived in Gangnam like an arrow shot from a bow. To avoid the crowd gathering around Negwig, he leaped into the air. Swoosh! Every time he did this, the residents of Gangnam rushed after Negwig's departing figure, exclaiming "Oh!" in awe, as if he were their guardian deity. Now, to the residents, the Gangnam's strongest sword was akin to a guardian spirit. Of course, there were all sorts of terrifying rumors about him circulating, such as decapitating the former strongest sword and even eating his body whole. But the true identity of the incumbent strongest sword remained shrouded in mystery, hidden from the public eye. Up to now, the only known fact about him was that he rode a horse from somewhere in the universe. So, paradoxically, because he seemed so unrealistic, The residents weren't afraid of him. He's just like an airplane. I wonder where he's been since morning. I heard the meeting today was outside of Seoul. Regardless of the relationship with the local community, everyone knew that the strongest swords captured mutants to maintain order. Therefore, it was expected that today's mutant in Gangnam will be taken care of by this mysterious strongest sword. For the residents, Yangwoo naturally evoked a sense of internal intimacy. On the other hand, Yangwoo, swoosh, he soared through the air on Negwig, lost in thought. Should I go back to the accommodation we stayed at yesterday? Taewon probably handled things that way. It's the only place I know in Gangnam. Already, the Parnas Hotel, where Yangwoo had stayed, was only a kilometer away, within reach with a few more leaps from Negwig. Swoosh! Finally, Negwig made another powerful leap, and by now, Yangwoo could see people near the entrance of the hotel staring at him in amazement. And among those people, Mr. Jong Yangwoo. There was Lim Suna, Yangwoo's aide. She had been waiting at the hotel entrance all this time, as he had promised to return when daylight came. And even here, Yangwoo's close aides, Jongsu and Taeyong, as well as their entourage. Aya, Mom, is that really Dad? Even Kim Tae-jun, the chairman's family, came out to greet him. They probably heard that they could meet Chairman Kim here if they waited quietly. The former founder of VC Soft and the current golem of Granite, Kim Tae-jun. Oh, Yangwoo realized that the children were younger than he had expected, and he looked awkward. Then, swoosh, he landed heavily on the road in front of the hotel, shattering it into pieces. Nice to meet you. Are you the family of CEO Kim Tae-jun? Yangwoo smiled coolly as he slowly dismounted from Negwig, and instinctively, Kim Tae-jun's wife, trembling with a mixture of fear and anticipation, asked, where is our? Didn't he come with you? All she could see now were a 2-meter-tall giant, a horse from another world, and a greedily-looking golden goblin. There was no trace of her husband anywhere. Strongest sword? As the other party sent a desperate gaze, Yangwoo, unable to resist, fiddled with the whistle and explained. Your father is here. Huh? What do you mean? Seeing is believing. Before starting the task, Yangwoo first asked Lim Suna for a favor. Suna, yes. I'd appreciate it if you could mobilize all the staff to control civilian access in Gwangjin-gu. Gwangjin-gu? May I ask what's going on? I need a space with no one around. As far as I know, Gwangjin-gu is already empty. Oh, yes, that's true, but realistically, it's difficult to completely control the entire area. How wide of a restricted area do you need? To which Yangwoo replied, when a mutant appears, how many meters around the vicinity are usually cleared? It would be a lie if I said it wasn't a waste. To use the whistle once in a non-combat situation. Especially today, there were at least 3 major battles scheduled. 1. A fight with the mutants who might appear, whose strength was unknown. 2. A battle with the strongest swords coming down from the north. 3. The hardships in the unpredictable nighttime dungeon. But wasn't there a promise made to Kim Tae-jun? He said he would definitely find and meet his family. For Kim Tae-jun, it is no exaggeration to say that it was a bet that put the meaning of life on the line. He chose to be trapped in the whistle, believing only in Yangwoo's words that he would find his family. If he had chosen death instead of becoming a friend, then he wouldn't have suffered the agony of waiting for eternity in the White Room. But he finally made a difficult decision. I have to meet his expectations as well. There's a way to repay faith with faithfulness. For some reason, Yangwoo lightly sniffled his nose, which had become a little sore, and then spoke politely to the woman in her 50s, who had a nervous expression on her face. You'll be able to meet him soon. Please wait a little longer. Yes, I understand. Kim Suk-won, 86. The wife of VC Soft founder Kim Tae-jun and the chairman of the Moi Cultural Foundation. Yangwoo didn't know it well, but the Moi Cultural Foundation was quite famous for supporting struggling artists as a non-profit organization. So, even though her husband became a target of hatred among gamers and was put on the brink of extinction, Kim Suk, who was as famous as her husband, could save her life. What exactly is the condition of our husband now? I heard he's with Yangwoo. Kim Suk asked cautiously. About that. At this, Yangwoo glanced briefly at the two pale-faced children behind Kim Suk. One girl, one boy. Both looked to be in their mid-teens at most. Of course, in this world, there are children who commit murder and robbery, but at least the two in front of him were purely kids. It's okay. Our kids know roughly what happened to their father. It means they saw with their own eyes that their dad was targeted by the public and turned into a monster. And hearing this story, Yangwoo felt a heavy heart. Fortunately, a dramatic reunion would be arranged soon, but that didn't mean Kim Tae-jun's situation had changed significantly from before. The father of those two children no longer had to fight the public, but instead had to traverse various battlefields following the thread of fate. In the end, the ending of my life is a bad ending. Kim Tae-jun's last words, as he accepted the handshake, were not wrong. If I blow the whistle, your husband will fall from a sky. From a sky? Yes. He won't stay here long. So if you have anything to say, you should think about it now. Oh. While Kim Suk made a complicated expression, Lim Suna came to inform that the restricted zone had been prepared. Yangwoo, it's all set. The current time, 12:24 p.m. The place Yangwoo was at now was the heart of Gwangjin-gu, where all the residents were relocated due to the absence of the strongest sword. Calling Kim Tae-jun to Gangnam's heart would have caused panic among the residents, so they moved to a less populated area as much as possible. Well, as expected of my brother, he's not going to spend a single moment quietly. For some reason, he seems a bit taller in the meantime. Jong-soo made an amazed expression as he looked around Yangwoo, Kim Tae-jun's family, and the vast, desolate landscape of Gwangjin-gu. Of course, there were some people in the area. Taewon Group's employees secured an area with a diameter of about 400 meters. However, they only installed barricades sparsely along the perimeter of the designated area and surrounded it with restricted access tape, so they couldn't completely block the locals from gathering one by one. It's almost time for the appearance of monsters and mutants. Everyone go back home. Although Taewon Group warned as 1 p.m. approached, it was not enough to curb people's curiosity. Why are they doing this all the way out here in Gwangjin-gu? What's that? Isn't that our strongest sword over there? Residents of Gangnam, upon discovering Gangnam's strongest sword John Yangwoo, began to murmur. However, Yangwoo couldn't postpone the reunion of Kim Tae-jun's family any longer, as he had to take up a sniping position before 1 p.m. Those who had risked coming here would witness a rare sight. If you have the courage to endure what you are about to see. If your children are surprised, will it be okay? Yangwoo asked one last time. I haven't mentioned it because I have no experience, but when I blow the whistle, it's not just the chairman who gets summoned. What? Then who else? This time, Yangwoo's expression became complicated. One more mutant is also contained in this whistle. And when he mentioned that he was a giant beast who had the head of a hyena, Kim Suk, who had maintained composure so far, looked shaken. A hyena? Could it be that person is fighting with our husband? Oh, no. Both are friendly. I confirm they're doing well. Oh, that's a relief. Really, it is? Yes. It was a great relief that they had left the room after watching the Ritterni through the television. I guess families can think like that. I thought they would be getting along just fine until I watched TV. Certainly, family is family. Yangwoo looked at Kim Suk and her two children with an even more remorseful heart than before. Then, swoosh, he brought the whistle near his mouth. Then I'll call the chairman. Yes. Kim Suk shifted her gaze to the sky with a resolute expression. Yangwoo also slowly looked up at the sky. Phew. He blew into the whistle vigorously. Bri-yi thri-ying. Suddenly, the saturation of the entire area decreased, and an alert message appeared in front of Yangwoo. Friends, Yangti, Tae-jun are summoned in response to your call. Yangti, Tae-jun. The list of friends who had truly responded to the call had expanded to 2. And indeed, Yawa, with a shout that was starting to get annoying, typical of Yangti, along with a scream filled with fear rather than a shout from Chairman Kim Tae-jun. Yueo? The harmony of the two former mutants. Kwaong, Kuwong. Both people seemed to have the same height of 3 meters, but their components and masses were completely different, so the sound of landing was completely different as well. Translator night. Proofreader gun. And the tension right after landing was definitely different too. Wow, where are we now? As a seasoned friend, Yangti, upon returning to this world, immediately looked for Yongwoo's enemy, or rather, the target to make a deal with. Cough. Kim Tae-jun habitually coughed in the midst of the dust clouds filling the surroundings, revealing himself to be a novice summon, because he wasn't actually choking or coughing. Kim Tae-jun, who realized this fact belatedly, stopped coughing, and Kim Suk, who sensed her husband's tone in that brief cough, tossed her words into the dust. Honey, she had shown tremendous courage as someone who had only known from the reset notification on the first day that her husband had turned into a granite golem, but had never actually seen him like that. Because, the in the dense dust, the sight of two giant silhouettes wriggling was a sight that could only evoke fear as a human. What? Eventually, Kim Tae-jun, who felt like he had heard something, raised his head and his voice flowed from within the dust cloud. Seeing this, Yongwoo moved closer to Kim Suk just in case of any accidents. He thought Kim Tae-jun might jump out in excitement. Darling. Then Kim Suk called her husband again, and this time, Kim Tae-jun, who clearly detected his wife's voice, emitted an excited voice as expected. Suk. Wham. He started to push aside the dust to see his wife. Is this real? Are the kids here too? As soon as Kim Tae-jun pronounced kids, his movements, which had been swiping through the air, suddenly stopped. He had a moment of enlightenment. It was because he belatedly realized that he was currently not in a human body, but in the body of a 3-meter granite golem. He was afraid that moving this body recklessly might hurt his family, and before that. Wait, Suk. Right now. Kim Tae-jun stuttered from within the dust. He realized that if his family saw the body of a monstrous creature, their hearts might be hurt. Brother. Yangti quickly caught on to the situation and immediately flattened himself on the ground. Compared to Kim Tae-jun, who was a rock, Yangti was much more beastly, so he tried to shrink his size a bit. As the dust that had covered them finally began to settle, the surreal bodies of the two figures that had been seen only as murky silhouettes gradually became apparent in this world. Sukka, wouldn't the kids be too surprised? How about we close our eyes for a moment? We can still talk like before. Kim Tae-jun suggested, and Suk responded with a faint smile. What are you talking about? How much they've been wanting to see you. At the same time, she swallowed heavily as she felt the body heat of her two children, who had been holding her hands tightly for some time. Gulp. Dad's here. With Suk's line, the dust cloud that had obscured the relationship between the couple finally dissipated. The skin made of gray-white granite. Shoulders so broad they felt monstrous, and arms formed even more terrifying than that. It was a figure sculpted for brutal combat. Suk, confirming her husband's physical form, cautiously observed her children's expressions while feeling their slightly trembling breaths. However, contrary to expectations, the children's expressions weren't too dark. No, a faint smile seemed to be delicately wrapped around their faces, repeating the process of appearing and disappearing. Although there was still some fear in their eyes, it wasn't entirely absent. Curious, Suk followed their gaze. Behind her husband, there was a creature that was ambiguous as to whether it was human or beast, making absurd facial expressions and poses frantically. Although it wasn't that the terrifying feeling unique to mutants had completely disappeared, it was quite ridiculous and amusing. The fact that with that monstrous body, he was doing his best to make the children laugh. Friend of Jong Yongwoo 07, Han Yanti. It was only now that Suk realized who the other person, whom Yongwoo had talked about, spending time with her husband, was. Thank goodness, it seems like you have a friend. As Suk stuttered her words and laughed more comfortably than before, Kim Tae-jun, who hadn't said a single word so far, opened his eyes wide. Darling, MWC Li Hyana, Kugung. Kim Tae-jun knelt on the ground, his cheek made of granite distorted, and finally, the family reunion began. Did you know about it? When Songpa's strongest sword, Oyonhee, asked, Choi Nam-hee responded with a distracted voice. I didn't know. No one knew. Who would have imagined such a thing? Cho's strongest sword, Choi Nam-hee, 11. Right now, she was too preoccupied trying to understand the inexplicable event unfolding before her. Summoning mutant beings. Does that even make sense? But such an event did occur. Not even during the usual appearance time for mutants, but in broad daylight in the heart of Gwangjin-gu, 2 mutants were summoned. If news hadn't reached quickly that Gangnam's strongest sword was heading to Gwangjin-gu, they might have missed the scene just now. It seems like they're friends of Zhang Yangwu, right? Allies. I don't know if it's an alliance or a master-servant relationship. Yoni chuckled as she looked at the name tags above the heads of the 2 mutants. Zhang Yangwu's 07's friend, Hong Yangdi. Zhang Yangwu's 07's friend, Kim Taijun. Judging by the format of the name tags, it was clear that these 2 mutants had somehow become indebted to Zhang Yangwu, akin to genies in a lamp, in some way. But what really piqued curiosity was, do those mutants also fight for Zhang Yangwu? But they didn't appear when Zhang Hyunsik was in a confrontation. As someone who didn't know that the magic lamp had a usage limit, Yonhee couldn't help but be puzzled. What's happening? I really don't know. Choi Nam-hee was equally bewildered, if not more so, by the increasing confusion. Isn't Zhang Yangwu supposed to be the absolute villain from the start? But now, even the suspicion arose, is he really the same human being? Anyway, we should start heading back soon. It's almost 1 o'clock. As Choi Nami looked at her watch and turned her head south, Oyoni nodded in agreement. Current time, 12:31 p.m. In roughly 29 minutes, the 4th-day mutants would appear all over Seoul. Also, the appearance of mutants and monster marks could occur as early as 30 to 10 minutes before, so they needed to return to their respective districts in advance. Meanwhile, Yangwu was now observing the family reunion, which was now calming down. Contrary to his initial concerns, Chairman Kim Taijun's family quickly recovered from the shock of the recent events, allowing Yangwu to quietly step aside. How heartwarming. I've lived for so long to see such things happen. Yangti, who had also escaped from the scene with Yangwu, laughed heartily while patting his long chin with his hand. To this, Yangwu chuckled. Living for so long, well, he was about to say, it's been 4 days since you became a mutant, but quickly closed his mouth. He momentarily forgot that this world and the Ritter-Nees room had completely different time flows. While the remaining people in this world had spent only 4 days, Hong Yangdi and Chairman Kim Taijun had spent what could literally be an eternity. So when Yangdi casually used the phrase, living for so long, it wasn't a big deal, right? From Yangdi's perspective, it could be considered living for a long time. Thinking so, Yangwu checked the time. Current time, 12:34 p.m. If it wasn't a mistake, the 2 friends were staying in this world longer than usual. Before, they would disappear after a short period, maybe tens of seconds at the shortest, or 3 to 4 minutes at the longest. What's going on? Do they give them extra time for family reunions? If so, who? Does the system even have emotions? As Yangwu vaguely thought about his opponent, Yangdi tilted his head. Why? What's up? Oh, nothing. I'm just worried about the mutant appearing soon. As Yangwu vaguely replied, Yangti perked up his ears. Oh, really? Then will you call us again when it happens? Yangdi was always eager to earn merits. But Yangwu had no intention of using the horn in the mutant battle. Not at the moment. Thankfully, thanks to the encyclopedia effect, I earned 1 more usage. Collection effect, 10. Usage of all artifacts plus 1. But that only makes it 3 in total. I can only use it twice more. Of course, there was no need to deliberately crush Yangdi's hopes. It's a sad story, but whether he calls them shortly after 1 o'clock or after the nighttime dungeon appears, it'll be the same long wait for Yangdi. Yeah, we'll see each other again soon. Yangwu lied with good intentions. Then, to avoid any possible loss of expression control, he changed the subject. What are you planning to buy with the points you've collected? Have you thought about it? The topic Yangwu chose was none other than the public point shop. According to what he saw on television in the hotel room, points could also be accumulated in the Ritter-Nees room to buy televisions. And if what Yangwu saw was indeed true, oh, that's it. I've decided. A television. Ah. Confirming that Yangdi's response was as expected, Yangwu uttered a remark with significant meaning. If you buy a television from there, what's broadcasted? Well, I don't know. The price list only had the product names written on it. I see. Yangwu nodded. Personally, he thought a television might shed light on this world, but he decided to save his words on that matter as well. Well then, just as Yangwu was about to bring up the next topic, the time had come. Oh! Yangti exclaimed, widening his eyes. Then, we are already leaving. With a regretful expression, he flattened his ears. Even the extension time permitted by the system had been completely used up. Swoosh! Yangti's 2 feet were already disappearing rapidly into thin air, which meant, Darling, HM? Oh, Dad. On the other side, Chairman Kim Tae-jun, who was having a precious conversation, was also disappearing. Thank you for your hard work, Yangti. As Yangwu bid farewell with a smile, the faint voice of Yangti, with only the tips of his ears left visible, murmured, Let's meet again. Then, swoosh, he completely disappeared from this world. And the same went for Chairman Kim Tae-jun, who had cast a large shadow on the other side. The family who were exchanging fond words under Kim Tae-jun's shadow just moments ago were now looking at the empty space with desolate expressions. It was such a short time. Hyungnim, what happens now? Those people, Jong-soo, who had been silently observing everything from behind, spoke up. To this, Yangwu smiled bitterly and glanced back. First, Jong-soo, thank you for your hard work. And you too, officer. You're too kind. After coming here today, I think I made the right decision to follow Mr. Yangwu. Tae-young, still seeming unsettled, wiped his eyes with the sleeve of his police uniform and sniffed. Meanwhile, Yangwu organized his emotions and spoke in a somewhat businesslike tone. Since the usage of the whistle is limited, I can't just summon Chairman Kim Tae-jun anytime. Today's family gathering is over. What about tomorrow? This was Jong-soo's question, so Yangwu deliberated. Well, we'll have to wait and see how things go tomorrow. If I die, or if the safety of the family members is jeopardized, the meeting may not happen. That makes sense. For a while, please take care of Chairman Kim's family. I'll request accommodation near Taewon Group. And if there's anything else to do, please let me know. Perhaps Jong-soo would be suitable for monster hunting, while Tae-young would be suitable for private security in Gangnam. Not only the mutants, but also the monsters might suddenly become stronger, so both of them needed to earn money. Hyungnim, have you completely settled down in Seoul now? Jong-soo's question was quite sharp, but for Yangwu, it was difficult to answer. Well, we'll have to wait and see. But for the time being, I'll be based around Gangnam. Of course, this was just a guess. Translator Night. Proofreader Gun. After all, isn't it a world where it's hard to predict even what will happen tomorrow? Just the Golden Journey achievement alone suggests leaving the country. Nobody knows what else will happen in the future. Anyway, he needed to hurry up and get ready for the mutants. First, he had to send Chairman Kim Tae-jun's family to a safer place within Gangnam. The current time is 12:40. Now, there were exactly 20 minutes left. As Yangwu was about to call Lim Suna from Taewon Group, a tremendous noise erupted from the sky. Tong, tat-tang. It sounded like the gunfire amplified dozens of times. So, red and blue pillars of light. It was the sound of the marks of the invaders of this world falling. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Save me. Time left until the appearance of mutants and monsters. 19 minutes. The residents of the area, who were watching the astonishing family reunion, started running for their lives, each heading towards their own vehicles or towards their neighborhoods several kilometers away from here. Amidst the chaos, Yangwu observed the red pillars of light piercing the sky in the direction of Gwangjin-gu. Fortunately, it landed in the southern part of Gwangjin-gu. The location where the fourth-day mutant was scheduled to appear in Gwangjin-gu was inside the campus of Konkuk University. It wasn't as close as the Han River, but still relatively close to Gangnam-gu. Amidst this, Taewon Group had already dispersed their employees into vehicles, and one of them came near Yangwu before stopping. Yangwu Nim, As the window opened and someone called out, it was none other than Lim Suna. She had brought Chairman Kim Tae-jun's family in the car. I'll take care of your colleagues. If Yang Woo-nim plans to move to Gangnam for now. It was a gesture to offer him a ride out of courtesy. However, Yang Woo only took Jong-soo and Tae-young in the car, as he had a means of transport from another world. I'll look around here and make my own way. Please go ahead. Thank you for your hard work. He had to say something appropriate to be Seoul's strongest sword. Ah, yes. Understood. Lim Suna stared at Yang Woo for a moment, then snapped out of it and grabbed the steering wheel. And then, Virum, like any other evacuees, they dashed towards the outskirts of Gwangjin-gu. The current time was 12:49 p.m., with 11 minutes left until the appearance of the monsters. Yang Woo glanced at the red pillars of light piercing the sky, then released the parking mode and climbed onto the nearby Negwig, which had approached. Let's go to Cheongdam Bridge. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Cheongdam Bridge. A two-story bridge over the Han River between Jiangdong and Gwangjin-gu and Cheongdam-dong in Gangnam-gu. Once, Subway Line 7 used to run through the lower section of this bridge, but now subway operations, like those of Dongjak Bridge, were suspended. Instead, Virum, several cars were racing madly across the bridge, in the midst of the evacuation time attack by the residents who had witnessed the family reunion in Gwangjin-gu until the end. And ahead of them, having arrived at Cheongdam Bridge ahead of time, Yang Woo was hanging on the railing, looking around. To the left, Gwangjin-gu. To the right, Gangnam-gu. It seems like I might be able to reach it if I'm lucky. From Cheongdam Bridge, located between the two districts, one could simultaneously confirm the red marks of the mutants about to fall in each area. In other words, for someone like Yang Woo with a maximum range of 2 kilometers, it meant he might be able to snipe both mutants in succession. As Yang Woo activated clairvoyance, a holographic scope appeared in his right eye, enhancing his vision up to 5 times. Clairvoyance, mutant earring. Visibility is amplified up to 5 times. Gangnam is near Jongyo, right? It's a little further than Gwangjin. The distance from his current location to the mutant in Gwangjin-gu was about 2.3 kilometers. Meanwhile, the mutant in Gangnam-gu was scheduled to appear a little over 2.5 kilometers away. If this is the case, you'll have to bleed before shooting the arrow. Yang Woo's strength increases by 25% while bleeding, and as strength increases, the arrow's distance increases. White Fire, Epic Bow. Since values apply to arrow power, power increases depending on the distance the arrow flies. And as the distance increases, the power of the arrow also increases. So, in theory, it was possible. After stabbing one's own arm and causing bleeding, he jumps to a high altitude to gain visibility and continuously snipes mutants in Gangnam and Gwangjin-gu. Climber, Mutant Pants. Leap distance triple. If this works, I'll be a genius. With a satisfied smile, Yang Woo glanced at the golden goblin who was watching him from a distance. And as he did so, 10 seconds. The timer for the monster hanging in the air decreased to 10 seconds. It's almost time. Have people evacuated? 8 seconds. I should start bleeding soon. 6 seconds. Slash. Yang Woo slashed his own side with the end of the bow, and blood began to trickle from inside his skin. Ugh. It was quite painful, although not enough to be stopped by the Berserker Talisman. But with considerable vitality already flowing through his body, Yang Woo felt confident. At this level, what's 2 kilometers? I can snipe even up to 3 kilometers away. 3 seconds. Suddenly, 3 seconds left. Yang Woo, in a stance ready to jump, alternately looked at the 2 red pillars of light fiercely cutting through the sky on both sides. 1 second. Now 1 second. Midnight. Virum. As the timer reached 0 seconds and disappeared frighteningly, the sky flashed, and from all the marks, including the red pillars of light, numerous figures began to rain down like hail. Unbelievable. Seeing the monsters falling from the clear sky for the first time, Yang Woo was momentarily stunned. But then, shot. Seeing the large silhouettes falling from beyond the sky along with the red pillars of light, Yang Woo quickly snapped out of it. They're here. With a swift motion, Yang Wu's feet forcefully planted in the middle of Chongdam Bridge. And then, Virum, his body soared into the sky, raising the bow and aiming from Gangnam. TL/N. Hawkeye moment from event. I can do it. No, I must do it. Thunk. Yang Wu, who pulled the bowstring tens of meters above the ground, looked carefully at the name tag of the mutant fallen in Gangnam. Singer, Lee Xianho. Ah, Lee Xianho. This mutant was also a name Yang Wu knew. Lee Xianho, the leader of the second-generation male idol group Zero in South Korea. Although it had been almost 20 years since his debut and he was practically retired from the entertainment industry, the name Lee Xianho still remained unforgettable to the public. Because, exclusive Zero Lee Xianho, assault incident in drinking session charged. Sorry to fans and Zero Lee Xianho, first confession after assault incident. A unstoppable assault locomotive. Lee Xianho faces fourth indictment. This is because his personality changes whenever he drinks alcohol, and he gets caught up in assault controversies almost every day. So, although Yang Wu might not know Zero's representative songs, he was well aware of the face and notoriety of Lee Xianho, the group's leader. But he's not even human anymore. What kind of monster had Lee Xianho, the perpetrator of the assaults, turned into? The ground was still covered in dust at the landing site, making it impossible to see him clearly. But, thunk, as the bright name tag of the opponent shone, Yang Wu released his hand from the bowstring. Clang! Suddenly, tremendous pressure built up in front of the silver bowstring. Swoosh! With its distinctive sound, an arrow was shot. The sound is incredibly loud. Yang Wu realized anew how loud the whizzing sound of the arrow was. He hadn't been bothered by the noise before, because he hadn't had to snipe opponents unilaterally. Isn't there any equipment to reduce the sound? Thinking so, Yang Wu quickly turned his body and looked towards Guangjinggu. His body was already beginning to descend, leaving him with little time. Thunk! As Yang Wu pulled the bowstring again, aiming towards the Konkuk University campus, something began to emerge from the landing point, just like in Gangnam, enveloped in dust. What? Yang Wu widened his eyes at the unexpected movement. The mutant in Guangjinggu was a flying-type monster appearing for the first time since the reset, a wyvern. Creak. Ugh. Yang Wu frowned at the unfamiliar cry of the wyvern, then aimed at the head under the opponent's name tag, but changed his mind. Seoul City Councilor, Kim Suk-shin. The incessant flapping of its massive wings kept it aloft, causing its head to sway continuously. So in the end, Yang Wu, thunk clang, shot an arrow towards the opponent's enormous wings. Swoosh! Once again, the distinctive sound echoed, and this time, a sensory alert appeared in Yang Wu's field of vision. The sensory value has temporarily increased from the previous 1,400 to 3,566. What? Again this time? It's an enormous amount of sensory input. Perhaps Lee Xianho from Gangnam, who had been hit by the arrow first, recognized this direction. And judging by the amount of sensory input gathered, the opponent's basic sensory value was a whopping 4,332. Could it be one of the reinforced mutants that started emerging since yesterday? Quack! As Yang Wu landed on the Chongdam Bridge, he quickly turned his head towards Gangnam. As expected, as anticipated, the red pillar of light from Gangnam was rapidly approaching. Lee Xianho, who initiated the attack, was coming for the sniper. Arg! Judging from a voice coming from afar, it seemed like the arrow hit him squarely. His scream conveyed immense anger. Should I deal with Lee Xianho first? Wouldn't it be more appropriate to stabilize Gangnam, his current district, rather than Guangjinggu, which currently has no residents? Clunk! Just as Yang Wu was about to go out to meet Lee Xianho. Rumble! A strange noise erupted behind him. Huh! As Yang Wu turned around, he saw the site of Guangjinggu transforming into a sea of fire. This is insane. The flying wyvern that fell in Guangjinggu along with Seoul City Council member Kim Suk-shin began to emit breaths. Asterisk. Wyverns. imaginary creatures often referred to as flying dragons. In general, they are considered to be a submutant of Western dragons, or in other words, a subcategory of dragons. Their appearance has undergone numerous changes throughout history, but recently, they are generally described as lower dragons with front legs integrated with wings. Their intelligence and personality vary greatly depending on the work that features them. But to differentiate them from dragons, wyverns are often portrayed as more aggressive or lacking in communication skills. In other words, simply put, it's just the perfect monster to send out before bringing out dragons. Strong enough, capable of flying, and even spewing fire. As Yang Wu contemplated his definition of wyverns, he looked at dozens of them spewing fire on the other side. And among them, that bastard, there was Seoul City Councilor Kim Suk-shin, who had finally located Yang Wu and started flapping his wings. A particularly large wyvern, with crimson blood trickling down from one of its wings. Even with a hole in its wing, it can still fly. Soon after, Kim Suk-shin seemed to have fully recognized Yang Wu as the enemy, as his sensory value shot up once again. The sensory value has temporarily increased from the previous 3,566 to 4,811. This time, the absorbed sensory value was 1,245. Therefore, Kim Suk-shin's original sensory value, as manifested in the wyvern, was 2,490. At least in terms of abilities, Lee Xianho seems stronger. Just by comparing their sensory values, it's 2,490 versus 4,332. Thunk! As Yang Wu quickly mounted the wyvern's back, he glanced briefly behind him. Then, enraged Lee Xianho finally arrived at the end of the Chongdam Bridge. Arg! His physical form emerged with a silver arrow lodged near his neck. Singer, Lee Xianho, none other than a Death Knight. A skeletal, ghastly figure clad in gray armor, an undead knight. Translator Knight. Proofreader Gun. Ah, if the chairman had seen it, he might have liked it. While there were differences in appearance from the domestic version of Death Knight, Yang Wu sensed that Lee Xianho had returned as a considerable monster nonetheless. Starting from the basic abilities, they were extraordinary. Guyong Buck's Strongzy sword. Eventually, Lee Xianho, standing tall on the other side of the Chongdam Bridge, roared out the only text visible to him. It was the only means by which he could summon the madman who had shot an arrow at him. In response, Yang Wu, thunk, pulled the bowstring once again without a word. He judged that now, with the sensory value at its peak, was the time to attack. Let's see how much stronger it becomes. White Fire, Epic Bow. Sense values apply to arrow power. Power increases depending on the distance the arrow flies. According to the tooltip, White Fire receives power adjustments not only based on the arrow's distance, but also on the sensory value. And indeed, thunk, as Yang Wu released the bowstring, a shimmering energy gathered in front of the bow, unlike before. Shwa! Then, boom! An explosion accompanied the creation of a silver arrow that sliced through the air like a shell. Directly towards the Death Knight, Lee Xianho, standing confidently on the other side. Shwa! This is just a cannon. Yang Wu, astonished by the power beyond imagination, belatedly realized that the trajectory of the arrow was embroidering a pattern resembling a dogo's crest. Shirring, as the real fight began, the insertion of that damn logo began. Should I do another promotional slogan? But this time, there wasn't any separate money set aside for this battle. Yang Wu gazed at the sky, subtly waiting for something. And in the meantime, as he returned to this world, Lee Xianho, once again receiving an arrow as a gift, urgently raised his sword and blocked the arrow. Whack! Gur! Lee Xianho, blocking the arrow with sparks flying, momentarily staggered, and upon seeing this, Yang Wu immediately urged the wyvern towards Guangjinggu. Sufficient. With this level, I can handle them both. This battle inevitably had to be fought in Guangjinggu. Although it would have been ideal to capture Lee Xianho within Gangnam to unleash the Golden Rain, it meant accepting that the wyverns filling Guangjinggu would move to other areas. Even if those bastards don't spew their breath, I have to deal with Lee Xianho and Gangnam first. Yang Wu sight already caught sight of some wyverns entering Gangnam through the Yangdong Bridge on the opposite side. So, thunk boom, he swiftly pulled the bowstring in succession, unsettling them. And finally, Kim Sukshin realized the identity of the horse archer who suddenly ambushed them. So, your role is to stop us. Ha, what an interesting world. Then, blocking the entrance to Chongdam Bridge towards Guangjinggu, where Yangwu was heading. Kwong, Diaida, with its scaled mouth wide open, it spewed out a fiery breath. Fwa! Instantly, as the 27-meter-wide Chongdam Bridge was engulfed in flames, it attempted to swallow Yangwu whole. What kind of firepower is that? Yangwu, astonished by the unrealistic level of firepower, leaped high into the air with Negwig. It was towards the body of Kim Sukshin, blocking the exit of Chongdam Bridge. Quack! As Yangwu left behind a small shadow and disappeared into the sky, Kim Sukshin, momentarily losing sight of his opponent, raised his head. Then, thunk, thunk, from above the sky to towards the ground, he saw the opponent pulling the bowstring vertically. Kim Sukshin realized that something was seriously wrong, and Lee Xianho, who had been rushing to the scene, screamed a scream-like cry from within the gray armor. "You sick old bastard. You obviously should have." Though he spoke like this, he was actually worrying about Kim Sukshin, who was practically his only ally in this world. If he were to die now, wouldn't he have to fight against that horse archer alone? However, Fwa, along with another explosion, the arrow that followed pierced through Kim Sukshin's mouth, striking the surface of the Han River under the Chongdam Bridge. Ugh! To anyone's eyes, it was clear that the one struck had taken their last breath. Then, suddenly, the body of Kim Sukshin, who had been thrashing around, seemed to lose all strength. He had just been struck and killed. "You bastard!" Lee Xianho, the fourth-day mutant of Gangnam, the Death Knight, screamed in anguish as he sharpened his sword. Unlike the previous returnees, he was one of the few mutants who tasted despair as soon as he arrived in this world. Coincidentally, the return destination was under the jurisdiction of the monster, Zhang Yangwu. "Stay right there. I will definitely kill you." Despite Li Xianho's fury-filled shout, Yangwu didn't even look back, but instead headed towards Guangjinggu, past Kim Sukshin's corpse. Because, finally, Dogo, marksmanship practice. Mission: defeat the wyvern with a headshot 1/40th times. Reward: equipment upgrade sponsorship. Special: you must disclose Dogo's support in this mission. It was a situation that could be deemed perfect. 40 headshots on wyverns. Anyway, all the monsters in this area were going to die. This is practically a free upgrade. Just imagine those wyverns dispersing to nearby areas, each spewing flames. It was a disaster waiting to happen. Of course, thanks to this soul rotation, there were skilled monster hunters in each area. But no matter how seasoned they were, had any of them ever fought flying monsters in the sky? They probably don't even have flame resistance, right? I barely have 10%. Swish, swish. Yangwu pulled the bowstring with all his might atop Negwig, and the wyverns filled the inside of Guangjinggu, darting toward him. Then, the wyverns, who had been melting the asphalt and buildings with flame breath, began to turn their heads towards Yangwu, one by one. Ki-aik! Keek! Ugh! Dizziness overwhelmed him at the horrifying screeches that seemed to tear his eardrums. Adding to this, a Death Knight with an agitated demeanor was coming after him from behind. "Stop right there. How long do you plan to run away?" In truth, if Li Xianho had appeared in another district, he would have probably simply slaughtered the district's strongest and begun his worst rampage, just like the boxing gold medalist Cha Duxiong in Guangjinggu. But everything is relative. Li Xianho, who had received unexpected arrow bombardment instead of confirming his own strength upon returning to this world, was now greatly discouraged. No fuck. Why am I doing this? Didn't they clearly say that we are the judges? A space as black as night. What Li Xianho heard through the voice in that place, which was like a kind of waiting room for return, was a story that he would eventually return to the original world and judge the masses. It was said that he would become a messenger of the heavens with tremendous power and make everything right. But the reality that faced him, swish, swish, he was in a situation of chasing after the backside of an archer riding an iron horse. What the hell is this bastard? Only then did Li Xianho feel unease in the midst of the wyverns filling Guangjingu. Huh. The problematic archer fired another shot with his bow and then looked up at the sky, muttering something strange. This battle will be carried out with the support of the intergalactic weapon brand, Dogo. What? I am the strongest of Gyeongbuk, Gangnam, Kizong, and Wanghe, the human of Earth, Zhang Yangwu 07. Then, pulling the bowstring again, he pierced the head of one of the wyverns and looked up at the sky. Huh. Although Li Xianho didn't know what was going on, it seemed like the guy was performing some kind of ritual in his own way. Is he sacrificing something to the sky? It couldn't be. In the midst of all this, Li Xianho, who had once been a human and had returned as a Death Knight, was equally astonished by the world after the reset. So instinctively, I have to kill that bastard before he finishes the ritual. I have a bad feeling about this. Li Xianho thought he had to stop what Zhang Yangwu 07 was doing right now. He didn't know well, but he had a hunch that something big would happen when that guy finished his work. And Li Xianho's intuition wasn't far from reality. Dogo, marksmanship practice. Mission, defeat the wyvern with a headshot 13/40 times. Reward, equipment upgrade sponsorship. Special, you must disclose Dogo's support in this mission. Now, 13 times. It's a bit close, but it's not impossible. It's even a real shooting practice. Because of the nature of the wyverns flying by flapping their wings, their heads kept moving, and this quest, which required him to concentrate and hit them, rapidly improved Yangwu's shooting skills. Are the wyverns just hovering quietly? Kiaik. They either ran at him with piercing screams or breathed fire. Oof! This time, because two of them rushed at him in succession, Yangwu performed a rapid fire for the first time. Ho ho! Thanks to the way arrows were generated when the bowstring was pulled, this was possible. Pulling out an arrow and putting it on the bow, the process of aiming was skipped altogether. Although the power and accuracy are reduced, there's nothing better for dealing with mobs. But now was an exception. Because of the Death Knight behind him, his sensory stats had skyrocketed, amplifying the power and accuracy of the arrows. Sensory stats have temporarily increased from the original 1,403 566. Because of this, Yangwu could successfully achieve headshots with a very high probability even while performing rapid fire. At this rate, Xianho is practically a benefactor. There you are. Of course, Li Xianho was oblivious to the fact that he was being used as a sensory vending machine and was chasing after him like a madman. And in the meantime, boom, the white fire rapidly cleared away the wyverns scattered in all directions by firing volleys. Mission, defeat wyverns with headshots 27/40 times. It's almost over. If I just clean up the remaining ones, it should be about done. When Yangwu turned around, Xianho, who seemed to have become more furious, was waiting as if to say something. How long are you going to keep running away? Let's settle this fairly. To this, Yangwu checked the quest status again and responded to his opponent. Just hold on a little longer. We're almost done. At this, Xianho clenched his bony jaw in anger. What? This bastard? But Yangwu paid no attention and swiftly took down the wyverns flapping their wings on the left side. Hoo-hoo-a-boom. As he did so, he thought to himself, I feel like the level of mutants and monster grades is increasing rapidly. If it's a wyvern, isn't it just below the dragon grade? However, it didn't seem like the conglomerates that had mutated into dragons would fall tomorrow. Because, if that really happens, except for Gangnam, the rest will be immediately doomed. How can you win when the opponent flies in the sky and you only have a sword? So, the survival difficulty wouldn't skyrocket to that extent. Given the developments so far, there seemed to be an opportunity to prepare at least minimally. Even so, we should have time until tomorrow, shouldn't we? With this thought in mind, Yangwu dropped the 40th wyvern from the air. Hoa! Kiaik! The 40th wyvern, just about to cross over to Dong Demon, fell with its head pierced by Yang Wu's arrow, plunging into the Zhongnanxian. Kuwang. Then, on the other side of the Zhongnanxian, a group of people rushed over and watched the wyvern stranded between the Dongbu Expressway and the Zhongnanxian. What's that? A dragon? These were none other than monster hunters from Dong Demon Gu. Translator Knight. Proofreader Gun. Having led citizens nearby to clean up the monsters, they witnessed the situation in Guangjinggu. Everyone stepped back. It's not all cleared yet. As Yang Wu gestured for them to flee towards Dong Demon, Li Xianho, who had been chasing him with bulging eyes, shifted his gaze across the Zhongnanxian. He noticed that there were much weaker individuals on the other side than Zhang Yangwu 07. Don't act up. Your opponent is me. Eventually, after Yangwu completely stopped Negwig, he turned to look at Li Xianho, who smiled wickedly. Hey, you bought our asterisk. You should have fought with me earlier then. Then suddenly, tap, 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 he abruptly changed direction and started running towards Zhongnanxian. Li Xianho. He was planning to cross over to Dong Demon and start massacring civilians. Leaping across the Dongbu Expressway in an instant, Li Xianho soared into the air above the Zhongnanxian. Quackak, kaikakak. Finally, with the thought that he could now judge, Li Xianho's vicious nature was clearly revealed in his voice and on his face. He was indeed a figure who had returned with the intention of staining his hands with blood. And right on cue. Ping. Quest completed. Marksmanship practice. Reward issued. Equipment upgrade sponsorship. As Yang Wu's newly assigned quest from Dogo was completed, his bow shimmered. What? He wondered what the equipment upgrade sponsorship was, and it seemed that Dogo was designating one of the equipment to provide a new function. Swish. White fire. Epic bow. Sensory stats applied to arrow powered. Power increases according to arrow's distance. Dogo, covert arrows. Dogo, special ability damage. Yang Wu's bow had the Dogo tag added to it, indicating new options. What's this? Yang Wu quickly drew the bowstring while tilting his head in confusion. Twang. Li Xianho, who was already nearing the Zhongnanxian, was about to step foot in Dong Demon Gu shortly. It seems like Dong Demon hasn't dealt with their mutants yet. If he crosses over, it'll be a disaster. Indeed, there were still red light pillars in Dong Demon Gu. Most likely, Dong Demon's best sword, Zhang Jiango, was struggling there. I've caused enough trouble so far. It's getting too difficult. With a grim expression, Yang Wu aimed his bow as soon as Li Xianho entered the center of his crosshair. Thunk. Then, phush. Unlike before, the arrow shot out with a sound akin to wind blowing through a balloon, nearly silent as it moved. Dogo, covert arrows. It truly was a covert arrow, as the name suggested. Not only was the firing sound drastically reduced, but the arrow's movement also emitted almost no sound. Swayish. It was a miraculous performance for Yang Wu. However, for Li Xianho, who belatedly sensed the arrow, it was an utter calamity. This, as he turned his head, a terrifying purple flash filled his vision. The arrow fired by Yang Wu had exploded. Quang. GRRK. In an instant, tremendous pressure emanated from the explosion point of the arrow, smashing Li Xianho into the Zhongnanxian and simultaneously shattering his armor into pieces. Crackling. Crazy. What the hell is that? Even Yang Wu, who had attacked, was astonished by the phenomenon. Not only was the physical force generated by the explosion extraordinary, but damaging the armor was something he had never seen before. Could it be? Yang Wu belatedly checked the last tooltip of the bow that received the equipment upgrade sponsorship. Dogo, special ability damage. Then, as if possessed, he opened his mouth. Is this Dogo's technological prowess? Special ability damage. Watching Li Xianho, who had been thrown into the Zhongnanxian, trying to get up, Yang Wu wondered what exactly ability damage was. It was because Li Xianho's armor was shattered like candy, smashed on the ground. Crackle. With every step the guy took, fragments of his armor poured down to the ground, leaving Yang Wu bewildered. If I were exposed to special ability damage, could I end up like that? The basis of this question was none other than the resistance options related to equipment. Flame resistance, 10%. Ability resistance, 10%. As can be seen from the resistance status attached to the bottom of the stat screen. In addition to elemental categories like flame and cold, there was also ability resistance that could be acquired through equipment. In other words, it means that someday there might be enemies who use ability attacks. On the fourth day, a wyvern that launched flame attacks appeared for the first time. If you didn't have separate resistance values, tough opponents were already starting to appear. Let's fight with swords, fair and square. While Yangwu pondered on ability damage, Li Xianho, who crawled out of the Zhongnangshan, looked up at Yangwu and reached out with his sword. Swish! However, even a blade he extended was not intact. Perhaps due to the earlier ability explosion, there were cracks on the blade as well. Seeing this, Yangwu silently jumped down from Negwig. Thud! While gesturing towards Li Xianho. Come up here. I'll fight you with a sword as you wish. In response, the opponent, who didn't know how to respond to the bold challenge, no, the plea, opened his mouth wide. What? Then, shortly after, of course, right away, regaining a wicked smile, Li Xianho sprang up towards Yangwu with a determined look. Thwack! He thought that he had gained the upper hand with that bastard's strongest sword. But Yangwu was serious. If I hit that sword strongly, will it break? The reason Yangwu reluctantly accepted Li Xianho's request was one: to see what would happen if he inflicted non-ability damage on that seemingly vulnerable weapon. Would the sword break, or would its power decrease? The idea of conducting a test battle against a mutant was not normal from the start. But after all, wasn't Yangwu's close combat ability one of the best in Seoul? So there was no burden. Of course, Li Xianho didn't think that way. Ahihi, a bowman brat probably won't handle a sword well. You're done for now. Li Xianho was also a person who enjoyed games as a hobby before the reset, so he was well aware that the Death Knight monster was generally a master of swords. If only I could swing a sword. Crash! Soon enough, Li Xianho found himself back on the ground in Guangjinggu. Upon this, Yangwu, with a bow slung across his upper body, threw an iron armor cutter at the Golden Goblin and received an underdog. Thunk! Armor cutter, mutation spear. Ignore 50% physical damage reduction rate. Underdog, mutated one-handed sword. Increases power by 25% against targets larger than the user. Li Xianho, manifesting as a Death Knight, was taller than Yangwu. Li Xianho's height was 2.5 meters, while Yangwu's was about 2 meters. And above all, the cutter is not a sword but a spear. It was useless stubbornness, but anyway, Yangwu felt comfortable doing it this way. On the other hand, you lunatic, Li Xianho couldn't hide his smirk as he watched the opponent exclude the spear. He couldn't understand, or didn't want to understand the behavior, because he was not in a mood for it. You bastard, do I look like a pushover to you? Is that it? Feeling a slight unease at Li Xianho's menacing words, Yangwu recalled a similar remark when he first heard about early birds, directed towards those surrounding him. But strictly speaking, the situation was not the same as back then. I don't know who Mr. Xianho is, so I don't see him as a pushover. Just as I said before, I just held up his sword. After saying this, Yangwu gripped the underdog. Clang! And among the swords I have, this one suits Mr. Xianho best. Whether it was Yangwu, who used to fight with flying kicks against Cha Duxiang fighting under boxing rules, or not, he was doing his best in his own way now. What are you saying, you idiot? But for Li Xianho, it was just an unpleasant event no matter what. After all, wasn't it the remaining humans on this land who had turned him into a monster in the first place? So after waiting for a long time, he came back to judge them. How dare you treat me like a pushover? Cha, who had been chasing after nothing but the tail of a steel horse all along, without properly swinging a sword even once. So even choosing a weapon that suited his opponent was a tremendous insult to him. In the meantime, his self-esteem had unknowingly crumbled. These inferior bastards. Finally, one of Li Xianho's buried emotions burst out. While doing so, Li Xianho also rushed towards his opponent with a threatening sword. Translator Knight. Proofreader gun. Gyeong Buk's strongest sword. He was aiming towards the despicable man who came to assassinate him, representing the remaining people in this world. D. Lee Seon-ho screamed at the top of his lungs as he swung his sword. And at this moment, Yang-woo was staring intently at the opponent's movements, which seemed slow thanks to the Golden Oath. Golden Oath, legendary breastplate. Reduces enemy attack power by 50%. The legend martial art Rome's bottom was pulling his body to the right side, likely a preemptive move for the close-quarters combat to pierce the opponent's guard as he had been doing so far. However, instead of pulling away, Yang-woo swung the underdog directly, intercepting Lee Seon-ho's attack. This was not just defense or counterattack, but a full-on initiative attack aimed at the purple crack blade of Lee Seon-ho. Realizing the opponent's fierce momentum, Lee Seon-ho instinctively gripped the sword handle with both hands and exerted more force. And at that moment, there was a crack. A sound that must never come from the blue blade of Lee Seon-ho's sword that was in contact with the underdog. This, gasp, that was the sound of fracture. As expected by Yang-woo, when he applied force to the weakened weapon, it shattered. What? I actually destroyed the opponent's weapon. It was unclear whether this was a mutation-specific effect or if it was effective against other humans like strongest swords. Anyway, one thing was clear. I need to prepare for ability resistance. A big day is surely coming. From now on, it was also necessary to pick up ability resistance equipment one by one. Why is this happening? Meanwhile, as the weapon shattered in one strike, Lee Seon-ho, with only the handle remaining, looked at the broken sword in bewilderment. Although he had anticipated many situations as he entered the true battle with John Yang-woo, he had never thought that the weapon would break. Then Yang-woo fixed his grip on the underdog and said something chilling. Indeed, weapons can be destroyed. Anyway, it's time to go back. I also need to finish my work. What? Where? As Lee Seon-ho asked this, he unconsciously glanced up at the sky. Swoosh! The blade of the underdog slashed through the air diagonally, vividly drawing the pattern of the Dogo's wedge pattern. And Lee Seon-ho, unlike Kim Suk-shin, who went to heaven first, he couldn't even utter a single word and choked. Then, with Lee Seon-ho's skinny head spinning a few times in the air, thud! It quietly landed on the asphalt floor of the Dongbu Expressway. The urgent fire is extinguished for now. After confirming the white beam rising from Lee Seon-ho's corpse, Yang-woo raised the Golden Journey. Swish! Golden Journey. Swish! Golden Journey. Please summon the Golden Rain in the next area. Domestic, 2/3. Foreign, 0/2. There are 1 domestic and 2 foreign Golden Rains left until the Golden Journey achievement is reached. And according to Yang-woo's plan, the foreign Golden Rains could now be resolved by dealing with the mutants in the ownerless Kaesong and Wanghe. Of course, we should move north without delay. While Yang-woo was thinking this, Lee Seon-ho's corpse melted into the air, and a golden sphere appeared in its place. Click! As Yang-woo instinctively reached out to touch the sphere, he hesitated for a moment and stepped back. There's no point in scattering the Golden Rain here other than breaking the record. Yang-woo said this while looking towards the south of Gwangjin-gu. If no big thieves appeared there in the meantime, there would be another sphere left by Kim Suk-shin. In other words, Yang-woo could act. However, both were still tied to Gwangjin-gu. While it was natural to be able to scatter the Golden Rain, it meant that it was difficult to expect a large currency supply as there were no residents in Gwangjin-gu at the moment. Then should I gather the people who used to live in Gwangjin-gu for a moment? No, there's no time for that now. Current time, 1:14 p.m. As Yang-woo glanced at his wristwatch, the Golden Goblin, who had been struggling to lift the iron armor cutter, suddenly dropped it to the ground. Clang! Hit! Then, tap tap tap. Swiftly, the Golden Goblin approached the golden sphere. Swish! Ugh! In front of Yang-woo's eyes, the Golden Goblin lifted the golden sphere. Kiki! The Golden Goblin boasted, lifting the sphere up to his head. Upon this, Yang-woo covered his mouth. Wait, you could carry it? Then, the Goblin let out an excited voice as he ran towards Yang-woo, while holding the sphere. Kakik. Reversal of roles. Yangwu held the underdog and the armor cutter in his arms, busy following the golden goblin. The only one who could carry the sphere without activating it was him. Is it because he's not human that the sphere doesn't react? Come to think of it, I've never imagined entrusting the sphere to a goblin. The more you know, the more astonishing the world becomes. Kiki. Ki. It seemed like the little one realized he had become a very important existence, as he happily dragged Yangwu around while holding the golden sphere. Of course, that didn't mean he was slacking off on his duties. Clack clatter. He was diligently collecting the crimson coins left by the wyverns of Guangjingu. Ki. Ki. While the little one kept babbling about something, Yangwu couldn't understand. Could you possibly carry two? One to take to Gangnam for use, and the other to keep for later? When Yangwu asked this, the golden goblin, who had just picked up the last coin, turned to him. Kitch, was that a yes, or was it a bit awkward? Well, anyway, if I can't carry them all at once, I can always come back again. In any case, Yangwu followed the goblin, who had finished his task, back south. Not long after, he saw another golden sphere floating near the entrance of Cheongdam Bridge on the other side. And, standing next to it, as if she had been there all along, was Songpa's strongest sword, Yonhee. Oh, Yangwu. Yonhee looked at Yangwu and the golden goblin with a strange expression. She must have realized that Zhang Yangwu had already taken care of the mutants in both areas. I came just in case you needed help, but it seems I'm not needed after all. The phrase, I'm not needed, sounded ambiguous. Yangwu faintly smiled and pointed to the golden goblin, saying, let's take this too. Then, in front of the astonished eyes of Yonhee, the golden goblin approached the second sphere. And then, Kiki. After a moment of hesitation, it put the first golden sphere, which it had already been holding, into the pocket of the spatial vacuum. Swoosh. Once again, Yangwu was shocked. He hadn't even considered that the golden sphere could be stored in the spatial vacuum pocket. So, does that mean I can stack up a bunch of spheres and use them when needed? This was nothing short of a loophole. From now on, it meant that he could summon the golden ratio to any desired area at any time, and even, with this, can I summon the night dungeon as well? Even if there are no mutants left in that area. That was just the beginning. There were countless other potential uses he hadn't even thought of yet. What just happened? On the other hand, Yonhee was still gaping, unable to recover from the shock. To her, the golden sphere was just a kind of system. So, the idea of actually carrying it around like a ball or storing it in a pouch had never crossed her mind. I just learned that too. So, I don't know anything beyond what I've seen. Of course, to do something like this, you needed to have a slave from outer space, so it wasn't something you could just do because you understood it. Click-clack. As Yangwu started across the Cheongdam Bridge with the golden goblin back on his shoulder, Yonhee hurriedly stopped him. Where are you going this time? To which Yangwu pointed across the bridge, as if it were obvious. To Gangnam. Since it's still my jurisdiction, I have to sprinkle some rain. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Golden rain. A kind of public service activity that provides 30,000 karma in commemorative coin form to all residents of the corresponding district. Because of this, the more people staying in the area, the higher the value of the golden rain. It meant that more karma was released into the area. No matter how much Seoul rotates, it can never keep up with the karma released by the golden rain. After confirming that the regional status had changed to Gangnam, Yangwu touched the second sphere held by the goblin. Thump. And once again, he was presented with the choice between two options. Choice reward, 3 million karma, or grant 30,000 karma to all residents in the area. Again, only beings not from Earth could carry and move this sphere. Grant 30,000 karma. As Yangwu chose the 30,000 distribution, the sphere slowly spun and then floated away into the void, leaving the hands of the goblin and Yangwu. And then, fizzle. With a sharp sound, it shot up into the sky, drawing a golden arc in the sky. Shua. In an instant, the golden sphere soared up to the distant sky. Puff. As usual, it exploded in a golden burst, But for the residents of Gangnam, it was a shockingly unprecedented performance. What is it? Fireworks. No, it's something much more. Not only the monster hunters who were fighting the skeleton swordsmen, but also the residents who were out on the streets to complete the scout quest, all saw the sky turn golden. And then, swallow, the golden threads that had filled the sky began to fall to the ground. Finally, golden rain began to fall on Gangnam streets as well. The Gyeongbok's strongest sword, Jong Yongwoo 07, has relinquished exclusive access to 3 million karma and gifted 30,000 karma to all residents of Gangnam. Prepare yourself, as 30,000 karma will soon be distributed in commemorative coin form. Following this, a message explaining the identity of the golden rain appeared, and 3 golden coins appeared at the bedside of every resident of Gangnam. Pop, pop. And the same happened for Yongwoo and Oyoni. Having already seen the golden rain 3 times thanks to Yongwoo, Oyoni now looked at the face of Gangnam's strongest sword engraved on the coins with a somewhat familiar gaze. Now, Yongwoo will become more famous in Gangnam than Taewon. Her words were probably true. Despite the amount, there was no promotion method that could beat the effects of the commemorative coin engraving. But Yongwoo's gaze was focused not on Gangnam, but on the north. Wow. So you can really move the spheres and detonate them in other areas. It meant that it was possible to take the collected spheres from within the country to foreign countries for use. Translator night. Proofreader gun. Yongwoo threw himself on a Negwig, as if he were crazy about spreading the golden rain. Then, I'm heading to Payu now. After briefly informing Oyonhee of his destination, he disappeared like the wind. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Golden journey. Summon the golden rain in the next area. Domestic, 3/3. Foreign, 0/2. Golden rain completed 3 times domestically. Now, all that remained was to bring the rain down twice in foreign areas. In theory, I can complete the achievement today. Since I already have 1 sphere, if I'm lucky, I might encounter another mutant in Payu or Kaesong. Kwa 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 kwa. Yongwoo, riding on Negwig, had already passed through Gwangjin-gu and was crossing Dongdaemun-gu. Unlike before, there were no mutant marks visible in Dongdaemun-gu. It meant that Jang Jeongo of Dongdaemun had finally dealt with a mutant assigned to him. It seems like he had quite a hard time, judging by how long it took. Although he had been contentious since the first meeting, Yongwoo still didn't wish for his death. After all, he was one of the important figures supporting Seoul, and above all, he was a fellow countryman. It's better for fellow citizens to do well. So, Yongwoo pulled out his bow towards the north side and increased the magnification of his sight. Thunk thunk. It was because he saw the remaining monster marks this time. It seemed that the monster hunters in that area were somewhat inferior compared to other places. Phew. As Yongwoo shot a covert arrow, the monsters in battle with the Dongdaemun residents began to explode one by one. What was that just now? What happened? Since the arrows flew from a far distance and the attacks were covert, to the people of Dongdaemun, it simply looked like the monsters suddenly died. Vroom vroom. Meanwhile, the owner of the arrows, Yongwoo, the current area of residence is Songbuk. The strongest sword of this area is Lee Yubin 16. Rank 1, 8 defenses. He was now passing through the entrance of Songbuk, which was under Lee Yubin's jurisdiction. Oh, this place is clean. Yongwoo, who unintentionally ended up wandering around Seoul, admired the clean sky of Songbuk. It meant that there wasn't a single monster or mutant left in Songbuk. I see why Lee Yubin was subtly eager in the meeting to get rid of Jang Jeongo. In the Society of Strongest Swords, strength was everything. If the two of them were to fight and things turned sour, the one most likely to lose their life would be Jang Jeongo. So, even though Jang Jeongo occasionally provoked Lee Yubin, it seemed like she was letting it go quietly. As they finished passing through the downtown area of Songbuk-gu and Bukhansan loomed ahead, Negwig let out a long howl and pulled up the output. Jong Yongwoo. Just as Lee Yubin, who happened to be resting nearby, heard Negwig's howl and rushed out. But Negwig had already taken off, carrying Yongwoo up to Bukhansan. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Having crisscrossed Seoul, leaving traces of himself everywhere, Yongwoo was now passing through Goyang City. This place feels a bit risky. Gyeonggi-do's Goyang City, one of the major cities where the population is twice that of most areas in Seoul. Since Yongwoo only briefly passed by on his way to Paju last night, he knew nothing about this area. It was also outside the influence of the Seoul Federation, and above all, the current area of residence is Goyang. The strongest sword of this area is Park Jongjin 02. Rank 1, 42 defenses. The strongest sword here was in very good shape. And just like Songbuk, there were no signs of monsters or mutants here either. It seems they have their own system, and the strongest sword is strong. Considering the possibility of full-scale conflict with the North, Yongwoo had no intention of provoking the major cities in Gyeonggi-do. Let's get through here quickly. As Yongwoo gently touched Negwig's hindquarters, the horse picked up speed once again. Suddenly, the surroundings blurred, and the scenery rapidly moved aside as Yongwoo's body jumped northward. Vroom vroom. In the blink of an eye, they skipped over a couple of districts in Goyang City, and shortly after, in the distance, red light pillars began to appear. There it is, Paju. It meant that there were still mutants in Paju. But the problem was, the erratic movement of the mutation marks caught his attention. In response, Yongwoo increased the magnification of his telescope. An unexpected scene came into view. People were tangled up around the mutations, wielding all sorts of weapons, but the issue was what was attached above their heads. Pyongyang's strongest sword, Wanson's strongest sword, Anak's strongest sword. Each one had a strange name. Oh, Wonsan, isn't that in North Korea? So right now, as Yongwoo surveyed the scene with a five-fold magnification, a very familiar name suddenly appeared before his eyes. That was none other than Goyang's strongest sword. Oh my goodness, Yongwoo immediately realized. Right in front of him, the first battle of the North-South Fuck, what kind of situation is this? Life's greatest crisis. Park Jongjin, the strongest sword of Goyang, looked around with widened pupils. Aya, kill that Basta *D first. Chase him, you damn bot #S. It was because three of the strongest sword from the north were rushing towards them. Thanks to this, he was sweating profusely, and his back was already wet for a long time. Although he usually referred to himself as the guardian of the northern part of Korea, when it came to actually playing the role of a guardian, he felt so weak that it was pathetic. Because, goodness, right now he was trying to avoid the northern strongest swords and hide behind the mutant. Of course, this was merely a tactical move. Who in the world could face three strongest swords simultaneously? An overwhelmingly disadvantageous battle of 1 versus 3. In such a situation, anything that could be used had to be utilized, even if it meant dealing with mutants. But still, there's no way to avoid some crumples. Damn it, when Jongjin swiftly took shelter under the mutant's huge shadow. What on earth are you doing? On the fourth day of the mutation in Paju, Kim Younghyum, with a silvery white beard, growled. Soldier, Kim Younghyum. As a mutant, his body reached about 6 meters in length and 2.5 meters in height, resembling a white tiger. Jongjin couldn't help but tremble unknowingly when he looked up at him. Just looking at him was terrifying. Perhaps it was because the fear of tigers was ingrained in his genes from his ancestors. It said that in the old days, people were really bitten by tigers. However, I can't die in such a ridiculous way. There's also a saying that if you keep your wits about you, even if you're bitten by a tiger, you can survive. In the face of the fear of death, Park Jongjin remembered the identity of his opponent. General, please help us just once. After all, aren't we fellow countrymen? They are from North Korea. At the sound of General, Kim Younghyum, who had become a white tiger, twitched his white eyebrows. Kim Younghyum, a colonel in the army, former director of the Army Headquarters Policy Office. He is probably the most famous figure among the soldiers currently alive. When he was active as the director of policy, he became a topic of discussion for saying, if North Korea fires 1 missile, we should fire 2, but later it was revealed that he was involved in military procurement corruption. However, it was not the missile corruption that the public ridiculed at the time, but the suspicion that he exerted indirect influence in selecting the suppliers for supplying field rations. Although there was no definitive evidence, as his duties were not directly related to supplier selection, several circumstantial evidences were found. Above all, it had been confirmed that 1.3 billion won had been received from the problematic supplier, so Kim Young-hyun's name had been plastered all over television and the internet for a while. Moreover, this incident had occurred just 2 months before the reset date. Therefore, before the trial results came out, the judgment of the public had already been passed. They had nominated Kim Young-hyun as a candidate for eradication voting. Do I look like a moron? Anyway, you're here to kill me just like they are. At the words of the Goyang's strongest sword asking for help, Kim Young-hyun twitched his silvery white beard. Well, that's true, but General, as Park Jong-jin was desperately trying to explain himself, he suddenly widened his eyes. Now's the time. Kill him. While the two exchanged a brief conversation, the trio from the southern faction were targeting Kim Young-hyun. Naturally, they had resolved to take out the mutant with the most significant presence first. However, the mutant in Payu was ultimately a possession of the South. How dare you? Enraged, Park Jong-jin managed to engage each of the 3 opponents, albeit narrowly. Clang. But could miracles happen one after another? This damn bastard. We got him. Just as the second engagement was about to start, Park Jong-jin was soon overwhelmed. And this was as natural as arithmetic. In a fight between swords of similar levels, wouldn't there be a difference of 3 to 1 in numbers? Swoosh. Eventually, when Park Jong-jin couldn't pass the second engagement and received a wound on his arm, flames sparked in Kim Young-hyun's eyes, who had been silently watching the fight until now. Hey, you pathetic bastard. Although both sides were attackers who had come to kill the mutants, Kim Young-hyun's mood soured when he saw the strongest sword of his own faction being beaten by North Koreans. So as I always say, when they hit us once, we should hit them twice. Crack! As Kim Young-hyun lifted his front paw and struck the ground hard, an instant gust of wind arose, pushing back all 4 of the nearby strongest swords. To think I'd have to prepare for another armed conflict while still alive. A mutant of Army General rank, Kim Young-hyun, with his head covered in white fur, looked up at the sky. He couldn't tell how long it had been since the reset. Judging by the fact that the strongest swords were brandishing their swords, it seemed like it had been several hundred years, but, General, just by looking at the guy who was pathetically calling him General while lying down, one could tell that the world still remembered him. Surprisingly, it was clear that not much time had passed. Hiya, Yua. While Kim Young-hyun briefly lifted his head to look at the sky, Pyongyang and Anek's strongest swords did not miss the opportunity and swung their swords. At that moment, when Kim Young-hyun was about to demonstrate his skills in earnest. Fu what? Somewhere, only a very faint sound, barely perceivable by Kim Young-hyun, could be heard. What? And then, swish boom, a sharp movement and a purple explosion occurred almost simultaneously, right in front of Kim Young-hyun. Cough. Thanks to that, although the northern strongest swords were thrown to the ground, the appearance of another powerful figure, from the perspective of the mutants who saw everyone as enemies, was a disaster. Who's there? Kim Young-hyun, who had not yet identified the source of the sound, whipped his head around, and the strongest sword from Wonsan, who had not been caught up in the explosion yet, pointed somewhere. Translator Knight. Proofreader gun. There. That bastard. The fingers of the strongest sword from Wonsan trembled. It was because the stamp left on the one who plundered the assets of North Korea was clearly visible in his eyes. Qui. And then, a strange cry erupted from the south. Huh. When Kim Young-hyun turned around, he saw a man riding a horse from afar, holding a bow in his hand. What is that? Such an unreal appearance that the term that came out of the mutant's mouth involuntarily. Swish! Moreover, as the horse began to gallop, the black cloak worn by the mounted archer fluttered, revealing the golden armor hidden underneath. What is that? And is that also a strongest sword like you? As the distance with that shortened rapidly, Kim Young-him glared at Park Jong-jin and the pitiful strongest sword from Goyang. Swoosh! After glancing briefly at the mounted archer. I don't know. I've never seen anything like that before. He blurted out a useless line, because there was no title visible on that which should have been above the head if he were a strongest sword. And in the meantime, quat, queek, with the piercing sound of the horse, the problematic mounted archer rushed into the scene. Feeling threatened, Kim Young-him crouched down and assumed a defensive stance. Swish, swish. The opponent passed by without a care, then stopped between the strongest swords from the north. And then, I'm really sorry. These are people who came looking for me. With a truly nonchalant tone, he bowed his head to Young-him and Jong-jin. However, what could be said to the two who hadn't even properly grasped the situation yet? Well, the two blinked their eyes and exchanged glances for a while, finally breaking the silence when Kim Young-him asked a question. So who are you? Oh, right. As if the opponent had forgotten, he looked up at his own head, then suddenly tapped his chest. Wowit, Gyeongbok's strongest sword. The identity of the mounted archer was finally revealed. Gyeongbok's strongest sword. As Kim Young-him slowly read the strangely named title, the opponent drew a sword from his waist and introduced himself formally. Yes, I'm the strongest in Gyeongbok, Gangnam, Kaesong, and Wanghe, the strongest on Earth, Jong Yongwoo 07. And this battle is supported by the intergalactic weapon brand, Dogo. What are you talking about? Feeling uneasy, Kim Young-him instinctively flattened his ears, while the Goyang's strongest sword, Park Jong-jin, opened his mouth with a pale face. General, this is really strange. The strongest swords don't say such things. It's just, however, Park Jong-jin couldn't finish his sentence. While he was speaking, Jong Yongwoo of Gyeongbok's strongest sword swung his sword at Pyongyang's strongest sword, who was lying on the ground. Weak. And with that, due to the splendid spike pattern drawn along the path of the sword, everyone in the area realized a beat late. Thud. The fact that Pyongyang's strongest sword's head had just been severed by that blow. Although Young-him and Jong-jin were greatly surprised by the overwhelming display of skill, the other two strongest sword from the north were even more shocked. You bastard. Please spare us. Anik, Wanson. While the two showed different reactions, they both unconsciously looked towards the north, as if waiting for someone. So Yongwoo sensed it. Clank. There's more, right? The people who came to capture me. It was probably true. Considering the time, it was too early for the main force to arrive. Since they didn't even react to the arrow that was shot earlier, the three who were already here were just makeshift pawns. In other words, there was a high probability that it was an unexpected attack that had not been agreed upon by some sort of alliance in North Korea. Having lost two major regional titles earlier, it was unlikely that they would send only a few sacrificial pawns again. Do you know anything at all? Otherwise, you'll die right away. When there was no response from the opponent, Yongwoo raised his sword again, and at this, Anik's strongest sword, lying beneath his blade, attempted to plead for mercy. Stop your actions. From afar, a voice echoed loudly from a rugged mountain. Turning his head to look in the direction of the voice, Yongwoo saw people standing in line on the mountain. There were as many as 8 of them. That's quite a lot this time. They were likely the main force from the north. The narrative compass, the fearful cat, also trembled thinly, indicating a threatening presence on the other side. At this point, Kim Young-him spoke up again. Isn't that a bit challenging for you two? Aren't there 8 more people coming now? At Young-him's words, Yongwoo realized he needed to explain to some extent. Just then, a swift movement came from the south. Could it be? As Yongwoo turned his head, he saw people coming from the south as well. They were the strongest swords of the Seoul Federation. The title of Pyongyang's strongest sword has been stolen. It seems like chaos. In response to the notification that the title of Pyongyang's strongest sword, the North Korean asset, had been stolen, a man in military attire spoke calmly. This man's name was Kim Jongtae-02. He was the strongest sword of Hamhung, one of North Korea's major cities. In the north, reaching a height of about 2 meters, which was difficult to achieve naturally, was accomplished through karma, and this in itself was Kim Jong-tae's signature. It meant that he had eliminated a large number of mutants to the extent that he could invest karma in his body. Therefore, these idiots keep messing things up. Even the strongest sword of Hamnam, who was present with Kim Jong-tae, couldn't fully muster his courage. Hamnam, or in other words, Hamgyongnam province, including Hamhung, was a large area in the north. He seems to be more than just an ordinary guy. This time, Gongsan's strongest sword, Li Chengwu 09, added a word. Gongsan, which he occupied, was a lower region of Wangyi province. Since the thief from South Korea, visible in the distance, were also the strongest swords of Wangyi province, it seemed like they had come to provoke a big fight. He may not be ordinary, but if several of us team up, they'll have no choice but to die. Finally, Pyongnam's strongest sword, Go Jianhun 01, summarized the current situation with a fierce remark. That's right. No matter how skilled one was in martial arts, there were limits to becoming stronger in this world. That guy, Zhang Yongwu 07, wouldn't have gone around swallowing all the mutants of South Korea alone, would he? Therefore, in a one-on-one confrontation, I can win several times. Of course, it's impressive to have defeated Wang He. I admit that he's strong. But if the difference in numbers is significant, the story changes. Has Shinuiju not arrived yet? When Go Jianhun looked north and asked, the other strongest swords turned their heads. There was still no news. The king of Pyongyang province, Go Jianhun, sighed. The reputation of Shiju's strongest sword, who guarded the border with China, was widespread even to Pyongyang. So, upon hearing the news that Shiju was joining this battle, there was a sense of relief. It would indeed be a great boost to their forces, but before that, they were curious about the swordsmanship of those who survived in the border areas with China. There are only 2 of the strongest sword from the large areas present here. It shouldn't happen, but we must never lose. If by some chance they were to lose this battle, it would be a terrible thing for the strongest sword of South Korea to become the strongest sword of Joseon. So, it was wise to attack with maximum force at this moment. If the opponent was just Zhang Yongwu 07, they would have started the attack immediately, but it seemed that South Korea had also gathered some people. While stroking his chin and looking down at the South Korean camp on the other side, Kim Jong-tae of Hamhung's strongest sword drew his sword and spoke. Then how about I try to stall for some time? It'll give us a chance to gauge their mood. Is that possible? In case any problems arise. Although Go Jianhun voiced his concerns, in reality, they had no choice. Whoosh! The nationally wanted thief, Zhang Yongwu 07, suddenly began shooting arrows, prompting the start of the battle. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Does this guy have no fear? Choi Nam-hee, the strongest sword of Co Cho, watched Yongwu's back with a bewildered expression. Thunk! Without a moment of hesitation, he pulled back the bowstring again. Whoosh! As Yongwu released the bowstring, another arrow shot out just like before, and soon a purple explosion occurred in the northern camp. Boom! Then, enraged northern strongest, swords were seen jumping down from the hill. The war had truly begun. Are you sure it's okay to start like this? Songpa's strongest sword, Oyonhee, asked, her mouth agape, looking at Yongwu. They had come all this way to help this lunatic, only for the fight to start before they could even assess the situation. In response, Yongwu glanced back briefly and said, "Thank you, everyone." It was a very belated greeting. Then, he answered Oyoni's question. Even though they have allies here, there must be a reason they didn't charge right away. Perhaps they're waiting for reinforcements. The allies from the north that Yongwu mentioned referred to the still-breathing survivors, the strongest sword of Wonsan. We can't just sit here and have tea with them. It's better to start the fight before they organize their ranks. No, the reason things soured between us and them is actually... Choi Nami was about to refute Yongwu's words, but closed her mouth. In any case, the spilled water couldn't be recovered, and as Yongwu had said, further dialogue with North Korea seemed impossible. Scatter, Pyongnam's strongest sword. Following the instructions of the strongest sword of Pyongnam, The North Korean side was narrowing the encirclement from all directions, prompting Kim Young-hyum to stroke his long beard. "Why are you just standing there? Aren't you going to break through the center?" Upon hearing this from Gyeongbuk, Songpa, Seocho, to Goyang, the four strongest swords in the audience looked at him with puzzled eyes. It was a momentary forgetfulness. They had forgotten that the fourth-day mutant from Paiyu was still alive and breathing in this place. Wait, he's not your friend. Yeonhee, realizing this important fact too late, almost screamed. Until now, she had thought the white tiger in front of her as another friend of Yongwoo. However, Kim Young-hyum, without paying any attention to whether the strongest swords were pointing their swords at him or not, pointed his thick front paw towards the North's large formation. "You guys have never banded together and fought, right? If we keep getting surrounded like this, our rear will be exposed and we'll all die in the end." Kim Young-hyum was now talking about basic infantry tactics. "Isn't he the strongest one here anyway, just by looking at him?" Pointing at Yongwoo with his chin, Kim Young-hyum spoke, causing the rest of the audience to unknowingly nod their heads. "Then you go into the center and deal with the one who came from Pyongyang first." Meanwhile, as the fiercely enraged North Korean strongest swords approached, a desperate Oh Yeonhee asked the white tiger, Kim Young-hyum, "What about the rest?" In response, the white tiger, Kim Young-hyum, stretched out his front paw and yawned. "I'll handle the West alone. You guys take care of the rest." "Yes, sir." General, Goyang's strongest sword hurriedly prepared his weapons. On the other hand, Oh Yeonhee and Choi Nam-hee looked at Yongwoo with expressions of disbelief. They were really questioning whether this was okay. However, it was Yongwoo who had made the most radical moves in this situation. Cooperating with mutants wasn't even that surprising to him. "Nice to meet you, even though it's our first time. I'll be counting on you, General." With Yongwoo's words, the temporary alliance against North Korea was decided, and having witnessed all this, the strongest swords of Anik and Wonsan also made a decision. Translator, Knight. Proofreader, Gun. "Let's go." Now, they were starting to run towards the main North Korean forces, who had come closer. Thud. Each of them moved like the strongest in their respective regions, but luck wasn't on Anik's side. The closest one to him happened to be none other than Yongwoo. "Wait!" Seeing the opponent trying to escape, Yongwoo immediately drew his black sword. Swish! As the elongated blade, now 6 meters long, sliced through the air, a massive, jagged pattern unfolded, and Anik's head fell. Our country's title of Anik's strongest sword has been stolen. It was a scene of North Korea's asset being drained right in front of them. "You bought our asterisk. That bast asterisk RD." The faces of the already angry North Korean strongest swords twisted into a grim expression, and by this time, the distance between the two sides had narrowed to about 10 meters. They were now approaching the point where a clash would occur as soon as they reached out with their swords. Doggo, Headhunter. Mission: cut the necks of 4 of 7 strongest swords. Reward: 7 million karma. Special: you must notify Doggo's support in this mission. 3 more to go. After confirming the progress of the greatly advanced Headhunter, Yongwoo shifted his gaze towards the center of the encirclement as ordered by General Kim Young-hyum. Then, he noticed a figure called Strongest Sword of Pyongyang, who had been giving orders to the main North Korean forces all along. Pyongyang's strongest sword. Strongest Sword of Pyongyang, Go Jian-hun 01. As indicated by the identification number 01, his robust character was evident even on his face. He's no ordinary guy. Yongwoo admired his opponent, while Go Jian-hun snarled back at him. Fuck. However, when he got closer, he realized that his opponent was too tall. Go Jian-hun's height was 171 centimeters. While this was quite tall for a man in North Korea, where the average height was in the 160s, it was definitely not the case here. Just the woman standing tall, with a crescent blade on the other side, was much taller than them. As Go Jian-hun began to lose some of the confidence he had when he first stood on the hill, Yongwoo spoke first. "If it's North Korea, the Pyongyang strongest sword should be the strongest, right? But I don't see him today." Although it was purely out of curiosity, to Go Jian-hun, it sounded like a provocation. Pyongyang is preparing for a bigger problem. You're enough for us to handle. Oh, is it because of Kim Jong-un? Shut up and fight, you bastard. Swish. Soon, Go Jian-hun, the strongest sword of Pyongyang, rushed forward emitting a fierce aura. The sensory value has temporarily increased from the original 1,402, 516. The sensory value of Go Jian-hun, the strongest sword of Pyongyang, was roughly around 2,000. Closer to the strength side, while Yang Wu was thinking this, Go Jian-hun pulled out a pair of short swords from his waist in succession. Swish! The weapon he pulled out had a strangely short length, giving the impression of a pair of short swords from the similar appearance of the two handles, indicating that they were originally made as a pair. Although the reach is a bit short, it seems like it's used as a main weapon. Despite being in the midst of a solo battle with Yang Wu, it wasn't wise to take risks with other allies present. The situation called for a swift and decisive victory. So Yang Wu, swish! Instead, he leaped backward shortly, pulling back the bowstring. Clang! This crazy bastard, upon realizing that his opponent would use a bow at such close range, something Go Jian-hun couldn't have imagined, he widened his eyes, almost at the same moment as swish! Yang Wu's hidden arrow struck Go Jian-hun's front, exploding. Boom! However, contrary to Yang Wu's expectations, the opponent didn't recoil or have his weapon shattered. Because, clang! In that brief moment, Go Jian-hun's crosspair of short swords created a shield, protecting him. Wait, was it also a shield? Seeing the weapon operate in a way he had never seen before, Yang Wu's eyes widened in surprise. Meanwhile, Go Jian-hun, whose momentum had risen again, unleashed a series of rapid thrusts. Swoosh! It was an incredibly fast thrust that resembled the needle of a sewing machine. But wasn't Yang Wu equipped with the item luck, which made him nearly invincible in close combat? Golden Oath Legendary Breastplate reduces enemy attack power by 50%. Self-generation Mutant Camouflage can survive without eating. Energy is self-generated. Reduces all physical damage. In a fleeting moment, Yang Wu drew out only half of the dragon's legacy with his right hand and blocked Go Jian-hun's thrust. Thunk! Due to the broad nature of the dragon's legacy, which was suitable for use as a shield, but also due to the considerable height difference between them, the target of Go Jian-hun's thrust was Yang Wu's abdomen, which played a significant role. In other words, the recent attack was purely blocked due to Go Jian-hun's smaller stature. This **ing be **starred. Veteran swordsman Go Jian-hun, who knew better than to give up, narrowed the distance and pressed forward. Swish! Then suddenly, boom! A sturdy presence loomed over his head. Vanguard Relic Helmet. This helmet does not take damage. Yang Wu struck with the Vanguard. Crack! Given that there were no swordsmen in North Korea who fought like this, Go Jian-hun was greatly surprised. Nevertheless, if I fall, it's over. As a general representing his country on an expedition, he showed a fighting spirit that was almost miraculous. Even as his forehead was halfway shattered and he began to feel the effects of inflict pain, he managed to lift one eyelid with great difficulty. Then this time, boom! Unexpected flames filled his field of vision. Self-destruct, mutation bracelet, causes a strong explosion. Durability increased by 300. At this, General Kim Young-hyum, who was single-handedly in charge of the Western Front, couldn't help but turn towards Yang Wu. Hurry up, please. As Jang Jiango exhaled deeply at Songbuk's strongest sword Yubin's urging, he grumbled. Why rush like this? Gangnam will handle it well anyway. Yubin from Songbuk and Jang Jiango from Dongdaemun. The two strongest swords were now on their way to Paiyu to participate in the North-South War, which was the main agenda of yesterday's meeting. But in reality, it was closer to Yubin dragging Jiango forcibly into the battle. Jiango had just finished a battle with a mutant not long ago, and he didn't want to help Zhang Yangwu in the first place. However, as Jiango said, Gangnam's strongest sword will handle it well. So why aren't we going? If we don't go, it's definitely a loss, isn't it? If you stay still, you might regret it later. At least show your face. Anyway, since Yangwu will be doing a one-man show, we just have to watch. Yu Bin, who is keenly aware of the situation despite not having seen it firsthand. On the other hand, Jiango, while following her to Paiyu, did not seem pleased. Would there only be people like us in North Korea? There might be crazy people like Zhang Yangwu there. If that guy keeps kicking up a fuss, someday we might get into big trouble. Of course, this was only Jiango's hope. Meanwhile, continuing to argue back and forth, the two eventually saw the signs of mutants not long after. It was a bright pillar of light piercing the sky over Paiyu. That meant that mutants were still alive in Paiyu. What? How is that possible? With her mouth agape, Yubin started running even faster. Isn't Paiyu supposed to be where the strongest swords of North and South are fighting? But how can mutants be alive in the meantime? What on earth is happening? As it reached this point, Jiango couldn't help but increase his speed, and shortly after, the battlefield appeared before their eyes. Clang, clang, swoosh. The friction sounds of all sorts of equipment flying like bells. And in the midst of it, a giant white tiger, as seen before, was fighting with North Korean's strongest swords. For Yu Bin and Jiango, who had just arrived at the scene, it was something they could hardly believe, but what overwhelmed them more than anything was too many. It was the number of strongest swords from both sides gathered here. On the north side alone, there were a whopping 9, plus 2 corpses on the ground, totaling 11, and there were also 4 strongest swords from the south. A total of 15 strongest swords were fighting in this place. No, the number is too uneven, as Jiango, the strongest sword of Dong Demon, hesitated at the much larger scale of the battle than expected. Someone's head bounced into the air in the middle of the battlefield. Swoosh! The newcomers didn't know, but the owner of that head was Pyongnam's strongest sword. The strongest sword of the North Korean army, General Go Jianhun 01. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. That asterisk guard, that son of Kim Jong-tae, the strongest sword from Hamhung, cursed as he saw Go Jianhun's head flying. And for good reason. The title of our country, Pyongnam's strongest sword, has been stolen. Even the position of the strongest sword of Pyongnam province has passed to South Korea. And this means a new strongest sword of Joseon's strongest sword advanced has been elected. It was no different than implying that the thief became the sole candidate for the strongest position in North Korea. A new Joseon strongest sword has been elected. To no one's surprise, with no other Joseon strongest sword candidates to compete against, the sole candidate naturally took the position of the Joseon strongest sword. This is insane. It's unbelievable. Oh, Pyongnam is dead. The northern camp became chaotic for a moment. On the other hand, the southern side had a strong sense of foreboding upon seeing General Go Jianhun's head severed. It's all over. It's time to retreat. General Kim Young-hum screamed towards the north, and indeed, the title of our country, Joseon's strongest sword, has been stolen. As the worst possible notification message was broadcasted, the morale of the North Korean strongest swords hit rock bottom. To make matters worse, there was no other choice but for Kim Jong-un to return now. This, as Kim Jong-tae from Hamhung wore an expression as if he lost his country. Songpa's strongest sword, Oh Yeonhee, who had been facing him, firmly gripped her sword and said, "What's the use of coming this far? That person is a monster beyond our control. It's regrettable that things have come to this. But anyway." Whack! Instead of continuing her words, Oh Yeonhee swung her sword. Seeing this, Kim Jong-tae, who had been momentarily distracted, quickly raised his sword to block it. Clang! What the hell is this lunatic talking about? We're not done yet. Do you think there are only monsters on that side? What? As Oh Yeonhee stared through the blade at her opponent, a roaring sound came from the north again. You bastards! Who among you is the Joseon strongest sword? Come out now. Standing proudly on the hill with a long sword plunged into the ground was none other than the one who Go Jianhun, now deceased, had been eagerly awaiting reinforcements from. Shinuiju's strongest sword. Strongest sword from Shinuiju. In a way, it was an indispensable figure, Even if he was called the guardian of the northern part of the peninsula, he had been killing thieves, big and small, while guarding Xinhuiju, near the border with China. But now, as the titles of his homeland continued to slip away, he had descended to Paiyu. I would have been in big trouble if I hadn't come down here. As he looked down at the already chaotic battlefield, Jo Sung-hu sighed. Although the number of North Korean strongest swords was still much higher, the fact that the title of Joseon strongest sword had been transferred alone indicated that the actual situation was completely different from what it appeared to be. Meanwhile, the war had temporarily reached a lull, thanks to the unexpected command of Cho Sung-hu. The northern side turned their heads to see if the nobles they had been waiting for had arrived, while the southern side shifted their attention to another enemy's appearance. Of course, the tension was much less on the southern side. If the Xinhuiju, strongest sword on the northern side, was considered a noble, then on the southern side there was Gangnam. No, now it was the Joseon strongest sword, Zhang Yongwu. At this point, he was arguably the person closest to being a demon on the Korean peninsula. Just by looking at the appearance, you can tell that their reinforcements over there are somewhat reasonable, whether it's strength or whatever. While Oh Yeon-hee exchanged a word with Kim Jong-tae, who was facing her, Joseon's strongest sword Zhang Yongwu took a few steps towards a hill. Clack, clack. Then, he replaced the title above his head with Joseon's strongest sword. Translator Knight. Proofreader Gun. Click. With that, a slightly different tooltip appeared compared to the Gyeongbuk strongest sword. Joseon's strongest sword, legendary title. Supremacy of the strongest sword. Voting rights. Joseon's swordsmanship. Actually, it was only natural, but the title of Joseon's strongest sword was accompanied by Joseon's swordsmanship. For Yongwu, who had spent quite a while on Rome, it was quite a refreshing change. But is Rome's bottom still higher in terms of grade? As Yongwu brought up the list of martial arts, it appeared that both the current Joseon swordsmanship he was using and Rome's bottom, which was a legendary grade martial art, were the same. Joseon swordsmanship, legendary grade. Rome's bottom, legendary grade. Gyeongbuk, sword law, unique grade. Oh, but still, giving it a legendary grade as the best martial art of the nation. In that case, there might not be a need to use Rome's bottom this time. And if he wanted, he could always switch between Joseon swordsmanship and Rome's bottom. Let's try Joseon swordsmanship this time. Swoosh. After Yongwu sheathed the dragon's legacy and drew out the black sword again, strongest sword of Xinhuiju twisted his mouth. What a disrespectful brat. It wasn't just that the opponent confidently put Joseon's strongest sword on his head, but also his pride was hurt by not using a bow hanging on his body and drawing out his sword instead. It was clearly a sign of underestimating them. However, Yongwu, on the other hand, swish. In the meantime, he was in the process of pulling out his bow, with a sword in one hand. It was possible because the distance between them was close. Considering the situation, wouldn't it be right to come at me? Our comrades' lives are at stake. As Yongwu let go of his bow with those words, tremendous pressure emerged from the front of the bow. Phew! Then, a secret arrow shot from the bow, aimed at Xinhuiju's strongest sword. Swoosh! But the astonishing thing happened next. The arrow didn't explode. It was only natural for Xinhuiju's strongest sword to twist his body to avoid the arrow. A master is a master. It seems North Korea was worth waiting for. Seeing Yongwu's surprised expression, Xinhuiju's strongest sword rushed forward with a confident smile and spoke in a bold voice. I came down here because of you, leaving the border empty. But if I can return as the strongest sword of Joseon, it should be enough for a bargain. Swoosh! Xinhuiju's strongest sword was trying to pull something out of his bosom. Since Yongwu had experienced various ambushes, he turned his upper body before the hologram of Joseon swordsmanship was activated. Swish! Then, as expected, two small daggers flew in succession, and Yongwu's vision momentarily turned navy blue. Oh, this is it. The hologram color of Joseon swordsmanship was navy blue. Swish! Continuing, as Yongwu grasped the sword following the navy blue hologram, Xinhuiju's strongest sword, who was rushing at him like a storm, flinched. It was because he realized the completely different combat posture of his opponent from before. It seemed to be a very refined posture, probably Josian swordsmanship. Facing off against Josian swordsmanship, which should have been North Korea's secret technique, directly was quite an experience. Son of a bitch. Whether it was because of overwhelming emotions or not, Shiju's strongest sword's face contorted viciously. This disgrace shall be repaid in blood. In response, although awkwardly, Yangwu raised the tip of his sword as directed by the Josian swordsmanship. Come in. With that, the other strongest swords who had been watching the meeting between the two men in a daze also regained their vigor. Shouldn't they end this war? Yeah, die. As the momentum of the north side surged with the appearance of the strongest sword of Shu, General Kim Young-hyeom, who was already holding onto the four strongest swords, shouted with his mouth wide open. What's with the fancy moves after killing one? Don't you have any other magic? As he was large in stature, there were many places to strike, and this was a request for his own survival. Even though they were enhanced mutants, facing the four strongest swords who were ready to fight for their lives was not easy. Wait a moment. Likewise, facing the first encounter with Shiju, with death looming, Yangwu leaned back and brought his hand to the whistle hanging around his neck. Then, Jo Sung-hoo opened his eyes wide and screamed, "Stop! Whatever it is, just stop there. Let's fight fairly." I saw clearly that the monster in South Korea had another trick. However, from Yangwu's perspective, it was necessary to protect Biko and the remaining strongest swords, which were South Korea's valuable assets. I'm sorry. Let's just match the numbers for now. No. Eventually, amidst Jo Sung-hoo's screams, the sound of Yangwu's whistle rang out long. Pai 3-eyeing. The sound of a whistle in the middle of the battlefield. Most of the audience, including Kim Young-hyeom, looked surprised at the unexpected skill of the Josian strongest sword. And then, as the surrounding colors changed and the sky began to split, chop! What? The sky. Except for a very few, no one had dared to anticipate. Yaya. Ugh. It meant that two more mutants were about to appear in the sky. Swoosh. Two giant silhouettes swiftly approached the battlefield. However, there's a variable that even Yangwu, who called them, hadn't considered, and that's the one, sir. What? Who? Both of them were blinded by the official commendation for buying a television. That mutant. Kim Young-hyeom, that bastard. Yangti, what's going on? The moment Yangwu and Kim Young-hyeom were both startled, Yangwu's friends landed, scattering dust in the air. Cool. And even before the dust settled, Wake, Yangti jumped out from the dust cloud. Yangwu 07's friend, Hong Yangti, who a heavy presence, enough to make the strongest swords in the region involuntarily step back, emanated, and Yangti rushed straight to Kim Young-hyeom through the open path. Yaya. Yangti's movement was so lightning fast that even Yangwu couldn't stop him this time. Sweet. It was the moment when a hand dagger penetrated into the body of a significant portion of the current North-South Allied forces. This brat, half surprise, half rage. Kim Young-hyeom emitted his specialty, a strong gust, with a complex expression. But, Yuri dead. Yangti casually countered his restraint with his body and swung his fingernails. That lunatic. Upon seeing this, Yangwu immediately tried to rush towards Yangti, but hesitated upon witnessing the following scene. Quack. Kim Young-hyeom, facing Yangti's nail attack, raised his upper body and grabbed the opponent's hand with his forepaws. Eek! This kid, why is he so strong? Surprisingly, a power struggle was established. No, it was astonishing that even after 4 days of reinforcement, Kim Young-hyeom, a fourth-day mutant, was not able to overwhelm Yangti. No way. Yangwu realized something as he watched. He had just been vaguely aware of it until now, but now it was certain. Even the friends are getting stronger. As the days passed, it was clear that the friends in the whistle were also being reinforced. Otherwise, how could Yangti, who was a second-day mutant, confront Kim Young-hyeom like that? Kuang. However, it seemed that they couldn't completely dominate the current fourth-day mutant, as a grunt escaped from Yangdi's mouth shortly after. Then, "Oh, I'm really sorry." A white lump appeared behind Yangdi and attempted to punch Kim Young-hyun's face like a mountain. But look, it was none other than the former Vsauce chairman, Kim Tae-jun, Yangwoo 07's friend, Kim Tae-jun. Damn, that punch is too strong. Yangwoo, sensing that Kim Tae-jun's attack was unusual, immediately shouted while pulling out the legacy of the dragon. "Stop! He's our guest." At that moment, Kim Tae-jun, who had been about to extend his fist right in front of the white tiger's crown, widened his eyes and stopped moving. "He's a guest." Kim Tae-jun, who had a momentarily dazed expression, quickly turned to Yangdi with a shocked face. Huh. To everyone's surprise, Yangdi, who had been holding both of the white tiger's hind legs, trembled slightly with his long muzzle. Huh. This is our guest. As if the expression "this" was bothering him, Kim Young-hyun pressed down on Yangdi when he felt his strength draining away. Creak. Thunderous sounds burst from Kim Young-hyun's throat in anger. However, since he hadn't actually been hit, Kim Young-hyun refrained from attacking Yangdi. "You these kids, what's your identity?" As he growled, his beard trembling, Kim Tae-jun prostrated himself on the ground in apology. "I'm sorry, we didn't recognize you, duh." Upon this, Yangwoo explained to Young-hyun instead of the two. They met as mutants like generals, shook hands with me, and became friends. Today, it seems we misunderstood them a bit hastily. Friends, Kim Young-hyun, who was chuckling at the expression that could only be considered unconventional in this world, suddenly widened his eyes as he belatedly noticed the name tags of the two strangers. Yangwoo 07's friend, Hong Yangdi. Yangwoo 07's friend, Kim Tae-jun. And although no one was saying anything, even the strongest swords on both sides of North and South were in a state of shock beyond their limits by all this. In the first place, it was beyond common sense that they were in alliance with the mutants of Payu, let alone that a whistle could summon mutants directly. "We're screwed." Shinuju's strongest sword, Jo Sung-hoo, closed his eyes tightly. Isn't the level, or rather the dimension, of the equipment being used in the first place different? While they came to war with swords, it was no different on the other side than coming out with guns and cannons. So, the way that Jo Sung-hoo thought was over meant not only the strongest swords in this place, but also the entire North Korea itself. Of course, even at this time, the Pyongyang's strongest swords will continue to strengthen. Is that enough? It may be possible to stop Kim Jong-un as everyone wants, but it is not easy to be sure whether it is possible to defeat that monster. What about the unsettling atmosphere in China? Damn it. Anyway, the war is still ongoing, and Yangwoo didn't forget this fact. Also, the fact that the friend didn't have much time left. Let's finish this battle first. As Yangwoo said this, the two mutants summoned as friends glared fiercely at the North's strongest swords surrounding the battlefield. They had realized that they were the ones who would bring a television to the room of the Ridderni. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. A premonition of defeat. Just with the sudden entrance of the two friends, the situation had completely turned around. Without Yangwoo's direct intervention, the number of North's strongest swords, numbering close to a battalion, were overwhelmed. Kim Tae-jun's real combat power, clad in granite armor, was truly tremendous. What's happening? Watch out. They're coming again. Every time he swung his ferocious fist, the North's lines completely collapsed, but there was no way to stop Kim Tae-jun. Just as Yangwoo had struggled with Kim Tae-jun's granite armor, so did other strongest swords, who were meeting him for the first time. They didn't know how to defeat an opponent whose blades couldn't pierce. Kugagugum. So, every time he charged in, the strongest swords from North Korea could only helplessly retreat. And then, as if waiting, the spotted humanoid Hong Yangdi and General White Tiger Kim Young-hyun attacked from the sides, taking down people one by one. Oh my goodness. Do we have anything to do? Given the situation, the strongest swords from the south had been watching without intervening for some time. In the first place, even if they hadn't come to help Yangwoo, this was something that the man alone could have handled. I told you, didn't I? We just had to show up. Li Yubin glanced awkwardly at Jang Jiango from Dong Demon. However, the reason Li Yubin's throat felt a bit dry was that she hadn't expected Yangwu to control the mutants like puppets. And this was the case for the North's strongest swords, who were the biggest victims of this incident. They all wore expressions as if they had already become defeated soldiers. The fact that the South Korean thief was an opponent that ordinary humans could never defeat was realized. If only Comrade Kim Jong-un had been, someone was even thinking this far. So it was natural that the signs of an unfavorable battle were becoming more apparent. Strongest sword Jo Sung-ho, who was still facing off against Yangwu, also had a faint expression now. After we're defeated, Pyongyang's strongest sword will inevitably come down to see. At Jo Sung-ho's words, Yangwu nodded his head for now. That's right. Then will you be with those people then, too? Translator Knight. Proofreader Gun. At first, Yangwu thought the people the opponent mentioned were the strongest swords from the south, but soon realized that wasn't the case. Yangti, Taejun, Younghyum. They refer to the mutants currently on the battlefield. Yes, I will. As Yangwu nodded again, Jo Sung-ho closed his eyes for a moment. He was envisioning what it would be like to face the Pyongyang's strongest sword while also dealing with 3 mutants and the Joseon's strongest sword. Then Jo Sung-ho opened his eyes again. The current significance of Pyongyang's strongest sword's existence is the assassination of the General Secretary. Most people are waiting for that. The assassination of the General Secretary. It was said that once Comrade Kim Jong-un returned, they would kill him. But if you end up killing the Pyongyang's strongest swords before the showdown? Unfortunately, if that really happens, wouldn't it be your responsibility to support his legacy, even if not necessarily as compatriots? I consider it a request you could fulfill even if you're not a comrade. Kim Jong-un, before being a dictator of North Korea, is a figure whose very existence is close to evil. So if the Pyongyang's strongest sword were to be broken, it would be a request to Yangwu to fulfill the great task in his place. Are you already leaving your will? Yangwu asked without giving a clear answer, and Jo Sung-ho wrinkled his nose. You know full well that I'm going to die. As Jo Sung-ho said, right now, Yangwu's eyes revealed countless marks of death that the Joseon swordsmanship had raised. Various vital points scattered throughout the opponent's body. If Yangwu were to initiate an attack based on Joseon swordsmanship, right now, Jo Sung-ho wouldn't be able to withstand a single strike. Well, before I die, let me see it once. Let's see what our country's greatest swordsmanship is like. Jo Sung-ho said this while adjusting his grip on the sword, and Yangwu also raised the tip of his sword diagonally, assuming an attacking stance. Swoo. Unlike various swordsmanship techniques from the south, including Gyeongbuk, which Yangwu had directly experienced before, Joseon swordsmanship's basic posture was to turn the body to the side and extend the blade forward. It was similar to fencing. It's an incredibly aggressive swordsmanship. Turning the body to the side reduced the exposed body area to the opponent in front, but in fact, this was to minimize the cues for the attack and make it difficult to recognize the preliminary movements. Reducing the area vulnerable to being hit was just an added bonus. In other words, Joseon swordsmanship was a swordsmanship that considered attack as the best defense. As Yangwu focused on one of the many marks visible to him, Jo Sung-ho, who recognized it, smiled. Is that where the kill mark is? He, like Yangwu, was using a swordsmanship developed on the Korean peninsula, so he was well aware of the significance of the marks. Kill. Yangwu also knew that the opponent was tracking his gaze, but even so, he continued the attack as it was. Swipe. He pushed the tip of the sword, which had been extended diagonally towards the opponent, deeply forward in a frontal thrust. Swipe. As the opponent thrusts forward with the sword extended diagonally towards him, there's something peculiar about the attack. Instead of the flat side of the blade facing upwards, it's oriented sideways, giving it a slight rotational force. Suet. Clearly anticipating the attack, Jo Sung-ho extended his sword to block the trajectory, but Yangwu's blade seems to have been waiting for this, as it wrapped around the opponent's sword, redirecting its direction. Quick Higik. It was an attack originally intended to change the point of impact using the opponent's counterattack. Yang Wu's blade, penetrating through the gap between Zhou Sunghu's sword, unmistakably pierced through the opponent's sternum. Crack! Shinuiju's strongest sword, Zhou Sunghu, suddenly hit with a strong impact, caused his collarbone to shake violently. Then, he opened his mouth laboriously, revealing teeth stained with blood. Indeed, Zhouzian, it's the best swordsmanship. Upon hearing this, Yang Wu swiftly withdrew his blade from the opponent's chest and immediately whirled around, swinging the sword diagonally. Sui hack. As if sketching a wedge pattern in the air, Zhou Sunghu's head, Shinuiju's strongest sword, created a small shadow as it fell away from his body. Quest Headhunter. Mission: sever 6/7 of the strongest sword's necks. Reward: 7 million karma. Special: you must disclose the support of the dogo in this mission. Now, just one more. As Yang Wu observed the updated and ruthlessly renewed status of Headhunter, a new quest appears beneath it. Quest: Will of the Dead. Mission: assassinate Kim Jong-un. Reward: dogo special equipment. Are you telling me to kill Kim Jong-un? Yang Wu blinked as he looked at the new dogo quest report titled Will of the Dead. Of course, there was nothing that couldn't be killed. If that guy ever came down to South Korea, he would be the first to act without anyone's orders. But seeing the assassination order that came from another realm was a bit strange. Reward: dogo special equipment. But it was indeed an irresistible proposal. However, there is one problem. Yang Wu looked northward, and that problem was precisely: if by any chance Pyongyang's strongest sword kills Kim Jong-un first, then that quest becomes invalid. However, it wasn't feasible to just storm into Pyongyang claiming to have monopolized Kim Jong-un. Who knows when Kim Jong-un might come down and knock on Pyongyang's door? Could it be that Dogo wants that scenario? Yang Wu shook his head. For now, let's do what we can immediately. What they could do immediately was to cut off the head of the last strongest sword demanded in Headhunter. Yangdi, as Yang Wu called out the name of his first friend, Sin, who was rummaging among the strongest swords, raised his head. Yeah? What's up? Yang Wu ordered casually. We have to spare one person. I need to cut their throat. It was simply stating the truth, but to the listeners, it sounded truly villainous. What? What did you just say? Even the South Korean strongest swords, who were allies, were suspicious of their ears. So, what about the strongest sword from North Korea? Who were the targets of beheading? Ahihi, save me. Starting from Yang Wu's words, everyone began to scatter in all directions. It wasn't just because of the idea of cutting throats, but also because they decided to flee upon realizing that the Joseon's strongest sword, the Vanguard, would invade in earnest. It was already a done deal. Snap! Of the North Korean strongest swords still surviving, there were only 3. And none of these 3 dared to challenge Zhang Yangwu. He just started running because he thought that one of the 3 might survive, even if it was only at a low probability. Ah, how dare you! One of the first swords running to the northwest was handed over to General Kim Young-hyum. In response, Haiyan Chang-su, the Changdo's strongest sword who courageously chose to head due north, looked sideways at his comrade who had just been bitten by a tiger and made a horrified expression. This is hell. An expeditionary force that included 3 strongest swords, renowned for their exceptional martial arts skills. That's why they joined the battle with the thought of joyfully plundering, but they never expected such an outcome. What will happen now? Is our North Korea doomed? Even amidst the urgency of his own life, he thought about the future of his country, but soon his consciousness faded away. Splat! Yang Wu, who had followed him like a shadow, slashed his throat in one swift motion. Thunk! Haiyan Chang-su, who died without even leaving behind a last breath, became the final piece of Yang Wu's quest, received from another realm. Ping. Quest complete. Headhunter. Reward received. 7 million karma. Ah. Finally, Headhunter complete. Then a terrifying noise came from the sky. SSSSSHHHH. It was the sound of a Dogo credit card descending. A black metal object almost exactly the size of a credit card coming down. SSHHHHD. From beyond the darkened sky, The car that was the source of the problem streaked across the sky and landed at Yongwoo's feet in the blink of an eye. 7 million. As Yongwoo picked up the card, which was about a meter away from the ground, the number 7 million appeared on the surface of the black metal. In addition, he had earned a whopping 1.6 million karma from the wyvern hunt in Gwangjingu. Now, I have a total of 8.6 million in cash. I could buy all the abnormal climate equipment and still have plenty left. The reason Yongwoo saved karma even before the North-South confrontation was purely to take down tonight's abnormal climate. He didn't even consider losing to the people who came down from the north. And meanwhile, Thunk, as the lone survivor from the north, who had been running northeast, 3 pursuers followed closely behind. They were none other than friends Hong Yongdi, Songpa's strongest sword O Yonhee, and Siacho's Choi Namhee. What? At Yongdi's questioning expression of why bother, as he looked at the 2 strongest swords, Cho Namhee smiled awkwardly and exchanged eye contact. Can I ask for a concession? It's kind of awkward to just stand here, and I feel sorry for Mr. Yongwoo. In other words, it meant requesting a chance to fight to add some excitement. We already fought at the beginning. However, the circumstances of the 2 strangers were not a consideration for Yongdi, who was busy with his work. If you want to fight more, get permission from Yongwoo first. With that, Yongdi deliberately made a grand gesture and increased his speed. Crack! A signal that even the use of force would be followed if they continued to follow. And so, in the end, it's not going to work out. The 2 had no choice but to stop in their tracks. Then, from the other side, Yongdi was seen swinging his claws towards the last enemy. Finally, the battle ended up being dominated by Zhang Yongwoo and his friends. But still, you're not going to give us anything? We came all the way here. Chonami looked at Oyonhee with a disappointed expression. In response, Oyoni sighed and gently touched her throat. Well, I'm not sure. He's such an unpredictable person. As she turned around, she saw Zhang Yongwoo walking towards the battlefield littered with corpses. Just the number of strongest swords killed in this spot alone was 11. So, how much loot was there? Even Oyonhee, who valued her dignity, couldn't help but feel greedy for the loot. Shall we go for now? We should at least try to beg for travel expenses, even if it's a little embarrassing. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Translator night. Proofreader gun. Is it over now? Kim Young-hyum, a former general and a mutant, squatted like a mountain, looking at Yongwoo. Although it didn't seem like it, it was Kim Young-hyum's own way of giving a friendly signal. He minimized his size to reduce the intimidation he emitted. In other words, he didn't want to fight Yongwoo anymore. Before being a formidable opponent, they had fought together against the North Korean army. After all, regardless of the opponent's intentions, Kim Young-hyum had already developed camaraderie. Perhaps it was because he was a former soldier. Anyway, such emotions couldn't be blocked by willpower. Kim Young-hyum stared at Yongwoo, suppressing the momentarily rising temper, as if he had forgotten about it, and threw out words indifferently. Is it over now? You're not even answering. What are you doing? Ignoring the general's words so blatantly, despite his outstanding martial arts skills, was audacious. Kim Young-hyum stared at Yongwoo with an intense gaze, momentarily restraining his rising temper. Then, as if he had forgotten, Yongwoo turned his head and looked at the massive white beast. Sorry. I was just wondering if there's anything the guy missed picking up. The guy Yongwoo referred to was Keek, the golden goblin leaping over the corpses. And now, in Yongwoo's hand, SHHHHD, there was the epic grade compass, Serpent of Greed. Serpent of Greed, epic compass. Always seeks rarity. It doesn't seem like there are any hidden items. Thanks to the golden goblin, they were able to gather all the loot in one place. But there was a slight disappointment. Most of the equipment had been damaged due to the ability damage. It was similar to when he fought the singer Lee Seonho with a long-range shot, breaking his sword and armor. Due to Yongwoo's long-range attacks weakening the equipment of the North Korean strongest swords, some of their equipment was damaged during the subsequent battle. Not just mutants, but this seems to affect others as well. It was indeed a remarkable effect, but when there was a need to preserve loot like today, it seemed necessary to use the bow cautiously. The higher-grade equipment seems to be intact. Does durability vary by grade? As Yangwu examined the loot spread out by the goblin, he realized that, generally, higher-grade items were less damaged by the ability damage. Most of the severely damaged equipment, with tooltips half broken, were relics or lower grade. And thinking deeper about it, considering that the strongest swords mostly have relics and lower-grade equipment, does this mean that ability damage is practically the bane of strongest swords? Mutation-grade equipment, which could be considered the strongest sword supply-type equipment, an attack property that destroys such equipment completely. As Yangwu looked at the bow he had been carrying over his torso for a moment, General Kim Young-him, who had been waiting with his body still crouched, spoke again. "Is that golden monster also your friend?" Then the golden goblin, which had been laying out loot in front of Yangwu, pointed at itself with its finger. "Keet, Keet." Upon seeing this, Yangwu glanced at the goblin for a moment and nodded. Although it's a bit different category-wise, it's still close to being a friend." After saying this, Yangwu realized that Kim Young-him had been talking nonsense since earlier. All right, now that the battle was completely over, Kim Young-him, a mutant, was alone in this place. He wasn't a friend of Yangwu like Yangti or Taijun, nor was he his strongest sword from the south. Moreover, Thud, on the other side, Oyonhi, Choi Nam-hee, and Yangti were returning after completing the pursuit of survivors. Now, if they wanted, they could kill Kim Young-him, who could be considered the last loot here, and leave. And in reality, if it were an ordinary group of strongest swords, that's what they would have done. However, your achievement tendency is stubborn. The current holder of power in this place, Zhang Yangwu, was officially recognized by the system as stubborn. Furthermore, as a special social worker collecting mutants, he was able to sense Kim Young-him's signal, albeit belatedly. "Thank you for your hard work, General." As Yangwu bowed to Kim Young-him, the South's strongest swords, who were already wary of the large white tiger, looked at him with surprised eyes. To them, even exchanging polite conversation with mutants was unfamiliar, let alone greeting them. Of course, Parjong Jin, the strongest sword who owed his life to Kim Young-him, was an exception. You really did a great job, General." As he stuttered, General Kim Young-him smiled, as if showing his long fangs. "Now it's time to get to the point. Now, what happens to me from now on?" Then, the murmurs from the South's strongest swords subsided all at once. If Yangwu didn't accept Kim Young-him like he did with the friends in the whistle, the only remaining development would be another battle. However, without hesitation, Yangwu extended his hand to Kim Young-him and said, "I suppose I'll need your help, General." "What?" "We're going to assassinate Kim Jong-un." "Okay." Then, for the first time, Kim Young-him smiled broadly. The execution of Kim Jong-un. To General Kim Young-him, just hearing about it was a thrilling tale. Being originally from the army, and known for his hardline stance on North Korean policies, he couldn't help but feel excited. Moreover, he had just witnessed it firsthand. A scene where armed communists from North Korea brandish swords in downtown Payu. Well, that bastard deserves to die for real. Of course, the vicious guy from Korea named Zhang Yangwu was 2 levels higher than the guys from North Korea. But, yes, please go ahead. Why do you think this happened? Did they suddenly decide to unify? At Kim Young-him's question, everyone, including Yangwu, fell silent. In truth, it was none other than Zhang Yangwu who had pressed the start button for this war. I must admit, the provocation was essentially initiated by me. Yangwu briefly recounted the series of events that led to the surprise attack after crossing the military demarcation line during a nighttime outing, causing Kim Young-him to raise an eyebrow. Is that so? Well, regardless, a war was bound to happen sooner or later if it has come to this level of institutionalization. Having heard even the presence of a stigma of territorialism, Kim Young-him sensed that the calamity that had befallen this world was far from over. It's not just North Korea that's the problem. It's truly an era of barbarism. Think about what happened historically in times where power was everything. There was no need to look far. Even domestic conflicts were largely resolved through power. So, what would happen when nations themselves ceased to matter, let alone when they weren't even of the same ethnicity? Of course, the most urgent issue at the moment is Kim Jong-un. If that bastard returns as a mutant like me, he'll likely slaughter every visible human being. As Kim Young-him spoke thus, Yang-woo subtly brought up his main point. So, General, there's one thing I must confess. What is it? Detecting a hint of ominousness in Yang-woo's tone, General Kim Young-him became defensive. And right on cue, the two friends who had been enjoying the outdoors suddenly began to vanish in a thin air. Their summoning time had expired. Oh, already? With a disappointed expression, Yang-di looked up at the sky. Then, shifting his gaze to the white tiger in front of him, he cheerfully exclaimed, General, please come play with us. I'll entertain you well. It was essentially false advertising, but nonetheless, Yang-di left those words behind and disappeared. And Kim Tae-jun, the representative, said, General, you can trust Yang-woo. However, living here might not be so smooth. Uttering a somewhat neutral remark, he vanished. No wonder Kim Young-him felt bewildered. What's all this nonsense? Upon which, Yang-woo probably gazed vaguely at where the Ritter-Nee's room might be. Actually, if you want to assassinate Kim Jong-un with me, you must pay a certain price. A price. As Kim Young-him adopted a defensive stance, Yang-woo continued without reservation. You'll have to go to prison. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Ritter-Nee's room, a kind of isolation space where Yang-woo's friends live until they're summoned. According to Yang-di, who could be considered the first prisoner, initially, there was nothing to do except stare at the white walls that surrounded them. Yang-di truly endured severe torture within those confines. The passage of time felt almost eternal to him back then. Then, after receiving a summons and earning his first official points, he realized there was hope even within the Ritter-Nee's room, as he could use these points to buy various items. Whatever it was, having a goal was much better than enduring the passage of time in silence. Especially for Kim Tae-jun, the chairman who had left family behind in the original world. He had high hopes for television. However, for General Kim Young-him, it's been too long since I divorced my wife. Even if I could find her, I wouldn't want to meet her now, especially not in this situation. Moreover, he didn't have any children, and his parents had passed away from illness a few years ago. In other words, General Kim Young-him was essentially alone in this world. Isn't there any way to avoid being imprisoned? We seem to be getting along just fine as we are now. The scene of the 6-meter-long white tiger pointing alternately with its front paws was quite amusing. However, Yang-woo shook his head firmly. If Kim Jong-un were to appear today, we might consider it. But even if he were to appear, it wouldn't be until tomorrow or even later. On the other hand, as confirmed by this recent battle, the friends summoned by the whistle were becoming stronger as time passed. At the very least, it seemed that they were being reinforced to the level of mutants summoned on the same day. In other words, while Kim Young-him was already quite strong, if he became a friend, he would be summoned in an even stronger state. That's quite an enticing offer. Instead, one may have to endure an isolated life that could potentially last forever as the price. It's true that I receive bribes, but it's not as if my actions warrant a life sentence, is it? Furthermore, he had already been executed once. Hadn't he lost his life as a human under the unilateral judgment of the public? Suddenly becoming unhappy. When Kim Young-him genuinely looked sad, Yang-woo suddenly pointed north. Swish! Instead, you've been given the opportunity to have a cool showdown with Kim Jong-un. Do you think I'm joking? Even though I'm a soldier. However, Yang-woo's words weren't finished yet. Kim Jong-un has 6 arms. Translator Knight. Proofreader Gun. What? Really? He has 6 arms. Kim Young-him's ears perked up unknowingly. Yes, that guy has become a yiksha. So he probably uses 6 weapons too. Damn, it's hard to imagine. I guess I won't be able to avoid it. The thought of Kim Jong-un appearing with 6 arms had completely captivated the white tiger. Kim Young-him, who had been frowning for a while, finally made a once-in-a-lifetime decision. So, how can I become one of those friends? Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Unbelievable. Is he really going to prison willingly? Songpa's strongest sword, Oh Yeon-hee couldn't close her mouth. It was truly shocking, because Kim Young-hyun, the general, and Josian's strongest sword Jong Yong-woo had just completed their handshake. Strictly speaking, it was more like Yong-woo covering the return button that Young-hyun had placed on his large foot with his hand. In any case, this was an unreasonable slave contract, and she could understand neither Yong-woo, who proposed such a contract, nor Young-hyun, who accepted it. However, there was one thing she could finally understand. That's why Jong Hyun-sik ended up in such a pathetic state. Just as Choi Nami had just said, it was about why Jong Yong-woo was so powerful. His daily life itself was different from others. Oh Yeon-hee let out a tone of resignation. Everything about Jong Yong-woo was different from ordinary strongest swords. From how to become stronger to mindset. At first, he was the Gangbuk's strongest sword, then the Gangnam's strongest sword, and then, after how long, he became the Josian's strongest sword. To continue such unreasonable behavior, the person himself had to be different from normal. To assassinate Kim Jong-un? Maybe this guy really will. How far is he going to go? While Oh Yeon-hee was rubbing her forehead, General Kim Young-hyun, who had just finished shaking hands with Yong-woo, began to vanish in a thin air. Swish! Like the other two mutants, he was turning into a genie of the whistle. Feel a bit strange, Doc. TL/N. I feel a bit strange, Mr. Stark. PR/N. NGL, I still haven't moved on from Tony's death. With half his muzzle erased by now, Kim Young-hyun looked up at the sky. SRR. Eventually, even his body disappeared as if fluttering in the air, leaving behind a golden orb in its place. Pop! Then the golden goblin dashed forward and put the golden orb into the spatial pouch. Key. Now there were two golden orbs inside the pouch. He's gone. As the faint presence of General Kim Young-hyun, who had been left, could no longer be felt, Yong-woo carefully picked up the whistle hanging around his neck. Swish! Pumpkin-colored whistle, legendary necklace. Summoning friends. Yang-ti, Tai-jun, Young-hyun. Wow! It was clear that the name of the former army general was engraved in the tooltip of the whistle. In some other dimension, just like the Ritternee's room, General Kim Young-hyun's room must have been created by now. From now on, not only the golem and the hyena, but also the white tiger would fall. This was enough to fight Kim Jong-un with 6 arms. Now, shall we take a look at the spoils? After finishing recruiting the new friend, Yong-woo let go of the whistle, and the soul's strongest swords, who had been focusing on him, coughed awkwardly one by one. Ahem. Oh, right. There were quite a lot of spoils. Even though their contributions in this battle weren't high, they couldn't help but hope that they would get their fair share of the loot. Even Oh Yeon-hee was thinking about confronting Yong-woo if he tried to monopolize all the loot. Still, she thought he should at least provide some compensation to the strongest swords who had risked their lives in battle. And sure enough, thank you very much for coming all the way here. Yong-woo was the first to speak. Fortunately, the battle ended without any casualties. Still, who knows what would have happened if the fight had dragged on. As he carefully examined the 20 or so pieces of equipment displayed on the floor, everyone in the room swallowed heavily. It was now Yong-woo's turn to speak. I feel like I've gained a lot here today. First of all, I made General Kim Young-hyun my friend. Yong-woo paused for a moment, then met the eyes of the 5 strongest swords in front of him, one by one. I'm not sure if we're friends yet, but since you all responded to my unilateral request to join the battle, you're at least my comrades, right? Then, CHO's strongest sword Choi Nami nodded with a weak smile. Well, we're more than just comrades now. If the situation had been much worse, we would have fought together at the risk of our lives. It was both an empty statement and a fact. If Yong-woo had been overwhelmed by the North Korean main force in Payu, they would have naturally fought to the death. It was not a matter of loyalty, but a matter of logic. If the North Koreans succeeded in killing Jong Yong-woo, who else would they target next? Naturally, they would advance from Payu and Goyang to Seoul. I should be grateful that I met Jong Yong-woo as a friend rather than an enemy. As Choi Nami thought this, she smiled with her eyes, and Yang Wu responded with a friendly smile. And then, in that sense, I would like to share some of the spoils with all of you. Because you fought alongside me, my comrades. Wow, is that true? They had hoped, but they had never expected Yang Wu to show such mercy, so everyone's eyes widened in surprise. Yes, if there's anything you want among the equipment here, you can take it. However, there are 3 conditions. Yang Wu holds up 3 fingers as he speaks. First, there's a pair of swords here that can make a shield. Please don't choose those. Oh, no problem. Yes, if that's the case. The strongest swords nodded enthusiastically. Then, Yang Wu mentioned the second condition. Second, you can't take any accessories. Anything else is fair game. Yes, that's fine. Understood. The second condition also passed without any objections. Finally, Yang Wu revealed the third condition. Third, you can choose more than 2 items as spoils. However, from the second item onwards, you will have to exchange it for the accessory you currently have. Exchange for the accessory? Reaching the third condition, the strongest swords realized. Yang Wu was indeed showing mercy, but there was still a catch. This Bast *RD, for some reason, he's planning to take all our accessories. Dong Demon's strongest sword, Zhang Jiango, looked at Yang Wu with suspicious eyes. But there was no doubt that it was an offer he couldn't refuse. Clap. Eventually, Yang Wu applauded and pointed to the spoils laid out beneath his feet. Now, then, let's get started. One by one, choose the equipment you want and bring it to me. Accessory exchanges are... Suddenly, in the heart of Paiyu, the bustling market of strongest swords opened up. Although they were treated as giants in their respective areas, the strongest swords were stumbling around aimlessly on the ground today, abandoning their usual demeanor. The first to select their equipment could take it without any accessories, and most importantly, the first to grab it became the owner. Excuse me, could you move aside a bit? Well, if you don't have anything to buy there, let's come out to the side. Songpa, Siocho, Songbuk, Dong Demon, Goyang. Except for the Goyang's strongest sword, who was alone due to not being from the Soul Federation. The rest fiercely fought for the loot, stretching out their hands. And Yang Wu, who was watching them, it's desirable. With a satisfied expression, he displayed the status of the accessory encyclopedia. Pop. 1-7. There are currently 17 pieces of accessory registered in the encyclopedia. Therefore, if you obtain just 3 more, the level 2 collection effect will be unlocked. If there are many requests for accessory exchange, the level 3 unlock should be quite close. Collection effect 10. Usage of all accessory +1. Collection effect 20. Although only the existence of level 2 could be confirmed for now, once level 2 was achieved, the next level would surely be revealed. It seems that the collection units increase by 10 each. Then, does that blessing open up at around 100 or maybe 50? Each encyclopedia has its own unique collection effect, and when the completeness of the encyclopedia exceeds a certain level, you can obtain a remarkable blessing or skill. It was an effect that the system deemed astonishing, so it wouldn't be easily unlocked. Excuse me, I've chosen everything. While Yang Wu was examining the accessory encyclopedia, the first buyer stood in front of him. It was none other than Goyang's strongest sword. He had chosen his equipment skillfully from among the fierce competition in Seoul. The equipment Park Jongjin chose consisted of boots and pants, one each on top of a sword. Oh! Yang Wu was surprised to see Park Jongjin holding the equipment in his arms. Do you have a lot of accessory? At this rate, you should give me 2 pieces. When Yang Wu asked with curiosity, Park Jongjin cautiously nodded after glancing at the other strongest sword members. Yes, here. Swish. Park Jongjin carefully handed over a ring and a bracelet that he had on his fingers and wrist to Yang Wu. Dragon Slayer, Mutation Ring. Power increases by 10% for dragons. Insulation, Mutation Bracelet. Lightning Resistance, 15%. Oh my goodness. Yang Wu's eyes widened at the much stronger effects than expected. Resistance equipment was always welcome, and it was the first time he had seen an option that increased power against dragons. Are you sure it's okay? This ring, as Yangwu picked up the Dragon Slayer with his finger and asked, Park Jongjin subtly smiled. Yes, perhaps Mr. Yangwu is more likely to fight dragons than I am. The conglomerates who would eventually return as dragons. Since they wouldn't be typical mutants, it was true that there was a high probability that Strongest Sword's strongest member, Zhang Yangwu, would clash with the dragon tribe. Ah, thank you. In the end, when Yangwu accepted the 2 pieces of accessory, Park Jongjin nodded once again and stepped aside. Right after that, Yonhee, who was standing there holding 2 pieces of equipment, appeared. What she had chosen was a pair of boots and armor. I do have more accessory, but this is something I can't personally give up. Yes, it's fine. Yangwu readily accepted Yoni's deal. As long as it was an accessory, it didn't really matter if the effect wasn't great. Moreover, even if it was equipment bordering on miscellaneous items, it could still fill up the accessory encyclopedia. With this, the level 2 collection effect will open. Yangwu politely accepted the small earring offered by Yoni. Bare heart, mutant earring. Becomes bravered. Definitely equipment she's trying to discard. Certainly, Yoni had her own reservations. However, Yangwu saw even this as a big mistake on Yoni's part. Because becoming braver isn't an ability that can be bought with karma, right? It means becoming less afraid. Especially since Yangwu had encountered opponents among the extraterrestrial beings like the shareholders of Dogo, he understood the importance of courage very well. Thank you. As Yangwu expressed his gratitude as usual, Yonhee, who was about to step aside, paused for a moment and asked a question. But Mr. Yangwu, yes. Why do you collect accessories? Is there any specialized equipment on your side? She, too, knew well that Yangwu wouldn't do anything to his disadvantage. Upon this, Yangwu smiled slightly as he registered the earring Yonhee handed over into the encyclopedia. There are reasons, but it's classified information. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. A very gentlemanly and legal process of acquiring accessories. Thanks to this, Yangwu obtained a total of 8 accessories through this deal. 5 obtained through equipment exchange, and 3 originally included in the loot. So, Yangwu's current status of accessory collection is 25. 25 pieces. If I collect just 5 more, it'll unlock level 3. And accordingly, the level 2 effect, unlocked when collecting 20 pieces of accessory, was revealed. Pad. Collection effect, 20. All basic resistances plus 15%. All basic resistances by 15%. Considering that the single resistance values obtained through mutation or artifact equipment generally range from about 10% to 15%, this was an insane effect. What exactly is basic resistance? Yangwu wondered as soon as this question arose in his mind. He opened the stats window. Pop. Then, he noticed that the resistance values displayed at the bottom of the screen were more complex than before. Fire resistance, 25%. Cold resistance, 15%. Lightning resistance, 30%. Poison resistance, 15%. Ability resistance, 10%. Translator Knight. Proofreader Gun. Not only had the existing fire resistance increased by 15%, but there were also additional resistances to cold and poison, even though he wasn't wearing any related resistance equipment. For the lightning resistance, it was likely that the 15% from the bracelet insulation was added to the 15% collection effect. So, basic resistance includes fire, cold, lightning, and even poison. As expected, ability resistance wasn't part of basic resistance. Yangwu recalled that there was an unbelievable resistance item in the possessions of Officer Quan Taeyang. Cross Knot, Mutation Bracelet. Ability resistance, 20%. Empty slot. Since the Cross Knot, an heirloom of Kim Byung-cheol, was now in the possession of Officer Quan Taeyang, it was a piece of equipment classified only as mutation, but in reality, it was at least of the unique grade, with a minimum level of effect equivalent to that. It's too cruel, but I guess I have to get it back somehow. Of course, as it was equipment given to Taeyang in memory of the deceased, he couldn't just ask for it back. I'll have to make an even exchange. It's the humane thing to do. Isn't it the high-quality equipment that is hitting my feet right now? In terms of practicality, swords or armor would be better than bracelets. Clank. After selecting one weapon to hand over to Officer Quan Taeyong, Yongwu tidied up the rest of the equipment. There's too much. Is it okay to take all this with me? Even after distributing the loot to the best swordsman, Yongwu blinked when he saw the equipment piled up like a mountain. Including mutation equipment obtained from opening golden spheres in Gangnam, there were already 14 pieces of equipment that he hadn't even checked the tooltips for. I can only immediately use accessories. To utilize the rest, I'll need to acquire more encyclopedias as soon as possible, with various weapons and armor gradually accumulating. Acquiring any encyclopedia would lead to a situation where he would gain a tremendous amount of stats and buffs. Now, I'm looking forward to tonight's dungeon. Thinking about the dungeon opening tonight, Yongwu looked around at the strongest swords. You've worked hard today. You can disperse now. As Yongwu mounted Negwig, Songbuk's strongest sword, you've been asked. Are you also going back to the south, Yongwunim? At this, Yongwu turned his head sideways. No. Yes? Then where to? As the two conversed, the rest of the strongest swords gave a puzzled look towards Josian's strongest sword. What are you talking about, Mr. Yongwu? If you're not going south from here, where are you going? Surely not back north? It had been only a few minutes since the north-south battle, so what kind of trouble was he planning to cause again? While the southern strongest swords were in panic, Yongwu looked casually towards the north. I'm truly sorry. I'll just make one more trip today. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Clop, clop. Yongwu started heading northward alone once again. However, he wasn't exactly marching north. There's no more war today. As Yongwu thought this, the only reason he was crossing the military demarcation line to visit North Korea again was solely because of Golden Journey. Please summon the Golden Rain in the next area. Domestic, 3/3. Foreign, 0/2. By doing this, he could progress one more route of the Golden Rain today. Since North Korea was judged as foreign and he happened to have 2 golden orbs, there was no need to postpone the achievement until tomorrow. Of course, it's risky. Right now, all the strongest swords in the north are probably monitoring my location in real time. They might even think that the thief from South Korea, who had annihilated their main force, was advancing north for revenge. Clop, clop. Yet, he still had some leeway as he was still crossing the northern edge of Payu. Yongwu utilized this time to check the remaining 5 pieces of accessory he hadn't examined yet. Heated stone, heroic necklace. Ignores extreme cold. Oh, from the start, it was extreme weather immune equipment. If it's extreme cold, is it the cold version of yesterday's heat wave? So far, there were 4 confirmed types of extreme weather: fog, temperature, rain, and wind type revealed through the epic necklace, Eye of the Typhoon. Eye of the Typhoon, epic necklace. Ignores extreme weather of the wind type. Of these 4 types, he hadn't experienced the wind directly yet, so the probability of today's extreme weather being wind type on the 4th day was quite high. And now, I can snipe even extreme cold, which is the temperature type. And next, Steel Mark, Mutation Amulet. Increases durability by 500. Not bad. Durability plus 500. While it was still a good effect even now, if he had obtained this charm at the beginning of the reset, it would have made him nearly invincible. Likely, the original owner of this equipment was indeed invincible. Now next, smoothly shifting his gaze to the next tooltip, Yongwu suddenly widened his eyes. Osmosis, Epic Ring. The lowest basic resistance value is equal to the highest resistance value. Epic, Yongwu unintentionally exclaimed. Moreover, the effect was insane. What does this mean? It sets the lowest resistance to the same value as the highest resistance. However, there was one condition attached: basic resistance. In other words, only the resistance to fire, cold, lightning, and poison could be raised. However, the highest resistance value didn't need to be a basic resistance. In other words, it was possible to max out a basic resistance by adjusting an extreme resistance to its limit. This is really nonsensical equipment. My noble was in North Korea after all. Yang Wu expressed a belated gratitude to the unknown noble who had already passed away. Now, only two remain. Perhaps because of the epic ring's interference, the last two were relatively ordinary. Or rather, one of them was detrimental to Yang Wu. Rotten flesh, unique bracelet, bleeding immunity. Ten Commander, relic ring. Reduces block damage by 10%. No, immunity to bleeding? It's impressive, but I shouldn't have immunity to bleeding. Due to the Berserker effect from the slot gem, Yang Wu's strength increased by 25% when bleeding. With so much equipment, he had encountered cases where the equipment conflicted with each other. The system seemed to be aware that such situations could occur early on, as there was a separate option to deactivate effects within the catalog. Thank goodness. I almost ruined myself by picking up the wrong bracelet. As Yang Wu inspected each piece of equipment, Negwig carrying him was already passing through the northeastern part of Kaesong. Clop, clop. However, the reason Yang Wu didn't stop him was that there was no one in Kaesong. There wasn't a single person in Kaesong. I should find a place with people if possible. He wanted to spread this valuable golden rain in areas where residents existed if possible. Although North Korea was hostile, it didn't mean he was at war with all of North Korea's people. Clop. As Yang Wu continued northward, the status of a new area finally appeared before him. Pat, the current area you are in is Jumcheon. There are no strongest swords in this area. Jumcheon County, North Wanghe Province. It was Yang Wu's first time seeing this place, but at least he had heard of Jumcheon a while ago. This was because one of the opponents he had encountered in Payu was carrying the title of Jumcheon's strongest sword. In other words, Yang Wu was now in the area he had taken the title of strongest sword from. Here, Yang Wu, as if possessed, pulled the reins of the Negwig to slow down its speed. Then, as if understanding Yang Wu's intention, the golden goblin handed him a golden orb. Key it. As the goblin said, it was now time to drop the first golden rain in a foreign land. Yang Wu looked around nervously for some reason. Although North Korean residents had not yet appeared nearby, this act was undoubtedly an invasion. Moreover, it was only now occurring to him. My name and face are engraved on commemorative coins, and it's even money. Isn't this a direct provocation? It's an outright leaflet for North Korea. Golden coins from South Korea falling throughout Jumcheon County. How would the North Korean strongest swords and residents perceive this? Well, the die has already been cast. Yang Wu decided not to think too deeply about it anymore. Blame. Upon receiving the golden sphere from the goblin, he felt the peculiar object floating thinly. Tingling. So Yang Wu placed the sphere on the ground as it continued to float on its own into the air, initiating its rotation. It was already activated. Sure, IAT. As Yang Wu gazed at the sphere, shortly thereafter, just like in the ruins, a quantum choice quest appeared. Grabbed. Much less than confirmed, reward much greater than. Ghost armor, mutant breastplate. Projectile damage reduced by 15%. Empty slot. Much less than choice, reward much greater than. 3 million karma. Or, grant 30,000 karma to all residents in the area. It doesn't really make a difference being in a foreign land. Although there was a slight sense of relief, it wasn't as if there were any significant changes occurring. Anyway, couldn't significant achievements be accomplished just by raining gold here? Grant 30,000 karma to all residents in the area. Grant 30,000 karma to all residents in the area. When Yang Wu decided to supply karma to the local residents, the golden sphere rotated even faster than usual before soaring into the sky above Jumcheon County. It's amazing no matter how many times I see it. Yang Wu's gaze followed the golden sphere ascending into the sky. The spherical object, drawing a very long golden arc in the sky, caused a spectacular explosion moments later, coloring the sky with gold. Then, swaya. Gradually, it showered gold over the entire Jumcheon County, as if it were rain. Yang Wu, watching the golden rain pass by his palm, without any enemies present, was momentarily lost in admiration. It was a tremendous privilege to come all the way to North Korea and enjoy such romance. But only for a moment. Soon after, the message about karma distribution seized Yongwoo's attention forcefully. Josian's strongest sword, Yung Yongwoo 07, affiliated with the Republic of Korea, has forsaken the exclusive possession of 3 million karma and gifted 30,000 karma to all residents of Jumcheon. He checked again, thinking he might have seen it wrong, but the message remained unchanged. It clearly stated, affiliated with the Republic of Korea. They're intentionally revealing that I'm an outsider. Then the system announced the creation of commemorative coins. 30,000 karma will soon be provided in the form of commemorative coins. Prepare yourselves to. Soon, all residents of Jumcheon County would recognize the face of Josian's strongest sword, who came from South Korea. Snap! The characteristic sound of coin creation soon followed. Next, with a clink, 3 golden coins engraved with Yongwoo's name and face appeared in the air. Oh my goodness! Snatch, snatch! Yongwoo hurriedly grabbed the coins and glanced around nervously. Of course, nobody would object to distributing money, but he couldn't help but feel anxious for no reason. Let's move for now. Yongwoo decided to climb back on a negwig to avoid any potential pursuit from North Korean strongest swords. Tired. He then checked the achievements and saw that the progress of the Golden Journey had been updated as expected. Golden Journey. Call forth a golden rain in the next area. Domestic, 3/3. Foreign, 1/2. Now, by showering gold once more in North Korea, the Golden Journey would be achieved. However, if I do this, the extra golden spheres will disappear, and I won't be able to definitively open the nighttime dungeon. The best scenario would be to find an uncaught mutant nearby. That way, he could obtain another golden sphere. But in return, the probability of encountering angry North Korean strongest swords again will increase, especially since this area isn't far from Pyongyang. So, if there's a 4th-day strongest sword here, it would likely take them a few tens of minutes to cover the distance. Let's move east and shower the last golden rain, then quickly return. As Yongwoo formulated his plan in his mind and turned his head to the east. Tap tat. He happened to make eye contact with a man running towards him from the east. The man on the other side was even more startled than Yongwoo. On the head of this man, who was running barefoot with a long sword tied to his waist. Tozen's strongest sword. That title was attached. Tozen? Where's Tozen? While Yongwoo gawked at the unfamiliar name, the Tozen's strongest sword he encountered as a foreigner couldn't close his wide-open mouth. Josian's strongest sword. Unlike Yongwoo, who was bewildered by the unfamiliar title, the Tozen's strongest sword, who encountered an outsider, couldn't close his wide-open mouth. Joe! Tozen's strongest sword was too shocked to pronounce more than one syllable. Meanwhile, Yongwoo, due to the loud voice emanating from the Tozen strongest sword, instinctively made a gesture to quiet him down. SHHH, please calm down. We're not here to fight. Josian. The Tozen strongest sword appeared to be in his early 30s, similar to Yongwoo's age. However, as seen in the North-South confrontation in Payu, this man's height wasn't particularly tall either. He might be around 160 centimeters at best. In contrast, Yongwoo's height was about 2 meters. Moreover, riding on Negwig, which also had a height of 2 meters, Yongwoo's silhouette didn't even feel like it belonged to the same person. So, it was no wonder that the Tozen's strongest sword, a top-notch figure in North Korea, was in such a panic. At this point, he had never dreamed that the official Josian's strongest sword in North Korea would be such a giant monster. Translator Knight. Proofreader Gun. Now, are you feeling better? As I mentioned earlier, we're not here to fight. Right now. The Tozen's strongest sword's breath, which had momentarily calmed down due to Yongwoo's strange nuance, became rapid again. Please spare me. I have a family to support. And no, it's not like that. Yongwoo rubbed his forehead, realizing that he had spent a lot of time here, and asked the other person, "Where is Tozen? Did you come from nearby?" The other person probably came after seeing the sudden golden rain falling in Jumcheon County, even though he knew that the South Korean's strongest sword with the mark of trouble was here. That's how much the golden rain stimulates people's curiosity. Tosin is right over there. Quickly responding to Yongwoo's question, the Tosin's strongest sword pointed east with his finger. Tosin County, North Gwanghee Province, an area bordering Jumcheon County, and the man in front of him had dashed here as if he were possessed after seeing the golden rain falling from the sky. Ah, then let's go to Tosin quickly. Are there residents over there too? The Tosin's strongest sword made a frightened expression at the suggestion of going to their neighborhood. After all, wasn't it Yongwoo who had killed the North Korean's strongest swords just an hour ago? Our country's title, Wanghee's strongest sword, has been looted. Our country's title, Goksun's strongest sword, has been looted. Our country's title, Sinuiju's strongest sword, has been looted. Not only the Tosin strongest sword here, but also many surviving North Korean strongest swords had seen that dreadful looting message. But the perpetrator of that heinous act suddenly saying, "Let's go to Tosin quickly," was something else entirely. I sent it unnecessary to harm innocent people. Ultimately, when the Tosin's strongest sword mustered the courage to protest, Yongwoo reluctantly took out commemorative coins from his pocket to show him. I've already told you 3 times, but I'm not here to fight. I'll distribute 30,000 karma to the residents of Tosin, so please guide me quickly. If I have to say the same thing 4 times, then I might actually cause harm. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Tosin's strongest sword, Huang Pyongsu 03. Yongwoo learned the name of this man, thanks to the local status. Click, click. After walking straight east for a while, the area's status, which had been set as Jumcheon County, finally changed to Tosin. The current area is Tosin. The strongest sword of this area is Huang Pyongsu 03. Rank 1st, defenses 62. Mr. Pyongsu, nice to meet you. As Yongwoo recited the name of the opponent written in the status, Huang Pyongsu awkwardly smiled and tilted his head downwards. Why yes, I am Huang Pyongsu. Please come to Tosin. The number of defenses for Huang Pyongsu was 62 times. This was a remarkably low number for North Korea, which had become a brutal, lawless land right after the reset. Of course, the population of Tosin County wasn't that large, but even before that, Huang Pyongsu's temperament itself wasn't ferocious. While other strongest swords massacred to show off their strength, Huang Pyongsu only drew his sword in self-defense situations. If we go further in, we'll encounter the residents. Huang Pyongsu of Tosin looked at Yongwoo with an unexpectedly pitiful expression. Seeing this, Yongwoo quickly glanced around for pursuers and even checked the epic compass Fearful Cat once. Then, yes, sounds good. Shall we do it here then? As Yongwoo said this, reaching out towards the golden goblin, it opened a pocket of spatial void. What was that just now? It was because he briefly glimpsed the infinite space inside the small pouch carried by the little goblin. But before he could finish speaking, the goblin pulled out the golden sphere. Gasp! Just as Yongwoo had once remarked, Huang Pyongsu was also greatly shocked by the fact that the sphere could move like an object and step back. Swoosh! Isn't it fascinating? I'm still not used to it either. Saying this, Yongwoo handed the golden sphere received from the goblin to the ground. Thunk! What? What are you trying to do? Since the sphere was already spinning rapidly, Huang Pyongsu, with eyes full of fear, alternated between Yongwoo and the golden sphere. Well, I'm going to spread the same golden rain you saw here in Tosin 2. So, what exactly is this golden rain? While Huang Pyongsu was asking, the heavily fluctuating golden sphere suddenly shot up into the sky. Whoosh! And Yongwoo took advantage of the moment when Huang Pyongsu's pupils were tinged with gold to check the mutation equipment. Much less than confirmed, reward much greater than. Avenger, mutant shield. After defense, the power of the next attack increases by 15%. It's amazing. Even if you put that in the catalog, it seems like it would work even if it's not a shield defense. But for now, it was just a dream. Having too many pieces of equipment, he couldn't use all of them be it bows, spears, swords, or shields. Click. While Yangwu was handing over the shield, Avenger, to the goblin, commemorative coins were created in the air at the right moment. SCHRR. Yangwu quickly grabbed the coins, just like before, and hurriedly climbed onto the Negwig. There was nothing strange about the fact that enemies could be rushing from Pyongyang or anywhere else by now. You mentioned earlier that you have a family, right? I hope it wasn't a lie. The coins were probably delivered to your family members too. Please use them wisely. As Yangwu finished speaking, he was about to leave, and Huang Pyongsu, who had been absent-minded for a moment, unconsciously grabbed the knee of the North Korean monster. Tap. T there. I don't know why you're doing this, but thank you anyway. Yangwu was not accustomed to receiving gratitude from others. He glanced vaguely at the North Korean's strongest sword who was close to his age, then turned his head southward, shifting his gaze to the flashing notification messages in front of him. There are unclaimed achievement rewards. The recommended unclaimed achievement reward, referring to the just achieved golden journey. As Yangwu opened the achievement window, the completion record was immediately displayed. Acquired. Achievement attained. Golden journey. Achievement grade. Legendary. Achievement rank. First. Summon golden rain in domestic and foreign areas. Simultaneously, all stats increased by 100 each. Idealist. Epic ring. All stats increased by 100 per achievement possessed. Finally completed the golden journey perfectly. Finally. Each achievement in the golden journey felt like crossing a huge mountain. Of course, the rewards were overwhelmingly better than other achievements each time. So this time's reward. As Yangwu read through the completion record of the golden journey, the achievement reward was automatically received. Ping. Golden Trail, legendary two-handed greatsword. Auto combat. Cumulative golden ratio, 10. Asterisk special bonus, 4. Golden journey. A two-handed sword. Yangwu's eyes widened in awe as a giant golden silhouette appeared above his head. Swoosh. But currently, Yangwu was atop Negwig, rapidly heading south. Wait a moment. Concerned that the newly acquired sword would fall to the ground, Yangwu immediately tried to stop Negwig. Contrary to expectations, the golden silhouette did not continue to follow Yangwu at Negwig's speed. What's going on? Surprised, Yangwu eventually pulled on Negwig's reins out of shock. Clang! Whinny! Then Negwig abruptly stopped, and the problematic silhouette of the golden trail, as its name suggested, also came to a smooth halt, fluttering in the air behind Yangwu. Swoosh! Unbelievable. It's not just a sword. Finally seeing the full form of the golden trail, Yangwu couldn't help but marvel. With a total length of 2 meters, a blade length of 1.5 meters, and a blade width of 40 centimeters, this colossal weapon resembled a large mirror and seemed to float in the air as if alive. As if a small motor were embedded, vibrations continued to emanate from the golden trail. So, is this what they mean by a sword crying? Yangwu thought half-jokingly, cautiously reaching his right hand towards the large handle of the golden trail. Being the rightful owner of this sword, he felt he should at least try grabbing it, regardless of whether it flew around on its own or not. Tap! Eventually, as Yangwu grasped the handle of the golden trail, an unexpected message appeared. The current sword skill slot is empty. Would you like to register a new sword skill? What in the world? With a puzzled expression, Yangwu suddenly realized. Auto combat. Golden Trail, legendary two-handed greatsword. Auto combat. What did this tooltip of the massive weapon signify? Could it really be true auto combat? It becomes automatic. The characteristic of hovering around the owner without any manipulation, and the prompt for sword skill registration upon direct contact with the sword. All of this meant only one thing. It's not that grabbing this sword makes combat automatic, but exactly as written in the tooltip. Humming. That colossal sword engaged in automatic combat. Even more astonishingly, using the sword skills I've registered for automatic combat. This was an equipment at an overwhelmingly overbalanced level that no one would dispute. Would you like to register a new sword skill? The message asking about registering a new sword skill still hovered in front of Yangwu. Why yes, register. As Yangwu approved the registration, the available martial arts that Golden Trail could use were selected from his current repertoire. Josian swordsmanship, legendary grade. Rome's bottom, legendary grade. Gyeong Buk's sword law, unique grade. Gumi swordsmanship, relic grade. And surprisingly, all martial arts, including Rome's bottom, could be registered. I thought Rome's bottom was too close to martial arts to be usable. How would the automatic combat of a 2-meter-long sword flying in the sky work? Moreover, if that greatsword were to use martial arts used by prisoners from another realm. Gulp. After swallowing hard once, Yangwu registered the legendary martial art, Rome's bottom, to the Golden Trail. Acquired. Then, it was visible on the equipment tooltip that the currently used martial art was promptly indicated. Golden Trail, legendary two-handed greatsword. Auto combat. Rome's bottom. Cumulative golden ratio, 10. Asterisk special bonus, 4 golden journey. Oh, it's recognized immediately, Yangwu muttered to himself. However, since there was no immediate opponent to test against, there was no way to know how the greatsword would interpret and use Rome's bottom. It's hard to imagine. Even if it's a greatsword, it couldn't possibly engage in boxing or wrestling. Clang clunk. Meanwhile, Negwig continued its descent, and by this time, Yangwu had turned Negwig's direction eastward. It was to check if there were any mutants still alive in the Yonkian or Chorwan area. Now that he could store the golden sphere, it would be safer to secure it before nightfall. Let's sweep through Gyeonggi province and then return to Payu to meet the merchants. By now, there would likely be merchants coming down to Gangnam and Gwangjin-gu areas. Although Gwangjin-gu was unknown, Gangnam was a region with an owner, so no one would have touched the merchants, probably Payu too. Payu should be the same. Everyone dispersed. Asterisk available karma. 8,694,000. With current cash holdings totaling 8.69 million karma, there was no shortage of money. In unavoidable situations, he could also duplicate a card containing 7 million karma. Blank check, unique currency. Once it changes into the touch currency. Translator night. Proofreader gun. Of course, it would be too wasteful to just burn 7 million karma. I should save a lot more if possible. Anyway, except for the nighttime dungeon tickets, everything had almost reached perfection. Clang. Continuing to steer Negwig eastward, Yangwu turned his gaze to the last notification he hadn't checked yet. The recommended achievement list has been updated. With the completion of the achievement Golden Journey, there would probably be new entries in the recommended achievement list. The probability of the next stage achievement related to the Golden Ratio series is high. And even if he didn't know, there would be another achievement in the place where Nocturnal used to be. Check achievements. As Yangwu opened the achievement window, 2 existing achievements appeared first in order. Pop Pop. Complete Orphan. Find and eliminate parents. 1/2. Ending Maker. Discover the protagonist after the reset. Still the same. 2 stubborn stumbling blocks that he still couldn't figure out how to complete. Instead, the newly appeared achievement below was relatively straightforward. Of course, that didn't mean it was easy. This time, it wasn't just a matter of going out to domestic or foreign areas and summoning Golden Rain. Golden Storm. Summon Golden Rain in the following 4 ways. 0/4. When there are 7 or more mutants nearby. In the North American continent. When 2 entities with the attributes of #Chable and #Dragon are fighting each other. At the moment, when an entity with the attribute of #National Enemy dies. When a 2nd grade or higher otherworldly entity visits. Those crazy bast asterisk RDS. Yangwu was generally the one hearing such words directed at him, but this time, a curse slipped out of his own mouth first. Don't these guys know when to stop? This was practically at the level of not even considering the achievement completion. However, but strictly speaking, it's not entirely impossible. The system's officially acknowledged stubbornness subtly raised its head. 4 sightings are required to fulfill the conditions, right? So, at least 2 are possible for now. when there are 7 or more mutants nearby. At the moment when an entity with the attribute of hashtag national enemy dies. Amazingly, Yangwu had the ability to summon 3 mutants, so by gathering 4 mutants on a battlefield, he could achieve the condition of 7 or more mutants nearby. I could just recruit more friends. So, breaking that condition is just a matter of time. The case was the same for an entity with the attribute of hashtag national enemy. Due to Yangwu's starting point being the Korean peninsula, he had a national enemy right next to him, without any guilt even if he were to cut their throat and kill them. That was none other than Kim Jong-un. With the quest for Dogo's assassination in hand, there was no reason not to try it. As soon as Kim Jong-un dies, I just have to spread the golden rain. It's like a congratulatory performance. Regardless of the intention, 2 out of 4 achievements were quite achievable with a fairly high probability. Now, the remaining 2 are the problem. In the North American continent, when 2 entities with the attributes of hashtag Chable and hashtag Dragon Race are fighting each other, when a second grade or higher otherworldly entity visits, 2 out of these 3 methods must be performed. If they're Chables and Dragon Race at the same time, we might be able to meet them when Korean Chables return, but they have to be fighting each other. Since he hadn't met a dragon yet, Yangwu couldn't imagine it well. It would be a situation where Chables who came down as mutants fought each other, having taken on the identity of mutants. I could make one of them my friend, and that could make it work. Nevertheless, it wasn't an easy task. The request to summon Golden Rain in North America was equally strange. Is this telling me to swim across the Pacific to North America? But why specifically pick the North American continent? As Yangwu pondered, he naturally shifted his gaze to the bottom of the achievement list and found a reason. Pangea. At the moment when a tectonic shift occurs, witness the movement of the continent. Pangea, a supercontinent appearing in Alfred Wegener's theory of continental drift, meaning all existing continents are connected as one. In other words, what this achievement implied was, the land is about to connect soon. I didn't know that. His mind went blank. Yangwu couldn't think anymore. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. At the same time, on the outskirts of Jumcheongun, North Hamgyong Province, Pyongyang's strongest sword, Lim Yongpyo 01, chuckled as he watched children who seemed to be no older than 10 playing happily. He had rushed here upon receiving a report of unusual weather phenomena occurring in Jumcheon, where the thief from South Korea had visited. However, when he arrived, instead of unusual weather, the sky over Jumcheongun was clear as ever. And most importantly, children were outside as if nothing had happened. Was the report wrong? Yongpyo raised his head again and looked towards the stigma that had crossed over to the south. Then suddenly, clang! With a familiar metallic sound and a momentary flash of brilliance, Yongpyo's gaze shot like an arrow, straight into the hands of those children. Hey there! Sensing something ominous, Pyongyang's strongest sword approached the child who held something in his small hands. And then, swoosh! Would you like me to give you some candy? He pretended to take out a candy from his pocket. Really? The child grinned and reached out his hand to take the candy, and in that moment, for the first time in his life, Lim Yongpyo saw a dazzling golden coin engraved with the face of the South Korean thief in the center. Zhang Yongwu, this BAS asterisk guard? Pangea, as anticipated through achievements. If indeed all continents were to merge into one, what would happen? Could General Kim Young-hyun be right about a real war breaking out? The merging of land meant that borders would physically converge. In simpler terms, from our country's perspective, it could mean a land connection with a neighboring island nation, Japan. And there could be other possibilities. While it's written as Pangea in the achievements, the land could merge in completely different forms. The biggest characteristic of the original Pangea was the gathering of North and South America, Africa, and India. On the other hand, Eurasia was largely clustered at the northern end of Pangea, not significantly different from its current form. In other words, for our country, the anticipated change would be merely a land connection with Japan. But if it's named Pangea, and yet its form is completely different, For instance, if the Pangea after the reset were a gigantic ring-shaped continent, what would happen? Then we can't know which country would come and merge with the Korean peninsula. From a realistic perspective, Japan or the Philippines might have been candidates, but it could be an entirely different scenario. Up to this point, Yang Wu's thoughts were based on the premise that the dimensional shift would somewhat preserve the current geography. Well, it looks like I'm going to have a sword fight with Kim Jong-un soon, so I wonder if the ground is moving a little. Due to experiencing too many events, Yang Wu had come to accept the idea of Pangea quite quickly, and above all else. Swoosh, swoosh. Yang Wu's attention was entirely focused on a distant glowing column of red light. There, it's there. There was a mutant even at this hour. For Yang Wu, a mutant meant a dungeon entry ticket, and that meant, if I do well tonight, I might earn another encyclopedia. Yang Wu glanced over the local situation with slightly excited eyes. The current area of residence is Yanqian. The strongest sword in this area is Zhou Songsik 14. Rank 2, 11 defenses. The city he was traversing was Yanqiangun in Gyeonggi Province. However, the glowing column Yang Wu was observing was not in Yanqian, but rather across the city in Chorwen, a mutant. Hence, the reason the red, glowing column moved as if startled was probably, is the Yanqian's strongest sword in Chorwen right now? The probability was high, because, what's that? MO monster. Alarm. Sound the alarm. Even though people mistook Yang Wu for a new monster and sounded the alarm by hitting bells, the strongest sword did not appear. The golden flying greatsword, alone in the sky above Negwig. Perhaps because these two impressions were too strong, people seemed unable to muster the courage to read the title affixed above Yang Wu's head. Wow, there are more people than I thought. Even about 30% of the residents visible in sight in Yanqian were dressed in military attire. As it was a frontline area, there were many military units, and the survival rate of soldiers was high right after the reset. Especially with the makeshift checkpoints set up ahead, it seemed like the security of this area was voluntarily undertaken by the soldiers. Stop. Of course, this was a world after the reset, where soldiers brandished swords instead of guns. Swoosh. It was utterly strange to see people in military attire drawing medieval-style swords from their waists, even to Yang Wu's eyes. But given the circumstances, Yang Wu instructed Negwig to leap forward without engaging with them. Whoosh. Then, Negwig, with its sharp iron hooves, propelled itself forward, leaping high over the barricades set up by the soldiers. In an instant, the suspicious individual passed through the checkpoint. What was that just now? Josian, strongest sword. Some soldiers belatedly caught sight of Yang Wu's title strongest sword, but they couldn't possibly imagine that it referred to the actual strongest sword. How could a golden greatsword soaring through the sky and a black horse made of steel be human possessions? Swoosh. Meanwhile, Yang Wu and Negwig, having leaped over the checkpoint, landed on the ground and headed straight for Chorwen. Thunk. Soon, the updated regional status arrived. However, the hell, contrary to expectations, there was a strongest sword in Chorwen. Then who's fighting over there? Scratching his head, Yang Wu continued inward towards Chorwen until he could soon resolve his doubts. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Yanqian's strongest sword, Zhou Songsik 14. Chorwen's strongest sword, Kim Guangyong 06. Both thought at the same time. This is fuck asterisk edition. The mutant that appeared in Chorwen was too powerful. Chorwen County Mayor, Sun Junyong. Sun Junyong, a politically ambitious type who, upon assuming office as county mayor, pursued ambitious redevelopment projects in Chorwen, only to find out later that his ambition was merely a passion for bribery. Most of the contracts related to the redevelopment project were found to involve corruption. Fuck, shouldn't these Basta asterisk DES who've eaten up so much money come back as weaker monsters? Kim Guangyong, the Chorwen strongest sword, gritted his teeth, feeling the tingling sensation in his left arm holding the shield. It was beginning to strain, just to block Sun Junyong's attacks. That corrupt mayor's power was unexpectedly formidable. Are you starting to feel the pressure? The mutant son Junyong acquired was an ogre standing an impressive 4 meters tall. Its weapon was an enormous club, making it impossible to parry with a sword. In other words, they had to either block with the shield or completely evade just to withstand the next blow. But now, even blocking with the shield had its limits, and it was only a matter of time before both of them were crushed. And there was another strongest sword here, Joe Songsik, who didn't even have a shield. At this rate, we'll both end up dead soon. I'd rather both attack to the end simultaneously and settle this. As the two strongest swords were exchanging signals with their eyes, Chorwon County Mayor's son Junyong let out a cruel laugh. Don't make futile resistance, you basta asterisk DS. He knew very well that soon both strongest swords would be fighting for their lives. Whoosh! Then, with a heavy stride, Sun Junyong's massive figure suddenly retreated. What? Translator Knight. Proofreader Gun. As the two strongest sword turned their heads to chase the suddenly disappeared opponent. Hanta! A triumphant smile appeared on Sun Junyong's face, towering 4 meters high. Then, boom! Without hesitation, his club cut through the air. It was a horizontal swing from right to left, an attack aimed at annihilating both of them with a single blow. Dodge, dodge! This is insane. The sights of the two strongest swords were already in chaos due to the warning from the regional magic system, urging for an emergency escape. However, instinctively, they knew it was already too late, because, even before they could move, the shadow of the club was already looming dangerously close. This damn asterisk guard, he's been toying with us all this time. Kim Gwangyong finally realized, as the club approached, that Sun Junyong had been deliberately holding back his strength all this while. He felt a surge of anger rising in his throat, and as if his emotions were materializing. Boom! A violet explosion erupted from Sun Junyong's right hand, which was holding the club. That son of a... The one most surprised by the sudden explosion was none other than Sun Junyong himself. Not only did he feel tremendous pain from his right palm due to the aftermath of the explosion, but there was also a crack on the club. What the hell did you just do? Struggling with the pain that had risen to his temples, Sun Junyong, with one eye barely open, glared at the two strongest swords in front of him. Naturally, he assumed that one of them had pulled out a last-minute trick. When a cornered mouse is pushed to the brink, it doesn't hesitate to attack the cat. But then, phew, a small gunshot followed, clearly coming from outside the battlefield. Who else is there? Only when the two strongest swords finally turned their heads to the west did they see a mounted archer holding a bow hundreds of meters away. Fu asterisk K. Who's that now? WHU? Then, boom! Another explosion occurred near Sun Junyong, causing his right hand, which was holding the club, to shatter into pieces. Thud thump! The sight of a large finger rolling to the ground was evidence of the strongest sword's escape. But the most astonishing thing was Sun Junyong's reaction. You bastard! Despite his right hand being completely destroyed, instead of writhing in pain, he suddenly sprang up and rushed towards the intruder. Thud thud! Unlike before, his entire body was now turning bright red, indicating, is he going berserk? Just like the thoughts of the two strongest swords, Yangwu also sensed something as he watched the mutant charging towards them at an incredible speed. If their stamina or energy drops below a certain level, they go berserk. It wasn't hard to understand, as it was a common setup in games, but seeing it firsthand was fascinating. It seems like the mutants with their own gimmicks are starting to appear. With these reinforced mutants, conglomerates returning as dragons or Kim Jong-un won't be easy opponents. So, dealing with enhanced mutants like this should be relatively straightforward. Thud boom. In the meantime, as Sun Junyong approached closely, Yangwu leaped off Negwig to meet him. Clang! At the same time, the golden trail emitted a very intense vibration, humming, as if seeking approval for deployment. That's right. You were an automatic combat sword, weren't you? Golden Trail, legendary two-handed greatsword. Automatic combat. Rome's bottom. A legendary grade, two-handed greatsword equipped with martial arts, said to be used by the prisoners of another realm. since it was hard to imagine how this sword could engage in automatic combat in the first place. Yang Wu silently approved the deployment by nodding his head towards the sword. Is this enough for approval? Having given his silent approval signal, Yang Wu stared intently at the golden trail, while Sun Junyong, who had approached within about 20 meters, blinked in surprise. Strongest sword of Joseon? Huh, are these guys kidding? Indeed, from the perspective of a political figure who had just landed in this world, titles like strongest sword would undoubtedly seem amusing. But would my sword seem amusing too? Just as Yang Wu was about to draw his sword from his belt, thunk! The golden trail firmly plunged its broad blade deep into the ground. What? You said it's for automatic combat. Thinking he might have finally been tricked, Yang Wu widened his eyes, only for the golden greatsword to start emitting a high-powered engine-like noise. Whining, then, dying. At the moment Sun Junyong charged towards Yang Wu. Crunch! The asphalt on the ground erupted towards the BA asterisk Tard's forehead. This B asterisk starred, really?
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500-plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.